All stations, 1 minute. 1 minute countdown beginning. Oh. Yeah. 45 seconds. $30. 15 seconds. All stations, 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Upon first arrival this morning, we were greeted by a steady drizzle. Within half an hour, the skies cleared to show us a beautiful picture perfect Sunday morning. What a beautiful morning for cricket as we are here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba for the second CG United one-day international between West Indies and Pakistan. The first match less than 48 hours ago went into the 49th over. Pakistan eventually reigning supreme by 5 wickets. West Indies looking to hit back and even the series after 2 matches today. It's Dylan Sharma alongside Adrian Barrett and Ruskin Mark later on today. Say good morning to everyone and good morning to you, Adrian.
Hi, good morning, Dylan. So, as you mentioned, we all look forward to this clash. The West Indies are trying to level the series. The Pakistan team knows that if they win this one today, the series would be over. So, to keep this series alive, the West Indies team would really be looking to get this victory at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. As we see the crowd coming in here, play will be starting in about 4 minutes time. As mentioned, lovely weather here, and we look forward to a good day's play.
So West Indies would have won the toss just a short time ago and chosen to field first, so seeing a bit of role reversal for the second match. And they play in 11s, West Indies making one change. The full team for West Indies was Brandon King, Evan Lewis, Casey Carty, Shea Hope, Shafane Rutherford, Ruston Chase, Justin Greaves in for Mario Shepherd, that one change, Gudakesh Moti, Shama Joseph, Jaden Seals, and Jediah Blades. Pakistan opening up with Saim Ayub, Abdullah Shafiq, Babar Azam in at number 3, Rizwan at 4, Salman Aga at 5, followed by Hassan Nawaz, Hussein Talat, Mohammed Nawaz, one of those changes, Shaheen Shah Afridi, Hassan Ali, second change for Pakistan, and Abrar Ahmed at number 11, their third change, Fahim Ashraf, Nasim Shah and Sufyan Mukim sitting this one out.
Yeah, very interesting changes here in Pakistan. 3 changes, as you mentioned. The West Indies just one. They're rested.
West Indies would have rested Romario Shepherd. So we look forward here to an interesting game. The players are out in the middle. The West Indies have chosen to bowl first. Captain Shea, who believes that batting second here, and the history would show it, that batting second is the West Indies strong. Their card, bowling first, is always better for them. So they have won the toss. Captain Shea hasn't won much tosses for the past few games, even in the Australia series. So it's nice to see him winning a toss here and getting to decide what to do first. Oh, certainly would be quite happy at that change of fortune for the toss. Seeing Jaden Seals getting ready at the southern end to open up the attack. And Abdullah Shafiq. It's actually Saim Ayub to take up first strike. Abdullah Shafiq at the non-striker's end. Just has one slip in place. 2 men in the deep at third man, as well as fine leg. And inside the ring, a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket.
Yeah, so Jaden Seals taking up the attack from the southern end, and he will be bowling to Ayub. One slip in place, which is interesting.
Yeah, especially since we have this bit of moisture this early morning, as well as that drizzle we would have had earlier. Certainly bowling first at this time, you would want to extract as much movement as you can. Look to get those slips in play. Here's Jaden Seals. Saeem Ayub leaving that one on a length right where you'd want to be. It's coming over the wicket and that left Saeem Ayub.
Yeah, and that's the spot that Jaden Seals will want to be hitting around that fifth stump line. He actually he was dismissed, Ayub, in that same fashion around that channel, and I think Jaden Seals is on spot one. He's West Indies test bowl, and when you're bowling in this first power play, it's almost like test match conditions. The bowlers try to do similar things. They hit the good lengths because early wickets is so important.
Yeah, and here's Jaden Seals coming in again, passes the umpire. And it's a repeat of that same type of delivery there. Just disciplined test match line and length towards Saeem Ayub. And just as you said there, would just want to stick to that sort of test match line and length at this time.
Yeah, especially with this pitch, there's a bit of unpredictability. The pitch, some of the balls are carrying through, some of is dying on a bit low. We saw that one to shape. It sort of died a bit. The first delivery carried nicely. So once you bowl the balls in the correct areas, you don't have to do too much. The actual pitch will do the work for you.
Here's Jaden Seals again. And this time, bat makes contact with ball. Back foot defense solidly behind it. But no run yet.
Yeah, good conditions here for bowling. There was a bit of rain this morning. The covers was on for a bit. So there is something there. The first hour, the Pakistan team knows that the first hour here, it's a 9:30 start. So it's quite early in Trinidad and Tobago here. And we believe the first hour and a half is crucial for the West Indies to pick up a wicket.
Much different challenge for Saeem Ayub and Abdullah Shafiq, and here he is again, edging over first slip and away to the boundary so quickly. 4 runs to Saeem Ayub off the mark in streaky fashion.
Yeah, as mentioned, Ayub is one of those players. He would go once he gets that width and going hard at it, and once he gets enough of it, it didn't go too far over the head of Justin Greaves, who's in for this game at first slip.
In the firing line right away.
Yeah, but 4 runs to Ayub, he would be happy with that. But sort of opportunity, but it went way over first slip.
Here's Jaden Seals again. Saeem Ayub still on strike. And right back into that same disciplined back of a length. Saeem Ayub content with leaving again after getting that 4. A different challenge for these two opening up. And it'll be key for West Indies to strike early. Only those 2 spin options in the side, Ruston Chase and Gudakesh Moti. Pakistan, of course, opting to strengthen that spin with Mohammad Nawaz coming in as an extra spin option. Abrar would have come in as a straight swap for Mukim. So here's Jaden Seals. Final delivery of the over. This time a bit closer to the stumps. But laid on ball by Saeem Ayub. But there's no run. 4 without loss after the first over. Saeem Ayub 4 from 6. Jaden Seals none for 4. And Abdullah Shafiq yet to face.
Yeah, excellent start here by the West Indies. Already creating somewhat of an opportunity. It will be important for them to keep creating those opportunities, because you would want to really open up that middle order or that top order. We want to bring in the likes of Baba Azam and Mohammad Rizwan. These guys, you don't want these guys coming in exactly where they would want to come in that middle over phase. You want to get them in here now in the first hour because the ball is new and whatever conditions are there to benefit from. You want to get those top batsmen in the middle right now.
So it's Jedediah Blades from the northern end. He also has one slip in place. 2 fielders in the deeper, third man and fine leg. And in the ring, same 3 on the offside. Backward point cover. Well, there's no extra cover here, so just 3 on the offside. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a bit more in the offside as well as that square leg. So here's Jedediah Blades and Abdullah Shafiq off the mark right away, clipping that one into the leg side for easy single.
Yeah, so Blades, he would be looking to really make an impression. You know, he didn't have the best of games in the first ODI. A lot of pressure in that game. You know, they bowled second, and you know the conditions there in terms of the wet ball. But now it's perfect conditions for cricket. It's a day game. It's an even playing field so far. The weather is a bit overcast on the eastern side of the ground.
Saim Ayub on strike now. He has a second slip in place, took one out from the leg side. So here's Blades looking to get some movement. And he does get a bit of movement, but starts it a bit too wide. Way too wide for Saim Ayub to play at it. He did try to play at it, but made no contact.
Yeah, big drive there by him. Almost a wide delivery. But 2 slips in play. So not a bad delivery by him. Anything could have happened there.
Heavy offside field, just 2 in the leg side. Here's Blades again. And that's there he wants to be. Just on that 4th, 5th stump line. Getting a bit of movement away. Nothing extravagant like we've known Jedediah Blades to get. But much more disciplined line and length. Forcing Ayub to play at that.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, there's a pack offside field here, so no doubt, I mean, we need 2 men on the leg side at the moment, a mid one and a fine leg. So it's only obvious where Blades would be looking to bowl these deliveries outside off stump.
Here he is again, a bit short at that time, not as much movement, but right where you'd want to be in that 4th stump line. There's no run. 4 deliveries so far gone in the second over. It's just 1 run. That 1 run to Abdullah Shafiq. But it would be definitely a more comfortable match situation here for Jedediah Blades, opening up the game rather than having to start that response last game. Here he is again, this time driving by Saim Ayub, and just through that offside field, he gets 4 runs as his reward.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by Ayub. Typical Ayub batting. Driving once he gets that delivery. Right in the arc. It was able to play through the line and 4 runs. So, pack offside field. But we are in the power play, so we need 2 fielders out. So, once you pierce the gap on the offside there, it's 4 runs.
Good bit of placement as well to get through that packed field. Final delivery of the over coming up. Saim Ayub is ready, and it's a bit too wide from Blades. So it's not the final delivery of the over. That commentator's curse. Wide signal by the umpire.
Yeah, a bit of movement there. It started a bit wide, but he naturally is bowling to the left-hander to a left-hander. So he has that natural arc already, and he just... That's the thing what Ravi Rampal mentioned. That consistency is very important for the West Indies bowling team.
He has to be pinpoint accurate with the field set that he has. Final delivery coming up, and this time it is. And it is the perfect delivery there as well. Solid forward defense from Saim Ayub to complete 10 without loss after 2.
So... as we mentioned before, the West Indies won the toss and they decided to bowl first. Pakistan team in the last game, they won the toss and they bowled first. So a bit of a trend so far in this series that the team opting to bowl first when they win the toss, and West Indies looking to level this series. Pakistan won the first game, and the crowd is coming in here at the Brian Lara Stadium. It's a 9:30 start here.
Yes, 9:30 start. Jaden Seals about to get into his second over. Same pitch, of course, that we would have used in the first game, but much different sort of conditions with the 9:30 start. So here is Jaden Seals to Abdullah Shafiq. First time he's facing him. 2 slips in place, and he's solidly in front of that and defending to cover. No run. Yeah. Now, when you would have played ODI cricket and that comparison between an evening match versus a morning match, could you just sort of give us an idea of the challenges that you would have faced in each of those scenarios batting-wise?
Yeah, well, when you're playing a game, like normally a day-night game, it would start at 2 p.m. versus a 9:30 start. The wicket normally, when you play at an evening game or afternoon game, it dries out a bit more.
Jaden Seals coming in again. And this time a bit wider. Open face of the bat played towards backward point. That's Ruston chasing the action there, but there's no run.
Yeah, and as you mentioned about that start, is that in these morning games, I actually preferred playing evening games because I'm not too much of a morning person, and that actually plays a part too, because you need to get up very early. You need to get to the ground here sometimes by 7:30, and you're actually trying to warm up. You're still in that phase sometimes. If you're not a morning person, it's still a bit sleepy.
Jaden Seals to Abdullah Shafiq again. This time a bit straighter, bit fuller, but played towards mid-on. Scooter Kesh Moti there, firmly in front of it, and no run. Yeah, I'm certainly not a morning person myself.
Yeah, this younger generation, it's different, and especially with all these T20s, you don't really see a T20 game start. Very hardly likely, unless some of the leagues around the world, but it usually is in the evening time, the night time. So
we have seen CPL matches at this very venue start at 10 a.m. Bit difficult to wake up to view those at home. Jaden Seals in again, and this time again played towards Gudakesh Moti, a bit shorter from Seals, but on that hard length yet again.
So excellent start here from the West Indies team. No runaway train as yet from the Pakistan batting. 10 without loss, so pretty good approach by both teams. West Indies looking for early wickets, Pakistan trying to secure wickets, because we all know it's 50 overs. There's a lot of time in this game remaining.
Jaden Seals in, and Abdullah Shafiq again, solid front face of the bat. Played just past Jaden Seals, and there's no run. Playing it with soft hands.
Yeah, and it's key for sometimes in this power play phase here, nothing is really happening. Those slips fieldsmen in particular, sometimes you could get a bit casual in that position, and before you know it, something comes off the edge and it flies to you. So all the fieldsmen, they need to keep concentrated, they need to be focused, because at any moment something could be coming their way.
It's Brandon King and Justin Greaves in that slip cordon. Jaden Seals finishes off the over. It's a maiden over, reminiscent of that maiden over that he would have bowled in that previous match. Still 10 without loss after 3. Saim Ayub on 8 from 11. Abdullah Shafiq 1 from his 7 deliveries.
Yeah, and this game, the likes of Gudakesh Moti would come in very, very handy for Captain Sheho, because we know that from the last game, they actually playing on the same pitch here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So we expect him to play a very important role. We saw in the last game, he got the big wicket of Baba Azam, and he really, he slowed up his pace a bit. He's normally one to bowl really quick, and so last game he took 1 for 42, but he bowled really well. The figures doesn't really show it, but getting the likes of Baba Azam, I think you did your job as a bowler.
I think to expand on those figures, you would need a bit more support from the other end. So here's Blades into his second over, and off the edge of the bat from Saim Ayub, falling just short of backward point.
Yeah, thick outside edge there by Ayub. So he's definitely looking. Pakistani batsmen are not batsmen to stay quiet too long. We know that. So it's only a matter of time before they start going at Blades. Blades being one of the more inexperienced bowler, they would look at him, his 10 overs as an area to get extra runs.
And this is Saim Ibe's role at the top of the order as well. Blades in for his second delivery of the over, and it's just short of a Yorker length delivery, just clipped into the onside. He does get one run. Good Akeshmoti a bit slow on that pickup, but only 2 in that onside. Has to be completely precise in his movements. So good job in the end to him.
Yeah, impressive. I would say impressive from the Pakistan team so far. They normally tend to go very, very hard on top, but they are playing a different role here, and that's good. It shows maturity in their young batting lineup, and this is what they need. This is what they need to support the likes of Azam and Rizwan.
Blades to Shafiq now, and it's a Yorker delivery, a bit wide of off stump. Makes no contact with that and through to Shea Hope, but the keeper, no run. And of course, if Fakar Zaman was in, might be a different story. Much quicker start we would have seen between him and Saim Ayub. Of course, Saim's natural game would be to go at the bowling as well, so he wouldn't want to suppress that and sort of dig himself into a hole. So just one slip in place for Abdullah Shafiq. Blades into him again, and that's perfect off stump line. Perfect length as well, and just a bit of movement into him. Defended into the leg side.
Yeah, strong breeze here coming across as we see the flags from the eastern side of the ground. So Jediah Blades bowling from the northern end. Left-hand bowler bowling to a right-hand batsman. So the ball naturally would be swinging into the batsman Shafiq. So Blades could use the conditions. If he start just about outside off stump, it would really be effective.
Into Shafiq again and wide down the leg side. A bit too much movement that time, starting it too straight. And I think this northern end is just generally an end that left-arm bowlers prefer in general. Always bringing that wind across.
Yeah, it's very dangerous because what happened is that as a batsman, right-hand batsman batting the left-hand bowler, is that you're always looking for that ball coming into the pad. And sometimes when it tends to just stay straight and go across, your eyes sometimes light up and you want to drive. So it's always an interesting situation when a left-hand bowler could swing it back, and it's the likes of Mitchell Stark, Mitchell Johnson, those guys always had the ability to bring it back into the right-hander.
Two very lovely bowlers to look at. Bit of sawdust down for Jediah Blades in between deliveries. He comes into Shafiq again and driving so beautifully. That drive brings a smile to your face through the covers. 4 runs to Abdullah Shafiq.
Yeah, glorious shot there by him. Very textbook cover drive. Really nice to see from the Pakistan batsmen. We actually seen these batsmen playing some really, really nice cover drives now. So we've seen it from the top order, so not just from Baba Azam, but we're seeing it now from the younger players, and that's the effect that a generation or a type of batting could have on a generation.
I wonder if that was Baba Azam took Abdullah Shafiq's suit and went out there to bat. Final delivery of the over and a bit straighter played to mid-on. Shamar Joseph does the cleaning up there, allows no run and finishes the 4th over, 16 without loss.
Yeah, and as I would have mentioned, the batsmen of a generation and how it affects the generation to come. From the likes of Sachin Tendulkar, you saw Virat Kohli, and then when you look today, you look at plenty of the batsmen like Shubman Gill, and you could see very similar setup to like Virat Kohli. So it's so interesting to see how a generation like Brian Lara, Darren Bravo type batting. So it's always so interesting to see the influence that a batsman could have on a generation.
Oh, certainly. Great bit of thinking there. Never even thought of it that way as yet. So it really does inspire a generation when some batsmen play it so beautifully.
Yeah, I
So
remember when
Is
I
it
was
Jaden
growing up,
Seals?
I wanted to bat like Sachin as a right-hand batsman because that's who you seen on TV.
So Saim Ayub facing up to Jaden Seals now. And played straight towards mid-off. Was a nice sort of push towards that off drive, but didn't really flourish through that shot.
Yeah, nice looking defensive shot there, just a push. Very technically sung. And Jaden Seals there will be looking to pick up pepper here in this first power play. 16 without loss. And he's already in his third over.
Here he comes again, and what a delivery that was. Very close to the off stump. Always would have gone away from the off stump, but Saim Ayub, good leave there.
Yeah, very good batting here by Ayub. Being very watchful, very mature, and he knows he's facing a world-class bowler here, Jaden Seals. He has over 80 test wickets already in his short career, so by no
He's been
doubt.
very consistent this morning. Already a maiden over, last over. 2 more dots this over, building pressure from the southern end. To delivery of the over, Saim Ayub facing. And this time it's flared through the offside, over all those fielders in the ring. 4 runs, comes off the bat quite quickly.
Yeah, great square cut there by Ayub. It raced to the boundary and not a man was able to move there. So, pack offside field, but that ball basically had wings on it. And no one was able to even get close to it as it races for 4.
Yeah, he just got it high enough to clear that offside field. Placed it so well, and well, it was timed to perfection.
So any width that these batsmen get, they will go at it.
And Jaden Seals comes in again and bit wider this time. Ayub leaves that quite confidently.
And Ayub there, batting very deep in his crease, so he's looking for any length to really pounce on. So very, very deep in his crease. So it's very batsman looking for any length, whether it be pulling or cutting. He's searching for that length from Seals.
Very good from Jaden Seals so far. Continuing here to Saim Ayub. And solidly behind that, fends that towards extra cover, and there's no run. Seals averaging much better against right-hand batters in this format, averaging 40 and 67 against left-hand batters. Those stats don't sound so great, but of course he's been much better in this format as of late compared to when he first started out.
Yeah, right-hand bowlers, they really love to bowl against right-hand batsmen.
And Jaden Seals comes in again. That's driven beautifully through extra cover. Diving fielder couldn't quite stop it. 4 more to Saim Ayub.
Yeah, great shot there by him. I think that would be a big confidence booster for him. As he ends that over, it's 24 without loss for no wickets. So excellent shot of the middle of the bat. Textbook photo finish.
It's really been almost perfection for you from Pakistan, from the batting side of things. I think they've gotten quite a few good deliveries. Nothing really threatening the stumps. Just had that one half chance that went over the slips, if you even want to call it that. But apart from that, it's really just been wonderful textbook shots, as well as solid leaves and defense.
Yeah, the Pakistan team really understand their role here. So far, they're playing their job.
But Jediah Blades in for his third over. Abdullah Shafiq to face. He's on 5 from 11. And he's playing that towards cover. And they sneak a quick single. Just a bit of a fumble there by Brandon King. Allowed for that single. Kudakesh Moti cleaning up in the end.
Yeah, I believe he saved a couple more runs there. maybe would have gotten to the boundary, but a good save there by King in cover. So excellent fielding. I think the fielding will be a big part in this game. There was a few drop catches in the last game, especially that one of Moti in the penultimate overs there at the end of the West Indies bowling innings. So those catches and stops would be very important in limiting Pakistan.
So just one slip in place for Ayub now. Blades comes in and played that towards point for no run.
Yeah, the Pakistan team this game they would be looking to batting first this time around. They would be looking to get into that 300 plus category, because we saw that 280, it wasn't enough in the last game. So 300 plus, what do you think would be a good score in this game?
I think they would be looking upwards of that same sort of 300 mark that we were looking at in that last match. Blades into Ayub again and repeated that same previous delivery. Just played out to point softly for no run.
Yeah, it'd be interesting for the West Indies bowlers here. It's really hot here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. May have some rain around, but I can tell you it's really hot. So these bowlers have their work cut out for them today, especially with one frontline spinner. They have Chase, but generally speaking, it's more of a pace bowling attack here.
Well, it is certainly heating up. The security have the umbrellas out for the sun. This time shorter and wider and lofted over the offside all the way for 6. What a shot from Saim Ayub. He's growing into his innings now.
Oh yeah, massive uppercut there by him. It goes all the way for 6 with the win. On that southern end of the ground, the boundaries they are really, really small. So once you get anything on it, it will go for 6. So great shot there by him.
Yeah, the shorter side of the ground, just the pitch a bit closer to that western side. And of course, field more packed in that offside. So has to continue being quite accurate, Jediah Blades. Just has that one slip in place, of course. 3 in the onside this over. And again on a length and defended out to point. No run for Saim Ayub. He's on 23 at a runner ball, and Abdullah Shafiq 6 from 12. Blades figures currently none for 19 coming to the end of his third over.
A much better line and length there by Blades. The one before had a bit of width on it. We know Ayub, anything around 5th stump, 6th stump, and with some length, he will go at it. So much better line and length, closer to the off stump.
So final delivery of the 6th over. Oh, it's second time lucky that I've called it a bit too early. Wide down the leg side. That one certainly didn't come out right.
Yeah, getting a bit straight, too straight, going down the leg side, and as the consistency, as you mentioned, is West Indies bowlers always had that bit of an inconsistency where you bowl in good line and length, and then all of a sudden, sometimes one strews out of nowhere.
May have been going for the Yorker that previous delivery. Now he finishes off the over, back on that 4th stump line, and no run for Saim Ayub. It's 32 without loss after 6.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he maybe could have been going for that Yorker, but the important thing on this pitch is that you don't have to try too much of things as a bowler. You just need to put the ball in the correct areas, and the pitch will do it for itself. I guess coming down to the latter part of a 50 overs game in the last power play, where your cutters, your slower balls, your Yorkers, bowling wide at the wide line, that is when you would really look to mix it up. But now you just want to stay as patient as possible.
Yeah, of course, the conditions to your advantage at this early point in the morning. You want to just stay disciplined, as Jaden Seals has been doing. You don't want to get too experimental with that new ball. Just try to extract as much as you can from it. Here is Seals again into his 4th over. Abdullah Shafiq gets a rising delivery on that back of a length. Quite short there from Jaden Seals, and the crowd is certainly into it now.
Oh yeah, Jaden Seals has bowled a jaffa of a delivery there. It's one of those deliveries you'll see in a test match. But there's only one slip at the moment to the right hand, and as the record shows, he bowls really good to right-handers. So if I was Captain She-Hope, especially after that delivery, I would have been thinking about getting an extra slip in play here.
Yeah, just Justin Graves, that solitary man in at slip. Seals comes in again, and this time met with a more disciplined delivery just outside of stump, but he's able to stay that down to third man for 1 run. Brings Saim Ayub back on strike.
Yeah, we could see a vast difference when Jaden is bowling to the right hander. You actually see even his run up, his stride, everything, because it's as if mentally he knows when he's bowling to a right hander, it's like right up the alley. It's a sweet spot. So each bowler have their strengths. You know, some guys like to bowl at left hander, some guys like to bowl at right hander. So definitely an interesting statistic to know that, you know, some bowlers, you know, really prefer they bowl well against a certain Thai batsman.
So Seals to Saim Ayub now, and behind that, full face of the bat defense back to Jaden Seals. There's no run. And of course, in that last match, he would have only taken the wicket of a left-hander, Saim Ayub.
Yeah, and Ayub would definitely be aware of that. But as you know, as a batsman, once you apply yourself, you know, he didn't last long in that game, the last game. So he's looking to apply himself here. He's on 23 of 25 deliveries, so he's going quite well, just under 100 strike rate.
Seals again goes across Saim Ayub, just continuing what he's done so well so far. Over the wicket, just building pressure to both batsmen.
So, pitch here at the Branagh Cricket Academy. There's a bit of, there's some grassy areas, there's some areas a bit spotty. So, there's something here for the bowlers. So, it's really important now that the West Indies team have to look to pick up, need to get a wicket here in this first power play.
Jaden Seals to Saim Ayub, and a bit streaky towards cover, but no run. Fielded well by Brandon King.
The current run rate right now for Pakistan is over 4, just under 5. 6.5 overs, 33 without loss. We're in the first batting power play from over number 1 to 10, where 2 fielders alone could be outside the 30-yard circle. And as we get into the middle overs, which is between 11 and 40, 4 fielders could be allowed outside the 30-yard circle.
Jaden Seals in, and a bit shorter this time to Saim Ayub. Just had to ensure he was out of the way of that one, but not quite as lethally looking as that previous one to Abdullah Shafiq. Ends the over on a high. Jaden Seals, none for 13 after his 4. 33 without loss, Pakistan.
Yeah, I think Ayub there doing his homework, because that delivery that Seals just bowled, that last delivery, is very similar to how he got out in the last game. He just had the bat sort of hanging. So good work by Ayub. He's able to learn on the spot. You know, at this level, there's no room there's no time to take, you know, forever to learn. You have to learn on the spot, because teams will be figuring out your weaknesses, and they will be coming at your weak areas, and they will be exploiting you.
He really is such a quick learner. Even when he first came to the CPL, wouldn't have had the greatest start to that tournament, but really grew as the tournament progressed. Worked so hard on his bowling and continues to throw different variations in there. And even so, he's still quite young into his ODI career. It's Shamar Joseph now from the northern end, and a very stump-to-stump line to begin to Abdullah Shafiq. But there's no run, just defensively played towards him.
Yeah, Shamar Joseph from this northern end, and Pakistani batting would have to be very, very cautious of him, because as you mentioned, he first one on the stumps, he looks to the stump. So that front part always comes into play. He gets that ball to jack back very sharply. And he's a short guy, so it skids on really quick.
Shama Joseph comes in again. This time a bit wider, moving inward towards Abdullah Shafiq, but too wide to force him to play. It is really starting to become a bit hot down there. We see Romario Shepherd just meeting with some of the crowd, some autographs, and he's already into his full sweat and work.
Yeah, and West Indies bowlers will know they have their job cut out today, and Shama Joseph, I think he had a little bit of maybe a niggle. Hopefully he's over that, and he could bowl a full spell today of 10 overs.
We would certainly hope so, that he's back here playing, that he's at full fitness, and nicely driven there by Abdullah Shafiq. This time not full flourish in that drive, but just checked his shot so beautifully. Same region, 4 more runs.
Yeah, not overhit by any means, but it was well timed, well placed, and the way these bats and them are made today, once you make proper connection and you time it properly, it races all the way for 4. So beautiful outfield here at the Branagh Cricket Academy. It's almost close to perfection in terms of the outfield. So it's lush green, it's level, it's smooth, and the ball rolls all the way to the boundary.
Joseph, how does he respond? Nice tight line towards the stumps on that good length yet again. Abdullah Shafiq, such a technically elegant player.
Yeah, really solid batting. Good to see from the Pakistani batsmen. A lot of technically sound guys now in this Pakistani team, and it's really, really good to see, because transitioning from T20 into 50 overs cricket. 50 overs cricket is still proper cricket.
Ma Joseph in again. Abdullah Shafiq just plays that one a bit into the onside towards Jediah Blades at mid-on. Still no run. Playing the ball on its merit.
Yeah, I think that Pakistan has really, really been solid here this morning. I think they have been disciplined. And if they continue like this, the West Indies team could be in some difficult times ahead if they don't get these wickets here.
Shama Joseph comes in again. And this time again defensively played towards Kudakesh Moti at mid-off. There's still no run.
And at the end of the over there, the score is 37 without loss.
Ayub is on 23 and Shafiq on 11.
So 8 overs completed. See that the timer on the scoreboard, which shows you have 1 minute to get the field in place, and the bowler should be ready within 1 minute. That timer there, the ICC would have put that in place to save time for TV rights and different reasons, and it helps to keep the game moving forward.
It's even been introduced into Test match cricket even more lately.
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea, because as a viewer, you really don't want to see too much delays in cricket.
Jaden Seals to continue to sign Ayub, defending on the back foot into the onside for no run. And certainly as well, you see, it's so difficult to try to reclaim that lost time in the game. DRS might be a huge part of that. So many things we need to check.
Yeah, so much opportunities. We already know rain is the biggest factor for time loss, and the last thing we want to do is add anything else to that. So, good initiative. You know, it keeps the game flowing, it keeps everything going, and also some teams in Test match cricket, they tend to waste time.
Seals again to Ayub, rising a bit more outside the off stump, but leaving it on its merit.
Because I remember playing club cricket, when I used to play club cricket in Trinidad, and sometimes based on the situation of the game, teams tend to take long to go through the overs, and they delay the game because, you know, there's a certain cut-off time. So I'm aware of that, how that impacts the game. It used to happen too in test match cricket before the fines and so on, but it's good now.
Jaden Seals to delivery of the 9th over. Saeem Ayub this time edging to slip. Justin Graves is alert and ready to take that catch. Jaden Seals strikes, takes Saeem Ayub for the second time in this series.
Oh yeah, excellent delivery there by Jaden Seals. Sitter for Justin Graves, but excellent by the West Indies. They needed this wicket. They needed to get this wicket in this power play, and congrats to Jaden Seals on an excellent delivery and great discipline by him.
There's a good bit of placement of the field there as well. Slip just a bit wider of where you would expect a first slip to be, knowing that that angle over the wicket for Jaden Seals would have gone a bit wider. Well taken in the end and brings Babar Azam out. Huge roar in the crowd as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of fans here. Yes, there's West Indian fans. There are Pakistani fans here too, not much, but a lot of people wouldn't mind seeing Babar Azam, actually getting to see him in person. It's actually a privilege. So he's in at 3, one of the best number 3 batsmen in the world in any format. So he's here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and he's about to face Jaden Seals, who had just removed Ayub, and he now will be under the gun. No matter how good of a batsman you are, right now the bowler Jaden Seals is on fire right now. He has confidence on him, and right away, still not seeing that extra slip for Babar Azam. I think Shea Hope now is actually bringing in that extra slip there now. So it's to Babar Azam now. It's 2 slips, a third man, a point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg, sort of wide. So Jaden Seals now would be looking to attack Babar Azam right away.
Babar Azam to face his first delivery. Jaden Seals steaming in from that southern end, and here he goes. Right where he wants him to be. Nicely behind that, defending into the offside. There's no run for Babar Azam.
Yeah, Babar Azam
into his 133rd one-day international. 6,282 runs. Average of 55.1. 1,937 50s.
Yeah. And that defense there in his first delivery, so solid. It actually looks like if he was batting in the dressing room and just came out there. So that's a world-class player.
And he's just so good in again. Just moving a bit inwards towards him, and again into that lovely defense. Never tire of viewing from him.
Yeah, and he has that ability where he has so much time. Ruskin was mentioning it in the last game that he just has so much time to play the ball, and that's one of the top batsmen around the world always have a little extra millisecond, whereas normal an average batsman will always be looking like they're in a rush to play. They tend to have a lot more time, and that's just a gift that they have.
Jaden Seals to Babar Azam again, and he's going up, he's appealing. Jaden Seals is celebrating, running off. He's bowled him.
Wow, big wicket here for the West Indies. Action here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Babar Azam is bowled for naught of his second delivery from Jaden Seals, and Jaden Seals is pumped up. The West Indies team is really firing here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Was just a bit full of Babar Azam, looking to play that into the onside, but not making contact. It sneaks through and breaks those stumps.
Yeah, Jaden Seals fired up. Babar Azam, they're just falling over a bit. Maybe looking for that outswinger there, but Jaden Seals easily brings that back into him, and it hit the pad. I think anyway it would have probably been LBW, but at the end it ricocheted onto the stump. But at the end of the day, the West Indies now have Pakistan 37 for 2 after 9 overs.
That's exactly what the West Indies would want. You get rid of Saima, that's fine and all, but you don't want Babar Azam to stick around so long. So
Definitely.
those 2 quick wickets, bit of extra pressure to Pakistan. Abdullah Shafiq is usually very calm within the way he plays. He shouldn't be too affected. Mohammad Rizwan, the captain, now strides out to join him. And he would just want to continue on from where he was batting last day.
Yeah, excellent delivery there from Jaden Seals. Baba Azam just standing a bit in the crease. He just came out to bat, and I think that delivery there was really spot on. And I think when you are consistent as a bowler and you're doing the right things, it's only sooner or later something will happen, and that's the discipline and the patience. It will pay off.
Also, what was good in that spell so far from Jaden Seals is that he didn't go too full too early in the spell. He just kept that as sort of a surprise delivery. Batsman just sort of expecting it on a length or short. Here's Shamar Joseph now. Inward movement towards Abdullah Shafiq and played into the onside for no run.
Yeah, all of a sudden here the atmosphere has changed at the Branagh Academy. 2 wickets in succession here. Jaden Seals really lifting his team, lifting the entire crowd here, and I'm certain that the West Indies fans here would be really, really happy from what they are seeing here so far.
They certainly love Jaden Seals in this area. Shamar Joseph in again. Shorter this time. Played on the back foot by Abdullah Shafiq towards cover, but still no run. Mohammad Rizwan, 93rd ODI he's into now. 2,697 runs. Average of 41 and a half. 416 50s in his career.
Yeah. So Shamar Joseph here, he would be getting jealous. He wants to get into this attack here, as he is.
This time a bit too wide, looking to target the stumps, but strays down the leg side, so has to load that one up again.
Yeah, it's good to see that the experience, the bowlers with the most experience, we know it's not the biggest experience with West Indies bowling attack, but the guys with the experience like Jaden Seals, he would be spearheading this himself, and Joseph, good to see them taking the lead, which a lot would be resting on their shoulders here, even though they are young fast bowlers.
Shamar Joseph steams in again, and he's going up, but looks as it might have just been a bit too high. Cut short that appeal quite quickly to Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, I could tell you, as a batsman, you always need to be very careful when Shamar Joseph is bowling to you, because he always gets that ball to nip back into you. I'm not sure, as you mentioned, it could be the height. Not sure if he got some bat on it, but excellent delivery there by him. Yeah, big inside edge. The batsman there.
It's Abdullah Shafiq still on 11 runs. Rizwan yet to face. Shamar Joseph to Abdullah Shafiq, and wonderful target again, looking to hit the top of off, and played down to mid-on.
Really nice to watch Shamar Joseph bowl. Other than the fact that he has a lovely run-up, he always attacks his stump. Something is when he's bowling, something is always happening, and there's always action on the field. He's that type of player. He always is involved in the game, even when he's batting, everything. He's such a wonderful player.
He's really box office, is he? Comes in again and played into the offside. Abdullah Shafiq rotates the strike. That one just played towards extra cover, mid-off region for 1 run.
So 39 for 2, and the last delivery, a legitimate delivery of the power play. It's going to be delivered now, and Shamar Joseph going to complete his second over.
So Rizwan to face his first delivery here. Shamar Joseph to greet him. And he's greeted him quite fondly. Still yet to get off the mark as he just dabs that into the onside. No run. Score remains 39 for 2 after the power play. Abdullah Shafiq is on 12 and Mohammad Rizwan still yet to get off the mark. So power play completed. 39 for 2 towards Pakistan. And change of voice up here. I'm now joined by Ruskin Mark for the first time today.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all our listeners, wherever you may be. Nice, bright, sunny conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy compared to yesterday morning, which was a little bit gloomy.
Seals is in, and that's just played into the onside, a bit short. And they come back for a second, so good solid running between these two quickly at the wicket. Shafiq moves on to 14 now.
How quickly the game could change, because Pakistan were going along quite nicely, no worries at all. They just seemed to be in their own little world, and then all of a sudden Jaden Seals strikes not once but twice, and including the big fish in Babar Azam. And here we are, a totally different game now. It's a similar thing happened, I think, this morning with Australia and South Africa, because South Africa was going along quite nicely, and then 2 wickets at the same score, and they didn't have much to offer after that. Australia ended up defending 178.
And Seals again, and nicely played into the offside. Bit of a fumble there, not sure how close he was to that ball there, Rustin Chase, but one more run to the total, and Rizwan is now on strike.
In a game with tight margins, you want to cut out those little singles if you can. You don't want them to, you don't want to take it for granted that it's just a single. And because as we've seen, sometimes it comes down to ones and twos. Imagine what India won a test match by 7 runs recently.
6 runs.
6 runs,
India.
Yeah.
And England.
So you don't want to.
Fantastic final hour.
You don't want to give away any run at all.
Of course, that hour would have begun with 2 4s in succession. Seals in again, and short delivery rising on Rizwan. Just able to keep that down quite nicely. No run to him. Seals figures currently 2 for 16 with 2 maidens into his 6th over, so no doubt as to why he was given this extended spell. Has 2 slips in place. Brandon King at the first slip, and Justin Graves at very, very wide, almost 4th or 5th slip.
I think Shehop is asking him to get him another wicket, see if he could break the back of this Pakistani batting.
And this time, what a beauty that is. Mohammad Rizwan just trying to reach at that delivery. It landed just on a foolish sort of length and moved away from him.
Yeah, that's a beauty, a peach of a delivery. He seemed to have it covered, and then he was reaching for it. As they say, he went fishing there. And unfortunately for Seals, he didn't catch the bait. And it just moved past that outside edge.
Mohammad Rizwan just a few challenges to begin his innings with. Jaden Seals into him again, and he's trying to just softly play that into the offside, but many fielders just closing in on him.
But if you look at him, his tendency is always to try to get onto the front foot, and that's why Seals is pitching them just a little bit short to him, because he does have that, his trigger is to move forward. And So if you could catch him in between strides, it means that he's probably not fully set. His legs aren't fully set. And as you saw earlier, he would use the hands to get to the ball if his legs can't get him there.
He's a very busy player at the crease. Seals. Oh, wow, what a delivery this time. Beating him again. Shorter rising delivery. Even closer to Rizwan. Was so close towards where the battle pad. 42 for 2 after 11.
Yeah, that's another beautiful delivery there. 2 for 16 from 6, but I feel that might be it for him. I don't know if they'll give him a 7th over right now, because this Pakistani batting could be fairly resilient. So even if you lose a couple of wickets at the top, there are enough talented players, as we saw yesterday with Nawaz and Talat and some of the others. So you want to hold him back in reserve to come back and do something for you if required later on. But he certainly bent his back for the West Indies and deserved his 2 wickets. And with a little bit of luck, he might have even had Rizwan to add to that as well.
Yeah, challenge is continuing for Rizwan. Just a few clouds circling around the ground within that last over, and currently may just add to that atmosphere for Mohammad Rizwan.
Are you saying that I brought the rain with me?
Well, actually, I'm just looking across to the big scoreboard, and the timer is going to 70 seconds right now. It's in the red. Field is not fully in position as yet.
Yeah, they have to be careful.
Run rate just dropped under 4. Good bit of discipline and attack from West Indies. Shamar Joseph. This time, what a shot that is from Abdullah Shafiq. As straight as you get. Full face of the bat towards it. And really, it was just a push.
Yeah, that's what you really call, that's a classic straight drive. It's one of the most beautiful shots you could see in the game of cricket. The square drive for the left-hander and a straight drive to the right-hander. Those are the shots that people tend to want to go outside and come back inside, play again and come back inside to watch the rest of the game. After you see a straight drive like that, you tell yourself you deserve to play again.
Well, he's made that known about every shot he's played today. This time, back where he'd want to be Shamar Joseph. Abdullah Shafiq excited to get another run. Almost ran all the way down the wicket, but sent back duly by Rizwan.
Actually, the first time I saw somebody hinting that to me was in Barbados when Michael Holding was bowling to Geoffrey Boycott in that famous over when Boycott played and missed on a number of occasions and then was eventually bowled neck and crop. And his pitch spectator said, I think I got my money's worth. I think I have to go back outside and pay to come back inside. You feel like robbing the West Indies.
Shamar Joseph again, a bit straight and nicely tucked into the onside. Easy single there for Abdullah Shafiq. It's bread and butter. 20 from 30 his score stands on currently. Rizwan back on strike. 5 deliveries he's faced, yet to get off the mark. Shamar Joseph, 11 runs, no wickets so far in 2.5 overs.
And you can see Shamar Joseph, his length is normally a full length. That's his kind of his stock in trade as a bowler. Hence the reason why many people believe he's a better test bowler than he is a white ball bowler, because he tends to try to keep the ball up to the bat, and if there's any swing on offer, any kind of movement at all off the surface, he's always in the money.
And this time defending solidly, Mohammad Rizwan, not looking in any sort of trouble there.
And that's why many believe he's now learning his trade in terms of becoming a white ball bowler, or an all format bowler as we say.
Yeah, I think it's a similar sort of career arc to Jaden Seals. Both their strongest suits would be in the test format. You'd say Seals a bit ahead of Joseph currently in this format, but Joseph has been very quick to learn within this anti-20s. And again on that disciplined hard length, Rizwan just playing it defensively into the onside. No run.
You're hearing the sound of steel in the background. Tomorrow is World Steel Band Day, and the band you're hearing is, of course, Court Song Specialist of Leventil.
They've made it back for second time in a row.
I think Courts might be one of the sponsors for today or for this series. So they're
Joseph in again and played into the onside for Rizwan. Nicely played, just gets himself off the mark now. And he's happy with just that one. 48 for 2 his score is after 12.
Yeah, a decent over, of course, punctuated by that splendid straight drive that started the over, but he buckled down after that and didn't give too much away, which suggests that he learned his lesson in terms of the length that you'd have to bowl on this surface. It's a surface that will probably give him a little bit of assistance, but I think he has to figure out what that length is, because if he can hit the length and then get it to move like Jaden Seals was getting, because his natural length is a little bit closer to the batsman, and then he will always encourage them to drive at it, and if he can just move it, as Sir Richard Hadley always says, you don't have to move it that big, you just want to move it a little bit and hit the edge.
It's always just that subtle movement that accounts for so much. It's gonna be Jediah Blades switch of ends towards the southern end now. Of course, outside of that first power play into the second phase, so a more spread field for him. Comes over the wicket and played by Mohamed Rizwan into the offside, but no run for him. Has that wide slip. Justin Greaves in play. A deep third man.
They always tend to use that field. It's a kind of defensive field. It looks like it's an attacking field, but it's really a defensive field because he's not at first slip. And
Bleeds in again and played towards Ruston Chase. Wonderful effort for him at backward point. Almost a chance of running out Abdullah Shafiq at the non-striker's end, but would have been a difficult direct hit to execute.
Yeah, that was
might have been home in time as well.
Yeah, but that was brilliantly done by him. And dive into his right, full stretch, and sacrificing his body there for the team.
Wonderful effort. Good to see full spirits and full effort in full flow for the West Indies. And too wide this time from Jediah Blades. Wide on the offside. So he has those two fielders deep in the offside. That deep third man as well as a cover sweeper. Fielder at cover point as well as extra cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And only deep in the leg side at sort of deep fine leg. So they're just operating with the three outside the circle, trying to keep as much inside as they can. Blades much better this time, but easily left by Mohamed Rizwan, who's never challenging him at that point, always leaving him from that angle over the wicket.
But that's not a bad line, that fifth stump, sixth stump line. Because sooner or later, you know he's going to go out there after him. So he just needs to keep that in mind, that if he can just tighten him up a little bit and then go back to that outside the off-stump line, he will chase.
And then a bit of a situation there for Mohamed Rizwan. Looking to play at that one. Similar sort of line and length to the previous delivery, but a bit streakish looking that shot.
Yeah, that's the tendency for most limited overs batsmen. They look at those as scoring deliveries that they feel that they can score off of. So invariably they'll play at those deliveries just outside the off stump.
Blades in again to Mohammad Rizwan. Played that one down into the offside. Fielded by extra cover. Never a chance of a run there. Was firmly a defensive shot. And of course, Rizwan would also probably be looking to attack Blades as much as he can too, knowing that he didn't have the best showing last match and trying to continue to put the pressure on the young man.
Yeah, it's up to Blades to show that he's learnt from that experience and continues to grow in his role in the West Indies team.
And again, this one leaving Rizwan. Lovely delivery outside the off stump. Tried to just play that into the leg side with a sort of whip shot, but not making any contact. Luckily in the end, 49 for 2 after 13 for Pakistan.
Yeah,
Shafiq still on 20, Rizwan on 1, and Blades none for 21 from his 4.
That's a much better over from him. Just the one extra, so the wide, just the one wide in it. And so a pretty good over, much improved from him. And like I said, once he continues to grow and learn, and this is the left-handed teenager from South Africa, Mpaka, right?
Would have taken 4 for 20.
He got 4 wickets this morning, and he's in a similar type of boat. He's now navigating his way, in international cricket. And
Gudakesh Moti getting ready to enter the attack from the northern end. 35 wickets in his 30-match career, average 31.2. Bowls better than those figures suggest. Of course, would have had a bit of a tough run in the ODIs leading up to this one on those much batting-friendlier surfaces. Comes into Abdullah Shafiq and played back towards him defensively. Has one slip in place, a backward point cover sweeper on the offside. A long off. Here he is for his second delivery, and it's a repeat again, defended towards him. Also has a long on mid-wicket, deep backward square, as well as a fine leg inside the ring. Here's Abdullah Shafiq again, and this time defended into the offside. Looking for a run, but Ruston Chase alerted.
Non-existent. Rizwan probably telling him, where is there a single there?
Moti again, and this time 2 straying onto the pads and clipped away so easily from Mohammad Rizwan. Loves to just clip those spinners into the leg side. A very dominant leg side player is Mohammad Rizwan. He'll also be looking to Abdullah Shafiq, that was. Mohammad Rizwan, who is now on strike, would be looking to play that sweep shot quite often.
It's a productive shot for him as well.
Yeah, and that fine leg has actually gone into the deep now. And he gets down, tries to sweep first, delivery is faced. Was a good adjustment from Moti, just going a bit wider, knowing that he was going for that sweep. This time on the front foot and solid defense towards Moti. Just 1 run coming from that over. Mohammad Rizwan still on 1 from 16 and Shafiq 21 from 34.
Yeah, the West Indies are doing very well here. They've really stemmed the run flow a little bit, of course, with that early dismissal that of Ayub. He was prepared to take chances, but it's good to see that the West Indian bowlers have not fallen into the trap, but they've stuck to their guns and they continue to plug away. Now they're putting the pressure back on Pakistan to consolidate after being rocked by that double wicket over from Seals, and at the same time now they're trying to preserve wickets and try to score at the same time, which isn't always easy to do.
His Blades again from the southern end, and a wonderful drive through the offside, but sweeper at cover able to come around and restrict that to 1 for Abdullah Shafiq. So he's just been really giving the strike towards Ayub earlier and now Rizwan, and he's played just a few technically compact shots in between that. It's been a good sort of anchoring innings from Shafiq so far.
Yeah, I think he understands his role and he's playing it well.
Bleeds second delivery of the over. And this time, Rizwan just plays that straight. Nice push back towards Blades and no run to him.
And I think the slip cordon, I think they have to be careful here because Rizwan looks a little bit uncomfortable against Blades. He might very well try to attack him.
And Blades just losing his run up a bit.
Yeah, and you want to have players in position to take advantage of that because he, like I said, he likes to go onto the front foot, and with the ball leaving him the way Blades is leaving him, he may find that the line by the time the ball gets to him might be a totally different line because of the away movement.
And here's Blades again. Rizwan trying again to play that through the offside. Played that down and no run for Mohamed Rizwan. One from 18, so me just start to play on his mind a bit. Of course, you mentioned that movement going away. There's just 3 fielders on the own side. Very packed offside fielders we've seen from Jedediah Blades throughout this spell today. Here's Blades again to Rizwan, and this time he is going to get a run. Just one as mid-off comes across. Shamar Joseph, that is. Restricts that. Rizwan moves along to 2 now.
There's the 50s on the board, 50 for 2 now.
Still continues to have a bit of cloud hanging around the ground. No drizzle or no rain, so all good signs so far. Blades comes in again. And that's up in the air. That's going to clear everyone in the leg side. He's coming around. Yeah, it has cleared everyone. Lands out of reach of everyone.
Yeah, that went very high indeed. It was like a real golf shot because it went high, and then when it hit, it stuck. It didn't go anywhere. It's down the wicket again, kind of uncharacteristically, based on how he's played so far in this innings. Just kind of got a rush of blood there.
Yeah, not too sure if it had moved off the seam or if he had just rolled his hands over it, but it did seem to leave Shafiq a bit. But it was a much shorter delivery than he was expecting. Uncharacteristic of his play. Blades into him again and defends into the offside. No run to him. 15 overs have been completed. The score is 54 for 2. Rizwan on 2 from 19. Abdullah Shafiq 24 from 37. Jedediah Blades wicketless from his 5 overs and 25 runs he's given away. We're going to have a drinks break and we'll take a short break. Live action to resume shortly. 15 overs have been completed in this first innings of the second one-day international between West Indies and Pakistan. 54 for 2, the score after 15 on that first drinks break. Gudakesh Moti readies himself to begin his second over. Mohammad Rizwan to face up. He still has one slip in place. There's two fielders inside the ring on the offside. He's brought the long on into a mid-on now. Mid-wicket remains, as well as a sweeper on the leg side. And Rizwan just plays that towards cover. Brandon King is there in its way, ensuring no run.
Yeah, should have done better with that. That was a long hop that you really should have put away.
It's Moti again. Rizwan is playing that uppishly into the offside again. It's Roston Chase this time does the fielding. Bit of extra bounce that time from Gudakesh Moti.
Yeah, the wicket is turning.
Moti and again sweeping Mohammad Rizwan. Loves that shot, played it very fine. Coming back for a second and runs close to the boundary. Looks as if it was a good effort there from Justin Graves. They come back for 2. We may have a closer look at that. Not too sure.
I thought he did well. He didn't try to stop the ball. He just sort of batted it back to his teammate. Yeah, so he never really allowed himself to go into the boundary board or the marker. Actually, was Blades down there.
Was Blades down there. Here's Moti in again. Fourth delivery of the over. And nicely tossed up there. Played defensively by Rizwan. And of course, it is the second use of the surface after we played on this pitch last day. So may turn a bit more. Moti again a bit quicker, flatter this time. Mohammad Rizwan just dabs that down to a vacant third man area for 4 runs. His first boundary, and that will certainly fill him with some more confidence.
Yeah, that's well played. He was hurried a little bit, but he did well. He got back onto the back foot and just sort of dabbed it past the backward point down to that third man boundary. Look how deep in the crease he was. Stayed on top of it and played it well.
He's certainly a very beautiful player of spin. Just seems to be getting into a bit of a tangle there with his pads. Sorted it out though. Met with Abdullah Shafiq and had a discussion. One delivery to go in this over. And we do have a bit of a drizzle. We'll see how it progresses. Gudakesh Moti bowling now to Rizwan and just played into the offside defensively for no run. 60 for 2 after 16. Yeah, the ground staff are on their way. Seem to have been caught napping. Rain just coming from behind their position there. And they're running with those covers. Field is already everyone is already starting to come off the field. So we are going to have a bit of a delay here.
See Mr. Oliveri sprinting going on, and I use the word sprinting guardedly, but he's the one who organizes the camera on the stumps, so he knows how expensive those are. In fact, one day at the Oval, somebody grabbed a stump and was running with it, and he had to tackle the man to get back the camera stump.
It certainly makes for interesting viewing every time we have a match.
Ever since that, we keep telling him, and say, boy, a rugby player could not have pulled off a better tackle than that one. Because he literally had to tackle the guy. First he had to catch up with him, and then he had to tackle him to get the stump away from him. Because it was the middle stump with the camera in it. So, and that's a very expensive camera. So he had to do his job. But the ground staff, they're out there right now trying their best to get everything covered quickly. First they put like a little matting over the strip itself, and then they put the heavier tarpaulins on, and they've gotten one strip on. They're going to bring another one. I always said this: the uncovered strips, the strips that are not being used, those are the ones that when they get wet, they could cause long delays because they're actually cricket wickets that have either been used before or they're partially prepared, and they will get soft and soggy. So I always feel they should cover all of those wickets first and then spread out after that.
Yeah, of course. When you're fielding, you would always be running on those positions. Would be quite difficult and unsafe if it's too moist.
And it's close to the original, the current playing strip. So if there's any concern at all, it will be right there for the umpires to see, as opposed to, say, on the boundary where they might, they may be a little more kind of relaxed with that. But if it's that close to the actual wicket, where, like you said, bowlers and their follow-through could run on that, fielders could be running on it. So you want to protect that as much as possible. So it's sort of unfortunate we got this break here, though, because the game was in a really delicate position, with Pakistan trying to avoid losing further wickets and trying to, as you say, consolidate a bit and give themselves a chance before they go gung-ho again. And the West Indies bowlers, meanwhile, doing a pretty good job of restricting them and not giving them too many scoring opportunities. I thought Muti bowled well since coming on. He is getting turned, and that will be a factor. I'm sure Pakistani batsmen was looking at that and thinking, boy, if we could get 250, 270 maybe, their spinners may very well come into their own on this wicket later on.
Yeah, they could probably get away with a bit of a lower total than what we saw West Indies in the first game because of second use of the pitch. Pakistan, of course, bringing in that extra spin option, batting with that scoreboard pressure on West Indies, and of course, the unpredictable nature of how the weather could play out today. So he's going to be introducing different perspectives and narratives in that run chase when eventually that may come.
Yeah, it might be a consideration. We're not quite sure how long a delay this is. It's not heavy rain standards that we've seen before, but it is raining, and enough to take the players off the field and to bring the covers on. And the ground staff, who looks rather resplendent in their blue tops, and they've done a decent job getting the wickets covered. They have the run-ups covered as well. And I suppose this is what the average cricket fan might be saying right now. It's why they don't just cover all of this of the playing surface, and because here they are just standing around. Why? They've done the main thing. They've covered the wickets and they've covered the bowlers' run-ups. But look at how much more of the playing surface. Granted, the drainage here is pretty good, and it once the rain stops, it will dry off fairly rapidly. But you just think, if they could have put additional covers for a wider surface, that it would make life so much better when the rain does in fact subside and you're getting ready to play. But I suppose in most grounds, they don't cover the whole surface. We know in some areas they do, and I think Sri Lanka obviously comes to mind. We'd imagine Bangladesh and some of those areas where they have kind of monsoon climates where when it rains, it really rains. It's not like a drizzle like this. It's serious water, and they have to cover as much of the playing surface as possible. But I really feel we've reached this stage now. We've been playing cricket long enough that I really believe that they have to figure out a way how we could cover the entire. So we can remember we're not playing indoors. Basketball, for example, move from outdoors to indoors, and so they don't have that concern. But we still have a concern with the weather, and so we have to figure out a way. If we're going to play cricket outdoors during this time of the year, then we have to find a way to properly cover the playing surfaces.
Yes, certainly you always want to be as complete as you can be when it comes to covering the field and try to just ensure that there's no sort of holes in your
And no delay,
plan.
no delay when time to play. You have, what we always say, you have 22 fit men or women, and they're sitting in the pavilion, I don't know which is worse, rain falling and the covers are on, or the covers are off and the umpires waiting for the outfield to dry. I don't think nothing frustrates cricket supporters and players too than that particular aspect where everybody's just watching and waiting for the conditions to dry off. And like I said, sometimes that could be mitigated if we would only cover more of the actual playing surface.
And then sometimes too as well, you see them having to, before they even take off the covers, they have to carry the stopper on to dry the covers off completely. Of course, if everywhere was covered, they could just take out from the middle, come out, and then you wouldn't have to sop up the covers before taking them off.
I've said I really feel we have to come to the point where we must be able to find a way to cover these, because if it all right, the rain come to the east of us, it looks like it's clearing up quite nicely, so we don't think we're gonna have much more rain, at least not at the moment. But let's just say it was raining heavily, and we had a delay like we had some time ago. We had like a 2-hour delay, for something like that. When you come out now, the first thing is you now have to get rid of the covers, and then whatever mopping up you need to do to dry parts of the field, you go through that process, Then the umpires may probably come and inspect it to make sure that there are no dangers out there for the players, and and then that might take time. So if the sun doesn't come out now, they're going to wait a little while for it to dry out somewhat. So you're kind of reliant now on the weather conditions to help you and to speed up the entire process to do that. I really think at some point we have to figure out a way how we could help ourselves in that regard. And one of the ways, like I said, I feel we have to cover more of the surface. I understand tennis and those because it's a smaller surface. It's a much smaller surface they have to cover. And I see in Wimbledon, for example, they just take the buckle from one end, run across the court and plug it into the buckle at the other end. So they take the male and plug it into the female, but that's already set, and then the whole court is covered, and that will take 30 seconds. As long as it will take you to run from one side of the court to the next, and then everything is covered there. But that's a really small surface. This is a more elaborate scenario here, but I really feel there has to be a way that we could quickly, because look at how long these gentlemen out there, and they've spent more time standing around there and waiting than they actually spent covering the strip. So if they use that time to cover more of the strip, then as soon as the rain stops and the umpire makes the decision, they could start just taking off covers, and we could have a resumption of play sooner rather than later. But because they put what they have, and now it's just a wait and see scenario.
We do have a bit of sun just trying to break through the clouds. Drizzle has lightened up a bit, but those covers are quite damp above them, so it still take quite a while to fully get things back in order.
And you weren't invited to the discussions today, did you? Now there's a debate. Remember when Dr. Shallow made the announcement that they were convening this emergency meeting with some of the heads, including Clive Lloyd, Viv Richards, and Brian Lara. But for some reason, Lara's name doesn't appear there anymore. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's just a misprint. But even when they were quoting names, they called just two names, Viv and Clive. And Lara's name was not, I don't know if it's a given that he will be there or what have you. But I just found it a little bit strange that his name has kind of, I don't know if he's not available, but he was here the day before. He was here when we were here Friday, and he was here with the team, and he spoke to some of the spectators. He was talking about listening to the pan and being able to sit among the fans and enjoy that atmosphere and what have you. And I was thinking, well, okay, so he's here for the meeting, and they'll go through with the stuff. Now the meeting is to convene today and continue tomorrow. I think Sammy and the players may get an opportunity to have their input tomorrow at the Hyatt Regency. But I just found it strange that Lara's name was. I don't know if that is an oversight or if something happened between. And I don't know if it's a scheduling issue, but between that time and today, it's just I just find it a little bit strange, and I suppose other people have picked up on it as well as to where it is, how it is his name doesn't appear in the today or lately, I should say, because originally it was Lara, Viv, and Sir Clive. Those are the names given. I'm glad that we still have Sir Clive and Viv, but for some strange reason, Lara's name is missing. And now I'm just thinking that might be an oversight. But I'm sure there is a logical explanation as to why it is that his name sort of mysteriously...
Well, it must be some sort of oversight, especially since we saw him so many times last day here at the stadium. Of course, this being his home area where they would be convening that.
Yeah, I really feel that, you see, look, I was listening, somebody was just making the point,
I didn't realize there was that much in-depth discussions about it.
Yeah. It says here the first day of talks will focus on high-performance strategy and structural reform. Wide-ranging panel discussions will examine current team performance, challenges, and identify immediate improvement strategies. The focus on day 2 will shift to player-centered high-performance solutions with direct input from current senior players, which means some of the players who are playing here, coaching staff about performance gaps and team ambitions. Head coach Sammy will lead a coaching staff feedback session to address the team's brand of cricket as well as any immediate difficulties, while players will be able to speak candidly about their experiences. So
we'll just have to wait and see what comes of that.
But it begs the question, where is Lara? And I'm sure he, I know Brian, for years. I've known him for years, and I know he would be happy to sit with the West Indies Cricket Board, or more or less sit with the players and kind of guide them, or at least give his input as to what he thinks, because that's what a session like this is about. You kind of come and you talk, you say what is on your mind, and you throw out ideas, and then somebody would probably share those panel discussions and then figure out, where, and then you probably have your team of workers back there busily typing up and making sense of all of it, and then they put that in a document, I would imagine, and then further streamline it, put it in some kind of order, and then make a deliberate analysis of it all, and then see what comes out of it in terms of recommendations and a way forward.
Of course, the meeting is only just the first step.
Yeah.
After that, many things will need to be put in place, and what many supporters would hope is just at least some sort of transparency as to what came out of the meeting and where the direction of West Indies cricket would be heading thereafter. Certainly we would be a bit more eagle-eyed today looking for Brian Lara, whether he makes an appearance here.
I don't know what time though. I couldn't tell you what time today's meeting would start. If it's an after lunch thing or an early morning session, that would give those same people an opportunity to come and watch the end of the game today. Friday's game was a day-night game. So if this was a day-night game, they could have held it in the morning, and then everybody would just kind of move up to Aruba in the afternoon.
Yeah,
But
I think
we-
this game being a day game probably
Yeah.
just because it's Sunday, so
Yeah, so they probably have their discussions in the morning and then try and come and watch the end of the game in the afternoon. We could tell our listeners that the supper upper is on the field now, on the tarpaulins, trying to sup up whatever water might be on the surface of the tarpaulins before they start to remove them. And it's a fairly big one. So while that continues its little mopping up situation here, we could remind our listeners that it's 60 for 2. That's when the interruptions came at about 10:50. It's now 11:05, so we've lost 15 minutes already. I don't know if there's enough time for them to start doing a deduction, but we wait to see if they will start reducing overs. Even if they do, it won't be by many. But then it depends on it, because they haven't removed the covers as yet. So by the time they do that and then they look and see if it's dry enough, we might be another 10 to 15 minutes before we get play restarted here at the moment. But I would love to think both teams might be happy with what they've gotten so far this morning. Pakistan would have liked their start. They were put in by the West Indies, and they made 3 changes. And I think they would have liked the start they got, especially with Ayub going at a rate of knots early on, while Shafiq was playing the anchor role and just supporting him. And then when he departed, Babar Azam came out, and of course Seals bowled a beauty that came off the pad, and then
it's actually started back to drizzle.
Yep. So, it's just one of those things. So they just have to wait. And that's why I kept saying, if they would only cover most of the field, you wouldn't have an excuse to have to sit and watch,
So now the stopper is just out there being kind of redundant.
Well, they've taken off the first wave, but then if more rain comes now, then they'll have to come back to do a little bit more later on.
Of course, Pakistan, as you said, would be quite happy with that start. Not too happy that Babar Azam would have gone back for duck, but they would have started off with that great start from Saim Ayub that would have tried to offset that. Of course, Rizwan and Shafiq looking quite solid at the moment, and still a lot of batting to follow.
Yeah. And the thing is, this is a game Pakistan must be thinking they would want to win this and win this series at the earliest possible opportunity. You don't want to give the West Indies any kind of momentum and let them win this, and then you have to kind of fight to win a third one. And the way the weather is, who knows what will happen in a third game. So this is the game for Pakistan and for the West Indies, because they want to keep the series alive as well. So this is the game here for both teams. And like I said, given the weather conditions and the time of the year, you just don't know what is going to happen come Tuesday. So you play what you have in front of you, and you try to do your best here today.
It is pretty much a chance of rainfall on every day that this series was scheduled to be played. We were quite lucky in that first game to not have a bit more rain, actually.
Yeah, we had good weather. We had really good weather in that game. And this morning started off quite nice there, and I thought, well, we might get a full day, And lo and behold, here, 16 overs in, here comes the rain. But hey, we're in the rainy season, so I always tell people, when you get close to lunchtime in Trinidad now, you could expect a little bit of, even if it's just a drizzle.
Especially from the north.
Yeah, it's obligatory to get a little sprinkle, a little blessing somewhere. Think of the farmers. They might be happy. They get a little something. People plant a lot of their own little personal gardens and stuff like that. So they're glad for a bit of rain. Not too much, but they got. But of course, those same people want to see cricket also. So
They also might be glad that it's not sunny for them too.
yes. So they can look at it and say, on the one hand, the rain will help the crops, but on the other hand, I want to watch some cricket, and why the rain don't go away, something to that effect. But it's good.
They'd more prefer no rain in the match if it's a night game, so they could keep the work during the day.
During the day, yeah, and go on. One of the things that when I look out in the crowd is this is a bigger crowd than we had on Friday to start. Remember, Friday was kind of
surely
splintered.
people would have been getting here after they finished their work.
But I think this is a much larger crowd than we had at any time on Friday, even late in the night. And I suspect that after lunch more people will come. It finishes like the Sunday lunch, so they'll come after lunch, and and try and catch the game a little bit later on. I really wish I could see more children.
Probably try to come in with their Sunday lunch too.
Well, I don't know if they allow them to come in with the big baskets and the big coolers and what have you. But they have vendors here, so they don't need to walk with their lunches, but they could eat at home and come down after. They could have big family time. I was glad to see a lot of families coming, a lot of children coming in as well. I think there is an offer in terms of tickets for precisely that purpose, so that people can, a whole family could afford to come and watch a game or anything like that. And that is part of, I suppose, the culture of West Indies cricket now. It's a little bit different to what it was in the past. When I was growing up, you had to line up early morning. So you hear all these stories about people 3 o'clock in the morning by the Oval, just to, you don't have a ticket yet, waiting to get a ticket, to try to come in, because they hardly ever sold tickets in advance. Then so you buy any ticket at the door to get entry. And you would purchase the ticket in the same turnstile that you're going in with. So, so it's like you buy it and you go in one time. So you get the ticket and you hand it to somebody over there.
It's almost like a drive-through. You make the
yes,
order, then you make the collection.
And you go your way. And, you go to the game. And when I would listen to my old man and his friends, that was like par for the course. That was the line. You go early and you wait for your chance, you get your tickets, and then you watch the cricket. So you basically go on for the whole day, Because you go early morning just to get in, and then when you're inside, you're there for the whole day, because remember it's a test match most times, so you're basically there for the whole day. And so that is, and I suppose that was the culture of West Indies cricket. It wasn't only in Trinidad, it was all over the Caribbean. I think that's how people approach the game. It was that event kind of thing, and you probably would have heard of the narration by Paul Keynes Douglas about Tanty Merle. And that Tanty Merle game, I'm trying to remember part of the story that we focus on the Tanty Merle, but we don't ever focus on the actual game itself. Right? And in that game, they had some amazing performances as well. But everybody is so enamored now about the Tanty Merle part of it, as narrated by Paul Keynes Douglas, that we forget that there was an actual game there with the Combined Islands playing in the Oval, So it was just, it was so funny with all of that. But and that was the thing too. Women also did that. So that wasn't just a man thing to go and line up. The women went and they actually lined up to go to the game as well. Just like how you might line up to get the new Apple iPhone or something, and you see it on the television, lines going all around the corner, so, and they're going for a phone, stuff like that. That was the enticement then, to get a ticket to go into the Oval to watch a game of cricket.
I usually like to get the phone the year after it comes out, so drops in
no,
price of it.
This is so funny as you say that. A year I was in Canada. It was around this time because I went to Caribano, and I was going to this mall. I went to the mall and with my wife and my daughters, and they went to what's the name of a Victoria's Secret store. From experience, I know that when my family, my wife and my 2 daughters get into a Victoria's Secret store, that's an hour I have that I could do anything because they won't finish. They were not going to be finished for at least an hour. So I went, walking to the mall. This I think was the Malvern Mall somewhere in Toronto there. And I was walking around and I saw this store. Before we left home that morning, that the same thing I was telling you about, I was watching the images on the television about people lining up since the night before to get some new iPhone that was coming out or something like that. And they were only just releasing it. And then California and New York and other places, you had these long lines. I mean, lines going around the corner all about the place. And I was walking through this mall, this Malvern Mall, and a guy, I think those phones were like, I don't know, 120, 130 or something like that for the phone, or if not more. And I was walking through the mall, and I go in this Chinese store, and the man selling me the same phone for 50 years.
Well, that must have been a while now, 50 years for a phone in general.
But that's what I'm saying. But he's trying to convince me it's a new phone. I say, if you're selling me the same phone that the owners of the phone are selling for like 120 or 150, and you selling it to me for 50, I say something had to be wrong with that phone. It cannot be the same. But he was trying to convince me that is the same iPhone that they were just released, and he already had. So and he was no line on it. I just walk in the store, and there he was trying to offer me to buy the phone. But
I'm sure if I was there, I would have figured out whether it was the
it was
genuine one or not.
Yeah, you see, but you're more tech savvy than I am. You know what to look for and stuff like that. I would have probably just bought it and said, I got a deal, But somehow I just felt that it was too good to be true. You know what I mean? Because I tell you, in the morning we were watching the television and we saw the lines, and I was watching the news. These long lines, people lining up to go for this phone. And here I am, just going in the mall, and a man offering me the same phone for $50. So I'm like, no, something's wrong with it. Good news, folks. The covers have been removed. The rain has stopped naturally. The covers have been removed. Quite a bit. I don't want to dampen your spirits too much, but there are some dark clouds building up.
Yeah, as someone from this region,
yeah, that Princess
of
Town
Trinidad,
area,
I would know that when we see it coming from that direction is not the greatest signs. And we see some to the south as well too.
So we wait to see. But for now, right here at the Taruba area, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it is, the sun is out, not in all its glory, but it's out. The rain has stopped, and the ground staff is working assiduously to try to get everything in place. They're removing the sapapa. Well, I think it's going back now because the grass close to the squares. I welcome back Adrian. The grass close to the square. I was making that discussion, and I'm thinking, we've been playing cricket for so many years now that we have to figure out a way how to better cover not just the wicket. I'm not complaining that the ground staff did a good job to cover the wicket and the square, but the rest of the field, because look at it now, they've taken off the covers, right? But look at where the concentration is with the upper. It's the edges, the fringes of the square now that the rain probably fell, or when they remove the covers, they don't take the covers off the field. They drop it in areas where the drains are, and they just dump the water there, and then they hope it will go down in the drain and move away. But look at this upper now. It's actually operating on the fringes to dry those areas, and and look at the ground staff too. They come in with their sponges. So there is some, I don't know if we call it seepage or what, but there has to be a little concern. Hence the reason why the third umpire is out there supervising this little mopping up with the upper.
Yeah, so some good signs here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Not that they're taking off the covers, but not so much of a good sign that it's still overcast. The forecast today,
To the east of us
yeah, forecast is actually rain.
for intermittent showers.
That's right. So we're hoping that we're able to get in enough overs, at least for this crowd. There's a pretty decent crowd here on Sunday morning, and they're really looking forward to a good game. Some of the fans they have actually would have been here since after around 8:30 at the time I got down here, and they were already streaming into the ground. So
When you look at the crowd, I was just telling Matthew this. Is this a bigger crowd than we had on Friday? When you look at this, especially in this section to our right here, and especially at the start of the game, we even on that side, it's filling up quite nicely, and those sections over on that side of the stadium as well.
yeah, it looks a bit more filled up today, and I expect it as the day goes along, because I was actually talking to Darren Ganga, and he said his family would be coming. So I'm guessing from that a lot of other families may be coming around the
Yeah.
lunchtime period, just after lunch. You know,
After have a word with Darren, because if he said his family is coming and they will fill up the stadium, what kind of family Darren has? It's a busload.
yeah, well, you know, Darren is a South boy, so and Badri.
Yeah, I suppose his brother would
Yeah.
come with their families as
Exactly.
well, and so they'll make look, the tarpaulin is flying right now as they try to take it off the ground, and but I suppose the good news is that the ground looks a real picture. They're just putting back in the markings. The stumps are already in position, and before too long, we should be able to get a restart in proceedings here. Right now, Pakistan 60 for 2, and I was making the point earlier that I felt both teams could be happy with what they've gotten so far this morning. Pakistan with a good start, West Indies recovering and tightening up considerably with the ball.
Yeah, definitely so. The Pakistan team, they were going really well until Jaden Seals was able to get 2 wickets in quick succession. He got Ayub and the big wicket of Babar Azam. So West Indies, they're able to pull it back. We know that this partnership now would be crucial between Shafiq and Rizwan. And this break here would do nothing better for the West. It will be work right up the bowling team favor, because those breaks don't
No favor the batsman at
no,
all.
not yeah. Maybe sometimes it could happen, the momentum, but in this situation here, the bowlers always have the upper hand, because the batsman, it's only one mistake you have to make as a batsman, whereas with a bowler, you could still try again.
Yeah, it is, and Jaden Seals, we he got the 2 wickets, including the prize wicket of Babar Azam, and so he bowled well. Blades, I thought, came back and bowled pretty good as well in that second spell, and he went past Rizwan's bat on a couple of occasions. Unlucky he didn't get the wicket, but I think he needs it just for his confidence to get a wicket or 2. And you always feel good when you get a couple of wickets, and if you could get a prize scalp like Rizwan, that will go a long way to give the bowler confidence, and it give the team a lift, because now you get rid of the 2 main batters. Azam has gone for a duck, and you get Rizwan cheaply. You feel you're in with a big chance here to get them out at a reasonable total, and give yourself a chance to try to win the game. And I said this was the game. This is the game, rather. This is the game for the Windies to avoid going 2-0 down, and for Pakistan for taking an unassailable lead in the series. And it's also good for Pakistan if they could wrap up the series at the earliest convenience. And because you don't want to leave it open. Next thing, the West Indies get momentum and they come and, they play a perfect game on Tuesday, and you lose the series.
Yeah, and certainly the West Indies have a lot more to play for because they are number 10 in the world in the top 10 ODI rankings, and in the standings, sorry, they are 10 position, and Pakistan is number 4.
Yeah.
So if the West Indies are able to win this series, it will do the world of good for the West Indies team. Whereas with Pakistan, if they lose this series, it will affect their standing. So they have, especially with World Cup qualification, the West Indies team, they have all the motivation in the world to really win this series. Here they're playing in their backyard, and in Trinidad and Tobago, in the West Indies, a lot of players would have played here through the CPL and so on, and test match, one-day matches and first-class games. So definitely the West Indies team should be looking to get this victory today, as you mentioned, equal the series, and then really have something to play for Tuesday.
Yeah, it keeps the series alive. It keeps the spectator interest as well. So there are a number of positives to come from a West Indies win today. It's nice and breezy. I might add, you see the flags stretching out at the east of us, and like I said, it's that wind that is coming right across the ground that we hope, even if there's rain there, that the strength of those winds will blow it past the ground and make life easier for the players themselves. Now the covers are off the field. The upper has left the field. But guess what? The ground staff, some of them are actually doing a little bit of mopping up. They're putting sawdust in some areas. So it means that area, the northern side here, across the entire strip, the northern part, from the left track to the right track, they're applying sawdust at certain parts going across there. And that was the area that we saw the upper trying to dry off a while ago. So it means that there might be some kind of seepage under there, or on that part of the ground. And remember, the bowlers are running up right there, and even if you're fielding, it's close to the wicket, close to the square. But I keep saying it, we really have to figure out a better way to cover this, because it's just like this is what I'm trying to avoid at all costs, because here it is, the covers have been removed, but we can't resume play just yet. The ground staff is just there, they're just sitting and they're standing there waiting, and I suppose waiting for instructions as to what to do next.
Yeah, still waiting to see if there's actual resumption time. So
Now they're going to put some sawdust down at that southern end now to make sure that and they'll probably leave some sawdust on the grounds just in case the players need additional sawdust to apply at different times. Now they have the tarpaulin still on the golf cart at the southern end. I'm not sure why they haven't removed that, unless they fear that rain will be coming back, and that is the first.
Yeah, I think that what you said there is one of their concerns, because that cloud there on the southeastern part of the ground, that would definitely, could see everybody looking in that direction, the groundsmen.
Yeah, and they know exactly what
Exactly.
they're looking for.
They have been here more than us.
Yep. And like I always said, their job is almost like a thankless job, because they do it well, we take it for granted. They don't do it well, we want to kill them after that. And but as soon as the rain interrupts, they spring into action and to cover the strip, to whatever is required, and then they just go back into their little zone or their little area there and let the cricket play. I'm sure they enjoy watching the cricket as well, but their main thing has always been to try to get the ground covered and get play restarted as quickly as possible. And seeing that that tarpaulin, that matting, which is the first layer that goes over the playing strip, that has been removed, and that little golf cart takes it across. There's another golf cart on the field that is getting ready to but just as I say so, they bring it back on. So it's a real cat and mouse going on here right now. And is it that there's more rain coming?
Yeah, it looks like it started to drizzle again.
Yeah, because look, they're hurriedly trying to get things back in position. And the players now are sprinting to their tarpaulins to try to bring them back on the field. Now, Oliveri, Colin, had already put the stumps back in place, including the camera. So now he has to take them out and make way for the tarpaulins to come back on.
Yeah, it's really being a groundsman in these sort of situations is not the easiest time, but it is the job, as you say, the unsung heroes of these games, especially with rain, because it's very, very important that square or that entire area there is covered properly, because that could really affect the resumption time whenever the weather improves. So we see that they are bringing back on the covers here. It's 11:30 a.m. In Trinidad and Tobago.
We went off originally at 10:50. That was the first interruption because of rain. And we thought we were going to get play restarted at about now. But again, there were some areas that they had to cover. And they had to mop up and make sure that it was dry enough so that there was no danger. That's the first thing. That's the priority. The safety of the players. So you don't want to put them out there and risk injuries, because remember now, these are professional players. And so long after this game, they still have to, play elsewhere. A lot of these players play franchise cricket and other things. So
the CPL actually starting on
next
the 14th.
week, so as soon as they leave here, they're somewhere else doing their stuff. So there's a lot, at stake here for these players. So you want to make sure that they're not put at any risk at all, any undue risk at all, because no player likes to be holed up with an injury or something. And if you could avoid that, then you avoid it as much as possible.
Yeah, and a lot of the Pakistan players also will be playing in the CPL.
Yep. Because
they are usually a very common feature in the CPL. So a lot of cricket after this. They're representing their national teams at the moment.
And they have the Asia Cup coming up as well.
That's right, in September.
Yeah, so there's a lot of cricket for these players. Nobody wants to be injured, especially if you could avoid it, then you do so. So the ground staff is again taking center stage, folks. And some good news though, because in the east it looks like it wants to clear up, but like I said, the forecast is that we might have these intermittent showers and these little spells. But what this might do though is convince the umpires to probably delay, whatever decision they want to make, just to be on the safe side. Here they thought they would have been able to just remove the covers and then we might get play restarted after they did their due diligence with a little bit of mopping up and what have you. But then as soon as they looked like we were going to get play, we have another slight drizzle. Now this is a very slight drizzle, I might add. This is not a heavy downpour or anything of the like. It's just a slight little drizzle. And hopefully we will be able to get play started as soon as this little drizzle subsides and that they're able to get the covers off and hopefully get play resuming as quickly as possible to the benefit of all, including some anxious supporters who are eager, I would imagine, to see the West Indian Stars, but more importantly to see them winning again. So we'll see what happens. But I think we'll take a break and, we'll come back as soon as we have word about a possible resumption of play here. So at the moment, it is Pakistan 60 for 2. Mohammed Rizwan is 8 not out. And Abdullah Shafiq is on 24. The men out, Saib Ayub for 23. And Babar Azam for no score. Jaden Seals taking the 2 wickets to fall this morning, and that's after the West Indies won the toss and asked Pakistan to bat first in the second one-day international here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So with nothing happening other than the ground staff putting the covers back on, we'll take a break, and as soon as we get word of a resumption of play, we'll come back with continued commentary. So until such time, we hand you back to the studios. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where we have some great news. The umpires are out in the middle. The West Indian players are also making their way out, and the two Pakistani batters are walking out as well. Mohammad Rizwan on 8 and Abdullah Shafiq on 24. So we're about to resume at 60 for 2, 16 overs completed so far, and the news is that there will be no deduction of overs just yet, and we will resume in a couple of minutes, or about a minute or so from now, at 11:50. We went off, Adrian, at 10:50, so we would have lost exactly 1 hour's play, well, 1 hour's time, because we haven't had any reduction in overs or anything of the like, which is good news. It means we still get, hopefully, a full complement of overs.
Yeah, big roar here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, because the crowd excited to see cricket today. They would have dedicated this entire day to come to see cricket, and people would have brought their families here. And certainly everyone is excited to see this game resume. No one really likes these rain delays. In fact, it keeps people away from viewing the game. So when there's play, it's always very nice to see.
Well, it certainly is. So it's going to be Rizwan, who is actually Shafiq, it is, who is going to take first strike, as Blaze, it is, who's going to continue. 5 overs so far for him, not for 25, as the umpires are just making sure that everything is in place. On a big thumbs up to the ground staff once again for getting us here. Here we go, the first ball after the delay, and there's a chance at a run out, but he had it covered quite nicely. He just pushed it out into the offside and was able to complete a easy single despite the best efforts of Rust and Chase.
Yeah, Blades right away on target. Good to see from him after that delay. Shafiq there pushing that one there for a single. Brings Rizwan now on strike, who is on 8 of 25 deliveries. Slowest start for him. I'm guessing after those quick wickets.
Yeah, he is now getting a short ball. He's trying to pull it, Rizwan, and just square the wicket. The umpire almost got run over there by Evan Lewis, who was sliding across to his right from just a short forward square leg, and was able to get both hands, or get his hand to it and stop the ball, and then went sliding, almost wiped out the umpire.
Yeah, and we see that one there rushing on to Rizwan a bit, and no doubt due to the amount of rain, the slight moisture would cause the ball to skid onto the bat.
The next delivery is outside the off stump, and again, this time it goes to the left of Chase as he was running it down behind square on the offside. Gets an easy single as it went down the hill to widest third man. Another single.
Yeah, so important part of the innings again for Pakistan, because still a lot of overs. We lost no overs due to the rain, and they still have a lot of overs here. 16.3 overs completed.
Here's the next delivery, again pushing it out in the offside, and once more they've got a comfortable single as he just dabbed it and starts to run, and gets another easy single. So good sensible cricket. They're trying to play themselves in after the break in play.
Yeah, and the West Indies have a really good record when chasing. They actually won around a percentage of about 90% in terms of chasing in probably the past 10 games. So
here's another delivery. This one is in the air. There is a man getting under it, and he takes the catch. Well, is that Brandon King running in there to take the catch, and a big wicket for the West Indies. Actually, it's Gudakish Muti who was taking the catch as he's running in. Was a short ball, and Shafiq on 26 just helped it. He didn't really hook it much. He just tried to help it around, but it got big on him, and he skied a catch to fine leg. Well judged catch by Muti.
Yeah, as I was speaking about earlier, the ball is skidding on a bit more, actually rush him a bit. So that extra couple spaces on the ball would have really made that advantage there, give him that advantage to actually rush onto him. So that's the end of Shafiq, and it brings in the new batsman Talat. And the West Indies now have Pakistan at 64 for 3, and we see the rain delay, because in the first over after the rain delay, the Pakistan have lost another wicket.
Yeah, we were just discussing that, the possibilities of wickets, how much it's disruptive for the batsmen after the interval or after a break in play. That it's normally the batters who are more susceptible because they have to start over with their innings. And they started well. They were taking singles, and then all of a sudden he got this short ball. He couldn't resist. He didn't try to hook it. He just tried to help it around, but it kind of got big on him and hit the top edge. And a good running catch coming in from Muti.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that it actually looked like a nothing shot, because it really didn't have any intent. He just tried to help it around the corner. So maybe if he had gone through with it, maybe something could have happened.
Here's the next delivery, and Talat just allows it to go through. He's left-handed, and just shoulders arm allows it to go its merry way. It's the end of the over, a good over, 64 for 3. Now Rizwan is on 10. Talat is yet to score.
So there's Jediah Blades here getting his first wicket here in this match, and he would be really happy about that, because he's a young player, he's an inexperienced player, and that wicket would certainly build his confidence. And now Kudakesh Moti would be continuing his attack from the northern end here at the Branlara Cricket Academy, and he would certainly be looking to continue to really enforce this pressure, to keep this pressure, keep the momentum, because the momentum is with the West Indies team right now.
As the crowd looks on intently, here is Muti now, bowls, and a little bit of turn again, just moving away from Rizwan. And I think this is the prize wicket here now for the West Indies. If they could remove Rizwan, that would be ideal for them. And again, he has to reach for it. A little bit of turn there from Gudakesh Muti. As well, what becomes a danger ball now is the one with the arm. If he can really pitch it, line it up properly, pretend that it's turning, and it just goes through the gate between bat and pad. Driven nicely down the ground, but can't get it down the hill. As King is in the way there, no run at extra cover. So Gudakesh Muti getting to his over quickly, wheels the arm over once more, and a good delivery. A little bit of turn there, but well read by Rizwan. And allowing it to go through to the keeper. Here is Muti with him once more. He's sweeping, and he gets it not behind square, but through forward square, almost a mid-wicket. And just to tell you how early he was sweeping that one. And got a single for it.
Yeah, it's over. Quick over, really quick over. It's already 5 deliveries in it, and that's the good thing about spinners in this version of the game. It helps to kind of get things moving along. Helps, especially when there's a lot of dot balls, they tend to pile up on each other. So it's 4 dot balls in this over already. Just 1 run off of it. And we know how important dot balls is in this version of the game.
Yeah, they're precious, if you know what I mean, because it limits scoring. And a wicket is a dot ball too, depending on what type of wicket it is, other than a run out. Here's Bunti again, bowls, and he's turning it. Goes right across his stumps there and tries to turn it on the onside. Does so, but he can't get a run at square leg. Graves was in the way. It's the end of the over. 18 completed. It's 65 for 3.
Yeah, and as we were talking about Ruskin dot balls, I remember when David Williams was our coach for the Trinidad and Tobago team, especially in the 2020 version. The coaches actually, they do their own scoring. They actually score ball by ball, so they know exactly, they can take notes of what's happening. And he could have actually told us that a wicket is going to fall now, because once he sees a pattern of dot balls, he knows that the batsman is going to try something. And sometimes we actually see it. So there's 3 dot balls, and sometimes at the 4th ball a wicket actually fall, and he did that a couple times, and it just shows how important in the limited overs version of the game the dot balls actually apply pressure on the batsman.
But here's Justin Graves starting a new over, and this one goes right under the bat, hits the bottom of the bat, and almost snuck through. There's one, relaxed there.
Yeah, so Justin Greaves, he may look like he is a medium pace bowler, but he bowls a lot from his shoulders. So as a batsman, sometimes he could catch you off guard, and that one was right into the block hole. He's very fortunate to actually get bat on that, because if he didn't, he would have been back to the pavilion.
Graves is on his way once more. Bowles pitches up, driven nicely. Down the ground it goes, but a good tumbling save, and denying them the chance of a boundary. Just the 1 run in it. Shamar Joseph, another crowd favorite here, doing very well.
So Graves in for Romario Shepherd. So Graves will be really looking forward to this opportunity here. He would be looking to stake a claim, make a name for himself. We know he's an excellent List A cricketer. He actually scored the most runs in our domestic 50 overs tournament in the Caribbean. He actually scored 4 centuries. So it was really a remarkable series from him locally.
Again, it's played away nicely, but they'll only get a single because, again, Graves just trying to keep it tight, keep everything in front of the batsman, don't give them too much swinging room.
And that's exactly the point. Pakistani players love room, because most of the guys are shorter in stature, and when you are a shorter batsman in stature, you are always looking for room on the offside. So that tight line that he's bowling is excellent.
He's on his way once more, comes past the umpire now, pitches up, and again looking for a big drive. There's Rizwan. He's a little bit frustrated right now. His timing is off.
Yeah, I think this is an excellent over so far from Graves. It's 2 deliveries already straight into the block hole. I don't think Coach Ravi Rampal nothing could have made him more happy than what he's seeing right now, because that is exactly, look, is actually something is wrong with the bat from that delivery. So definitely
probably broke the bat
straight in that block hole. Rizwan, that is. So
he probably broke the bat, so he probably is calling a change of bat.
Yeah, because it got
or some kind of repair.
2 Yorkers so far, so that bat would have took 2 really hard shock. So that probably damage.
I don't know if part of it. I don't know if part of it is splintered, but that's what I was worried about. That I didn't see they were going out with any bats, but I think they bring in the replacement bats now. They bring in 3 of them. I hope it's the one that has little runs in it, one that has a few runs in it, and one that has the most dismissals in it.
Yeah, certainly West Indies team would be happy for that.
Yeah. Any one of those 3 you can choose.
Yeah, they wouldn't mind that at all, especially Sheope.
Give him the bat that he's gotten out with the most, and let him use that one. You can see the batsman using what we call inners, the inner glove.
Yeah, due to the humidity here in Trinidad. And I think the wind it start to pick up slightly here, which is a really good sign in terms of the weather. So players would appreciate any wind here.
Graves is on his way once more. All's well that ends well, and he cutting at it outside the off stump. And he played under that one because that ball jumped over the blade. And luckily for Rizwan, he didn't get a touch.
Yeah, so Rizwan is a really good cutter of the ball. He would have actually missed out there, but as you mentioned, had a lot more bounce and pace, so it really outdone him there. So Graves a medium pace bowler, but he bowls a really heavy ball which could survive you.
He's on his way once more, bowls, and this one is driven upishly back past the bowler, just as we were talking that Rizwan would want to get after him, and he almost gave him a return catch, but it was well away from him, and Graves could only dream about diving over there and plucking that one out of the air. The over comes to an end, and at the end of it, it's 71 for 3.
Yeah, 6 runs coming off that over there. Good shot from Rizwan. Beautiful shot down the ground for 4, and he's good player right around the circle. So he would definitely be looking to get things going, because at the same time, we're in the 19th over. 3 wickets down, but the Pakistan, in order to have a chance or to win this game, they need runs on the board.
Yeah, it's like I said, the game is really nicely poised here. If the Windies could break through a couple times, who knows? Here is Muti, who's turned away on the onside. They think for a moment about a single, but it's not on, and King comes across, and you see he's looking at the surface now, because when he fielded that ball, he took out a big divot. A lot of earth came up with him. It was almost like he's excavating the ground. But he's okay now. Here is a delivery that spun. Probably pitched just outside leg and just went further away.
Yeah, lots of turn on offer here for Moti.
And again, nicely played. Very delicate and very deliberate. And they're going to go back for a second run. That's good running all the same.
Yeah, nice paddle there. That shot was always on, because Moti spinning the ball into him, the left-handed Talat, and there's actually no one at that short fine leg. There's like a wideish, or finer, backward square.
Muti bowls again. This one is turned away, going for a single. It's not there, and that's excellent work again. That's Graves picking up and in one motion threatening to throw down the ground at the wicket at the non-strikers end. And the batsman who thought about it initially was decided against it.
Yeah, good pressure here by the West Indies team.
Talat, who made 41, and that's another wide. Talat made an unbeaten 41. I think that got lost in the shuffle, so to speak, because of the brilliant knock of eventual man of the match, Nawaz. And that's a goal shot. That one is through the cover as it goes, and there's cover out in the deep. Casey Carty's out there, but the batsman will settle for 1. Or settle for 2 rather.
Yeah, so Moti now 2 wides in this over, and he still have 2 deliveries remaining, so he'd be looking to keep things tight, finish off this over well.
Slightly shorter, and that one is just run down to short third man. They don't go for the run. As he seemed very relaxed with that, just standing up and pushing it on the offside. No run. He waits on Muti, who's with him now, driving and squared the wicket on the offside. Easy single to end another over, to end the 20th over. It's 78 for 3 at the end of it.
Yeah, so good conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Doesn't look like there will be any interruptions for at least the next maybe half hour or hour or so, but things could change really quickly with weather conditions in the tropical part of this world. 1 minute it's sunny, and then next minute it's rainy, so we do look forward to that. So 20 overs there completed. Another 30 overs remaining in this Pakistan innings. Remember, no overs were lost due to rain, so full game so far.
Graves on his way once more outside the off stump, and a big slash out there from Talat. And he looks like he wants to get on with things now. He knows that they need runs badly. 78 for 3. They're a little bit stuck right now. singles and an occasional 2 is all that they've been fed.
I think someone is walking across the side street here right now.
Happens every time.
Gets out.
And what it was Friday, it was actually the security. Here's Graves. He's on his way once more. A wide outside the off stump, and it's going to be signaled as a wide. Let's do that again.
Yeah, so Graves now having to adjust to bowl into the left-handed Talat now, and sometimes you try to, how to say, overcompensate sometimes. You would know that, Ruskin, that as a fast bowler, sometimes you bowl into a left and right hand, and you know you overcompensate and go too wide.
Yeah, I suppose the rule of thumb is try and hit middle stump. Here is Graves again, bowls, and he's driving, but well fielded again. Can't get it through, and Chase is in the way. And there's no run.
So no slips in at the moment in the middle phase of the game. So there's a third man on the boundary, a sweeper. The 4 guys out. Fine leg, deep backward square. So lots of space for 1s and 2s for the Pakistani batting attack.
Just 2 for 16 for Jaden Seals. There is Graves pose and standing up nicely and pushing it out into the outside Talat. Staying on top of it, just playing it with the tide because he knows that the bowler is trying to go across him.
Yeah, sun is really blistering here at the Brana Cricket Academy. Good to see the fans. Everyone looks like they're in the shaded part of the ground. So I know at the evening time that southwestern corner there of the ground tend to get a lot of sun.
Yeah, they watch as Graves is on his way once more, bowls, and this one he's cracking this one past the man at cover. That's going to go into the boundary, a deep cover for 4.
Yeah, glorious shot there by Talat. Really allowed the ball to come onto the bat all along the carpet. Excellent shot by him. His score moves on now to 83 for 4.
Yeah, that's a good
3,
shot.
sorry.
Yep, that will relieve pressure on the Pakistani batsman. Such a good shot. He placed it well. Again, not trying to hit it too hard, but relying more on timing and placement. Graves, though, will try to rebound from that much wider and signal a wide. But the important thing was he actually got the batsman to chase it outside there.
Yeah, not much foot movement here by Talat. Very interesting that he stood literally planted and just fired the bat at it. So guess that's the plan, is to try to bowl him wide because he looks like he liked the ball close to him.
Yeah, but the sun is fighting to come back here. Still bright and bright enough. Graves flies in, bowls. That's a good delivery, but beautifully played again by Talat. Standing up and pushing out into the offside. No run resulting.
Yeah, so this pitch being one of those pitches where as a bowler you just have to hit your line and lengths. You don't have to go mixing it up too early in the match. So it's just a matter of discipline. We saw that from Jaden Seals. He was hitting the spots, and he got 2 big wickets this morning.
Graves pose, and again it's a wide delivery. That one is cut away. That's going to run into the boundary, down to third man for 4. A big scramble out there to try to rein it in, but he couldn't. And that's 4 good-looking runs.
Yeah, so a bit of indiscipline bowling here by Graves. Not bowling too well to the left-handed Talat. And that one there was wide and it went all the way for 4. So this discipline, they have to continue bowling 2 wides in that over also. So it really is frustrating as a captain sometimes when that happens, because you have your plan and you set your feel a certain way, and when the bowler doesn't execute it actually make things look bad, because you know, as a captain, you know, it upsets your entire field placing, it upsets everything.
Well, you're going to try again, Gurukesh Muti. See if he could prize out a wicket. Not for 15 so far. And here's an appeal for an LBW. Sweeping, and he's gone.
Yeah,
Rizwan goes for 16. Bringing in that very, very popular sweep of his. And I have a feeling he might review this one. Yes, he will.
Yeah, look, from our angle here, it looked really good. Not sure if he knows something we don't know. Maybe he got some bat on it. I don't know, but it looked really good. So we just have to wait now for the decision, the third umpire, television umpire, to go through the different steps. So the referral was made by the captain. So
The
we just have to
result,
wait.
he's out there, so he would probably, he has full authority to take the review. And now you look at it again, it might have pitched outside leg, pitched far outside leg actually, or did it? You have to wait and see. Ball tracking will tell us exactly where it pitches, and if it pitches outside leg, then it's a moot case. There was no bat involved. There was nothing on the glove either, so it's well away. The bat hit the ground, so that's the spike you're seeing there.
Yes, certainly it did appear to pitch outside leg. So we just have to wait now for the pitch map or the ball tracking now to see where it actually pitched. So the original decision is out, and the batsman asks for the referral.
So here it is, actually pitch in line, so he's out. Yep. It's just on the angle that we were looking.
Missing.
Umpire's call. Whoa.
Wow. That's a tight one.
It actually was clipping the top of off stump. Yep, so he has to go. It was just clipping off stump. And because it's umpire's call, he is out. Because remember, the original decision was out.
Yeah, I think that's a good decision in favor of West Indies, because it's always nice as a bowling unit or any team to get those umpires call going your way. Because if it was the other way around, if the umpire had said not out, no way that would have been out if the West Indies had referred it. So the West Indies team there, getting this one going in their favor.
Yep, and trust me, they need it.
Yeah, certainly. So Pakistan now, 88 for 4. West Indies getting the big wicket there of Mohammad Rizwan. So the two players back in the pavilion there, Baba Azam and Rizwan, and now Salman Aga is at the crease now, batting at 6. So, as mentioned, the original decision was out, but the actual TV replay was umpire's call, so it stays with the on-field umpire. And the West Indies team is happy about that. Not too sure how the Pakistan party would be feeling about it, but it is what it is, and sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't.
And that's the thing with the umpire's call. It stands. That's the thing. So the on-field umpire's call will stand. And like I said, before we had all this television replay and what have you, we basically relied on the umpires to make a decision one way or the other. You might feel aggrieved if you didn't think you either hit the ball or what have you. But that's it. Here is the first delivery. Kept a little bit short, but chopping it away quite nicely. And immediately he is off the mark, Aga.
So Moti here getting his first wicket. 1 for 16 or 4. He's in his 5th over. And really would do the world of good for the West Indies team here now. That I would actually say they're in, the better position here right now in this match. Especially if Moti now is able to get a next one in this over.
Turning it on the onside, that's good batting. Talat comes right into his stumps, and then with the turn, he just rolls it on the onside, gets an easy single.
So this middle phase period of the game so important for Pakistan.
Yeah, it's a nice drive, but again pushed out into the offside, but can't get it past King at short cover, and there is no run. So good Moti again, keeping a good line and a good length, keeping the batsman honest, as we say. Aga, who has just arrived at the crease, hasn't really settled, but he's been hitting the ball. He's middling ball quite nicely. Quicker delivery, and again using the full depth of the crease, just waiting for the turn and then just opening the face. But he can't score. It's the end of the over. 90 for 4 now after 22.
Yeah, I think Ravi Rampal, the bowling coach of the West Indies team, would be really happy about this effort so far. This morning he did an interview and he spoke about the consistency as being the key element in the West Indies bowling attack, and we saw that with some of the bowlers like Jaden Seals, Moti, really hitting those spots, being consistent, and it really paid the price. So there's a bowling change now from the southern end. Ruston Chase is into the attack, and he would be bowling to Talat.
So yes, Ruston Chase. I was just pointing out here that Crystal Palace and Liverpool drew 2-2 in the Community Shield, and Crystal Palace won 3-2 on penalties in the end. So that's back-to-back trophies for them. Here is the first delivery of a new over, or the first ball bowled by Ruston Chase, bowling from the southern end, from around the wicket, and just turned away nicely on the onside.
Yeah, I think it's a nice period to come in as a bowler to bowl Ruston Chase. You don't have much pressure on you. You have fairly 2 new batsmen into the crease. It's 91 for 4. So it's not like the Pakistan team is guns blazing at the moment. So it's a nice opportunity to get some overs in, but also he could try to sneak a wicket in.
Which he has the tendency to do every so often. He bowls again and playing it quite competently in the end, Aga.
Yeah, Ruston Chase has that ability where he sorts of gets the breakthrough every now and then. He's a tall man at a high off-break bowling action, so could extract some extra bunks.
Just when he's sweeping and the man is on the fence, and that ball would have been dropping where normally a short fine leg would be, like if you kept him inside the circle, he probably would have gotten a sitter there. But it's a dangerous shot, especially for a new batsman. And those the modern vuvuzelas that we're hearing all around the ground now, made popular that in the South African World Cup. Thinks of a single, the next delivery, right on a good length again from Chase.
There's actually one right here in the commentary box.
Well, actually, that's my own.
That's your vuvuzela.
Yeah, that's
so
my vuvuzela.
Who you brought that to
so
support?
if you hear me making noise, it's because
I hope you're not blowing that for Pakistan.
Again, they're going to go for a single. They will get it too. There's not much that Seals could do about that one. That was well played. He had to come in to his left as well, and he's right-handed. So by the time he got around the ball, the batsmen were able to complete a comfortable single. One more to Aga. He goes to 2. Well, he's on 2 now. 17 to Talat.
So you see the lunches now coming out at the Branagh Cricket Academy.
It's close to lunch, and Trinis must eat.
Oh yeah, that's always a big part of our culture.
The end of the
Food
over.
and drinks.
Yep, it's the end of the over. 93 for 4 now after 23.
If you have a lime and there's no food and drinks, well,
You don't have a line.
no. So that's why there's such a atmosphere of culture here at the Branagh Cricket Academy, because as mentioned, we know that the culture for cricket is pretty strong, and also for liming and partying, so it's like a combination. And I remember someone was asking, why is CPL so big in the Caribbean? It's because somehow they tend to mend cricket and party and carnival. So it's definitely a sweet spot here in the Caribbean.
Yeah, it's a what the foreigners call a lime. It's not just sport, and that's how they promote it. As the biggest party in sport. So it's when it's carnival, they say it's like a street party. Well, it's a party in the stands when you come to a cricket match here in the Caribbean. And when you have batsmen blazing away, hitting 4s and 6s, the party gets even better. And but here is This one is edged and it goes past where, as I've always said, you have a slip. You don't have a fly slip or anything like that. If you're going to put in a slip, put him in first slip and let him move from first slip. And this one peeled off a thick outside edge, and it goes in the gap between the keeper and what we would call a third slip.
Like a fourth slip.
Yep,
That was actually like a fourth slip. They're actually putting him into like a second slip now, Justin Greaves. So he was really out of position.
Yeah, so Shamar Joseph will try again. He's back for a new spell. This is his fourth over. Pitching up again. This time it comes off a thick outside edge, and it goes down behind point where he got an easy single. So Talat not looking comfortable against Joseph all of a sudden.
Yeah, I think in West Indies team have to be disappointed with that opportunity that went through these slips, because Pakistan is 98 for 4, 2 new batsmen in, and you would definitely be looking to get those opportunities, because the Pakistan team would not be going hard. So it's very easy to use the situation to actually get wickets and have the luxury of having a slip or two in the situation.
Aga waits on Joseph, and he's again playing that little runner down to third man. Just allows the ball to come on to him and just kiss the face of the bat and run down to third man. Deliberate shot. And now the umpire is telling Aga to run off the wicket, not anywhere near the actual playing surface. Try to make it happen for them. And as a player, you don't want to be cautioned for any reason at all. Here is Joseph once more. He rushes past the umpire, bowls outside the off stump, and taken by the keeper. Now the thing with that field placing, where the slip was, as you say, it might have been third or fourth slip. You already have a third man who will cover that area for you, and so the slip was almost just behind the third man.
That's right. It was like almost, same thing I was going to say.
So you want to get him closer to the wicketkeeper, and
because that is what you're actually seeing that now, the slip.
Because the third man will cover anything that wide. Here's Joseph again, and once more he's standing up and pushing it on the out. Now Talat must love this ground, because he was 41 not out 2 nights ago, and here he is again with a very useful 22 from 23. So he's right at home here. Maybe one of the local clubs could hire him to play domestic cricket, and because he seemed to like the surface here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, he's going quite well here. 22 of 23 deliveries.
He waits on Joseph, who's with him now, and that's a good delivery again. Squeezes out square on the offside. They started jogging, and then all of a sudden they realized that Lewis had to come from way out on the boundary at square leg, and then they tried to speed up, but by that time it was too late. The 100 is on the board. It's 100 for 4 after 24.
Yeah, so the square boundaries here are pretty big. It's just one of the boundaries on the southern end of the ground. As we saw earlier on, it's like around just under 60 meters on the southern end. So those fielders and those guys on the square boundaries, they have a lot of work to do, because you could actually see the distance from the 30-yard circle to the boundary. And it's a huge space to cover.
And the strip that they're using is like third over, but you also have another 4, possibly even 5 strips. Here is Chase again from around the wicket, turning this one on the onside is Aga, so he goes to 3, or rather Talat goes to 3. He goes to 24 rather, and Aga, who's on 3, will come back on strike. It's 101 now for 4.
So Pakistan, if they continue at this scoring rate, 209. If they score at 6 from this point, 256, 8 over, 308.
Here is Chase, quicker delivery. This one is being run down to third man, but again Blades is in the way, and he's moving to his left. So he's strategically located there because he's left-handed, See, moving to his stronger hand, and which is a good, sensible decision to make. Chase, looking for a breakthrough here for the Windies, and again, just pushing. They're not trying to attack him too much. They're still trying to avoid like a total collapse here. Pakistan, they've seen their two most experienced players fall by the wayside, and they're just trying to figure out now what's the best approach. The next ball is pushed down to short third man again, just a little chop, and it's almost like a block and run. And they get one more. So the flag starting to flutter again, and it's the left-handed Talat who's back on strike now. From around the wicket comes Chase, and again tucking him up, and but he's on the back foot, playing it on the onside of the wicket where there is no run. And there really is a lovely picture here at the Brian Lara. The sun has gone in a little bit now. Chase, though, very present, does a fine, pitches up, driven almost to back past him, but he stretched his big right hand out and knocked it down, prevented them from getting a single. 104 for 4 now, 25 overs completed.
The halfway point of this first innings in the second one-day international between West Indies and Pakistan here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Taruba. 4 wickets down for Pakistan, a bit of a rebuilding phase for them. Shamar Joseph, second over of his second spell. He is about to resume from the northern end, bowling to Salman Aliaga. And he just turns that into the onside. A lot of vacant area there. They are going to look for a second, and they get there easily in time. Adrian Barrett still alongside me here.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan Charma, for that introduction. So yes, good poised game here, but I believe right now the West Indies team have the edge. Would you agree?
I think just after that rain break, those 2 quick strikes would have certainly put them in the driver's seat. We haven't seen much of a... He comes in for his second delivery, Shamar Joseph, and just defended into the offside by Salman Aga. Of course, it's only the first innings, so we haven't seen any win predictors or anything yet.
So Shamar Joseph yet to take a wicket. He's 21 runs off his 4 overs, so not bad by any means in terms of his economy, so he's going along quite well. But West Indies need to keep applying the pressure. The Pakistan team, they're in a sort of a rebuilding phase at the moment. Talat seems to be going along well since the last game, so he's continuing in his form.
Here's Shamar Joseph again, and just dabbing that towards... Seems as if a wide slip has come back into play again. In between a sort of 5th slip, short third man area, but we have a third man in the deep already.
Yeah, so my thinking is that short third man or 4th slip is to stop a single, because there's always a single there. So maybe not so much attacking position.
Previous delivery where he was trying to just rotate the strike through the offside there. Joseph again, and still playing it out, this time to a backward point. Still no run for Salman Aga.
Yeah, because if that guy was there in a catching position, he would have been like more first to second slip. But the fact that he's in that position, the only thing I could think about is that they're trying to stop that guy down to third man. And then the third man is there in case they decide to go over. So it's an interesting field placing, but it has a massive gap between the wicket keeper and that 3rd or 4th slip.
Shamar Joseph, 5th delivery of the 26th over. Again, this time dissecting that little gap at backward point and that fifth slip. The man in the deep this time has some work to do. Aga able to get a single and turn the strike over, and I think isn't the worst plan to someone like Salman Aga, who's a bit more of a touch player rather than Hassan Nawaz or even Hussein Talat, a bit more aggressive, hard hands. So it might just sort of slow down Salman Aga's rhythm a bit. The slip does come in closer for Talat. Facing Shama Joseph now, and just gonna run a quick single. Played that down just towards his leg side, and She Hope does the fielding. Quick single brings the score to 108 for 4 after 26 overs, with Hussein Talat on 26 and Salman Aga on 8.
Yeah, so the West Indies really have to try and just keep things tight, even though they are not getting wickets. They continue keeping it tight, and I think they could probably try to, based on what I'm seeing here, try to restrain Pakistan to under 250, because you don't want to be in this position and Pakistan are able to get close to 300. Then that sort of, this good start now, it kind of vanishes.
Ruston Chase to continue from the southern end. Round the wicket and over offside. It's going to go just one bounce in front of the boundary. 4 runs, lofted cover drive, played beautifully by Hussein Talat.
Yeah, excellent shot there by him. Knowing exactly where the fielders are. There's a sweeper on the boundary, a long off. But we know that the square boundaries are massive, so it's a big gap there between the sweeper, the deep cover, and the mid off, and he hits it excellent there over the man at short cover, and it goes all the way. Well, just short. Almost was a 6, in fact.
Plays beautifully from Hussein Talat. She's in again and straighter this time, trying to overcorrect a bit, but it's just going to be 1 run for Talat. So that boundary then turning around the strike. Some good educated cricket from Pakistan batsmen. Now Ruston Chase is going to have Salman Aga in his eye line. Pulls to him and sweeps powerfully. But Gudakesh Moti down there, deep fine leg, comes directly to him.
Yeah, good to see this sweep shot coming out. Is one of those shots that is always important to have as a batsman, especially against spin, especially on a spinning wicket.
This chase to Talat again, and that's a quick delivery. He always grazed the finger as the umpire. Ruston Chase with his first breakthrough today. Hussein Talat, who is looking so good, is going to have to go. That quicker delivery, one coming into him rather than turning away, attacking the pads and gaining a reward. 114 for 5, and quite troubling situation here now for Pakistan.
Yeah, really good delivery here from Chase. Not much room. It was a quicker delivery, as you mentioned, and really excellent catch too by Captain Shihope. It actually went really low down, and he was able to get that. So that's an excellent wicket there. Perfect timing for the West Indies, because as soon as the Pakistan team seems to be gaining momentum, the West Indies team have just been getting wickets. So that is exactly what they want. Coach Sami and Ravi Rampal would be happy with this effort here by the West Indies team.
Very well taken catch by Shihope. As you would have mentioned, those that go a bit lower, always quite difficult to adjust to. Ruston Chase started off a bit streakily with his spell, giving away a few runs, so the strike turned over a bit, but he stayed with his strength, going stump to stump, and gained that reward in the end. Brings Hassan Nawaz now to the crease in only his second game. Unbeaten half century last game.
Yeah, he would be looking to continue what would be considered some form, because he would have gotten the man of the match in the last game. So he's on a high right now, but I don't think anybody's more on a high than Ruston Chase, who will be bowling his first delivery to Nawaz.
Nawaz just plays that into the offside defensively for no run. Has no slip in place here for Austin Chase. 3 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the onside. Chase into Hassan Nawaz again. This time a bit of turn, but just turned into the onside for a dot delivery. 114 for 5 score remains after 27 overs.
So, excellent by the West Indies team. By no means, I think so far, what would be considered a perfect bowling innings by them. 114 for 5. Can't ask for anything better than this. So, it's good to see that the West Indies team are actually hitting their targets. But the Pakistan team, they have a lot of work to do because there's a lot of overs remaining in this innings. And they are 5 wickets down.
Yeah, only Mohammad Nawaz to follow as far as batsmen who have all-round pedigree. Apart from that, just the lower order batters, bowlers really. And again, played towards that wideish slip by Salman Aga. So just trying to keep that dot ball pressure on him from Shamar Joseph, who continues well in his second spell so far. Still no wicket for him, none for 23 his figures. Decent pace that occasion, 138 Ks.
Yeah, so the Pakistan team going at 4.2 runs per over. So no shocker by that, because once wickets are fallen, it always puts a damper on your scoring rate.
Well, Shamar Joseph was trying to load the ball up on that occasion. Just slipped out of his hand in the run-up. Salman Aga just proving a bit of entertainment there, trying to play at it in a joking fashion, but it's a dead ball. He's just going to reload and rerun in soon. Also, throughout this middle period between overs 11 to 40, bowling average by West Indies 46.5, economy 5.47. Pakistan in a much better state than that. Shamar Joseph comes in again and trying to pull. He gets an edge on it. Shamar Joseph strikes Salman Aga. You saw that packed offside field. He's trying to relieve some pressure on the leg side now. Shamar Joseph, that short tempter at pace and getting the edge of Salman Ali Aga. 6 now for Pakistan for just 114 runs. And West Indies truly on top now.
Yeah, I think the West Indies team here sensing blood here at the moment, because they have Pakistan 6 down and they are continued getting wickets. So Pakistan team here need to be very, very careful, because if they don't put up any sort of resistance here, looking like under 200, which would be sort of easier total for the West Indies team to chase. So excellent work here by Shea Hope and the West Indies team, and they get the wicket of
Salman Aga. And of course, just to finish that point, Pakistan in the overs 11 to 40 average 31.4 with the ball, much better. An economy rate of 5.21. First, the West Indies looking to improve on those stats, and Shamar Joseph with that wicket, no doubt helping that case. And if he gets on a run here, could prove costly for Pakistan. Mohammad Nawaz, the new man at the crease, 406 runs in his one-day international career. He's going to face up to Shamar Joseph right away.
Yeah, I think that one there surprised him. Looking at the replay, it really rushed onto him. And that's the thing about Shamar. Shamar is a bowler that actually could surprise you as a batsman.
Over the wicket now to Mohammad Nawaz, and just guiding that into the offside quite comfortably. No run for Mohammad Nawaz. We got the 2 Nawazes out, so truly a bit of confusion can ensue in the following few overs.
Are they related by chance?
Not as far as I can see.
It's very interesting to have the same last name on a team and you're not related to the person.
Again, Shamar Joseph continuing over the wicket, and a good hard length towards Mohamed Nawaz. Just push towards extra cover.
Yeah, we actually seeing the groundsmen. We're not to create any panic, but we're seeing the groundsmen there starting to assume their positions by the tarpaulin. But it looks clear from this point, but I'm not too sure what the northeastern side of the ground is saying. They would have a better view than us.
Shamar Joseph again, and again Nawaz just guiding that towards cover, and I do see a slight drizzle outside now actually. Of course, directly to the east, no hugely dark clouds, but just towards the southeast we see a slight bit of clouds. Not quite able to make out towards the northeast, as you said.
Yeah, but that southeast doesn't look too worrying to me. So, but things could change quickly here based on
I
our
probably
climate.
think that they didn't see anything. They might have just felt something, so that jolted them into position. Shamar Joseph again keeping things tighter. Mohamed Nawaz finishes off this over, makes it a wicket maiden. 114 for 6 after 28. Hassan and Mohamed Nawaz both on 0 runs.
Yeah, nice to see from the West Indies team. Really fighting back. They have everything to play for, because if they lose this game, the series is over. So for any chance of winning this series, a victory here today and obviously Tuesday would be important for them. And as we know, their rankings in world cricket with ODIs is very, very important for them.
So Ruston Chase continues his spell into his 4th over now from the southern end. Bowls to Hassan Nawaz, and he's way back into the crease, defending that back to the bowler. Quicker delivery that time from Ruston Chase. He has 3 in the ring on the offside. No one sweeping on the offside, just a long off. And Hassan Nawaz steps down and hits this one over leg side all the way for 6 runs. What a way to get off the mark over that mid-wicket area.
Yeah, Nawaz there, using his feet, getting down to the pitch of the delivery. That one there flighted by Ruston Chase and hitting that one into the deep mid-wicket region against the wind, and it goes all the way for 6.
Certainly, we've seen already in that last game sort of shots that he can execute, and not bothering to waste any time getting into his work today. Here's Ruston Chase again, and back into his defense is Hassan Nawaz. That occasion was a bit fuller, allowed Nawaz to step out the crease and attack it, as 3 fielders deep in the leg side. Chase to Nawaz again, and this time just playing it past Chase down to long on for 1.
Yeah, so excellent again here with the West Indies team. Bit of a fight back there by the Pakistan, because I think the best thing for Hassan Nawaz to do is to continue playing his game, because wickets will fall based on the trend. So it's important to keep the runs scoring, to give any opportunity to the bowlers, the Pakistan bowlers.
Chase to Mohamed Nawaz. Defends that towards Brandon King at extra cover for no run. Well, actually, rain is blowing from the opposite direction right now. Slanting the wind.
Yeah, what
this
we would
time, Mohamed Nawaz turns it into the leg side.
Yeah, what we would call in Trinidad wrong side rain. Comes from the opposite direction where it usually don't come from. So it's actually a bit overcast from the western side of the ground. So let's hope that doesn't cause too much of a problem, because normally when the rain comes from the opposite direction, it's usually a lot more dangerous. So in terms of the extent of the rainfall, so it doesn't look too bad at the moment. But that is something we have to take into consideration if the rain is threatening us from the western part of the ground here at the Branagh Academy.
Of course, let's not rush any conclusions either, whether it's the wind or just the rain coming from that direction. Shamar Joseph continues from the northern end, wide down the leg side. Hassan Nawaz awaits a new legal delivery. Maybe striving for some extra pace there. That one came out at 141.
So some sawdust there.
Yeah, we saw that earlier from Blades on this very end.
Yeah, especially with that little drizzle. It's very easy to get slippery. It's like driving on a road where just like 2 minutes of rain, it actually is worse because it just actually just creates a sort of a grease, basically.
And then at that point, the ground would still be hot too. Well, in the driving analogy, not the ground here. Shama Joseph into Hassan Nawaz again. A bit of inward movement just turned into the onside. Quick running. They come back for a second, taking full advantage of the lack of feelers on the leg side. Just 3 placed in that leg side.
Yeah, huge boundaries on the square of the ground. You actually see the big gaps. But excellent running there by the Pakistan team, applying pressure to those fieldsmen, exploiting those big square boundaries, especially on that leg side. So
and certainly want to try to run those quick singles in that vacant area. Boundaries have been a bit harder to come by as of late. Still quite a bit of time remaining in this innings. And this time driven through the offside. Just down to that sweeper on the boundary. Evan Lewis restricts that to 1. Hassan Nawaz moves on to 10 now. Mohamed Nawaz still yet to get off the mark.
Still a slight drizzle, but nothing to threaten the feel of play at the moment. So the umpires, I think, doing the right thing, continuing to let the play go on. They would obviously be looking at the head groundsman or the head groundsman and also his team, and they get an indication of when they will call play. But it's just slightly drizzling at the moment.
Yes. Shama Joseph to Mohamed Nawaz and a short one. Got under it quite easily in the end.
Yeah, devious short ball there by Shama Joseph. He's a short man, so when he goes into the pitch, it levels off at you as a batsman. And he did well to get out of the way, because if he didn't, it would have been something else.
Also, they showed us a comparison a bit earlier on the screen. He bowls with a bent front leg, so a slightly lower release point because of that too. Comes in, and what a beauty leaving Mohamed Nawaz. Just beating that outside edge, having a chat with it, but not taking it home with him.
Yeah, excellent delivery. Pitches in line, or pitches like middle stump and seams away. What we would call a test match delivery. Hitting middle and pitching in middle and going about 5th stump. So a really good delivery there by him. He could have picked up the edge of Mohamed Nawaz bat, but he was fortunate enough for it to miss.
Was to face up again. Mohamed, that is, defended towards Brandon King at cover. Still yet to get off the mark, so pressure has at least been able to build on Mohamed Nawaz from a West Indies perspective. Hassan Nawaz would have broken those shackles early.
Yeah, these batsmen, they're batting, deep. They are batsmen that bat at the more of the lower order, late middle order, and they usually wouldn't want to be playing this role at the moment. They normally like to be free playing their shots, but they have to be sort of retrospect at the moment. So short delivery there by Shama Joseph, and that one goes. It's a dot ball, and at the end of 30 overs, it's 125 for 6.
And the groundsmen have also moved back to their relaxed position. So good signs from that perspective. Although if I look behind me, it's actually raining on the highway. So we've just evaded that rain cloud.
Yeah, that was a close one. So good news for cricket here. So yeah, it's really pouring, as you said, on the northern how to say, the northern direction of the ground, which would be close to Petrotron. I'm actually seeing the refinery there, and we are seeing rain in the distance. So
How far north did you get a park in the car park?
not that far.
Here's Cheese again to Hassan Nawaz. Plays it directly back to him for no run.
Yeah, got a fairly good pack.
Hassan Nawaz is ready again. Austin Cheese this time a bit wider, tuning in, but quite flat trajectory. Played out into the offside for no run.
It's a bit of turn here for Chase, especially if he slows it up. He would extract some turn from this pitch.
Yes, Chase again, this time a bit too straight to Hassan Nawaz. Turned into leg side. Justin Graves feels that, and again it's a dot ball. Austin Cheese to Hassan Nawaz, and this time he's able to time it past Justin Graves. Justin Graves eventually gets to it and allows for just one run. So Mohamed Nawaz again, that battle with him and the rest of the West Indies bowlers, still yet to get a run to his name.
So 126 for 6. A wicket here would do the world of good for the West Indies team, and they should be hunting for it.
The chase around the wicket now to Mohamed Nawaz, and he is going to get off the mark. Just sneaks that one past extra cover and taken nicely in the deep there by the sweeper. Restricts it to 1.
Yeah, excellent work there by Evan Lewis. He came off his mark quick because it was hit in the gap between the sweeper and the long off region, just to the left of Brandon King in cover, and Evan Lewis did a good job to cut it off to only 1 run.
So Hassan Nawaz now a very quick delivery from Rostan Chase and played back to him. Finishes it to the first over. 127 for 6 Pakistan. Rostan Chase 1 for 22 at the halfway point in his spell, and that really was a quick delivery. It came out at 105 kph. Mohamed Nawaz just off the mark with 1 from 11, and Hassan Nawaz 11 from 13.
Yeah, so 2 runs off that over, and the run rate now it's 4.10. So the Pakistan team wouldn't want that to even think about going under 4 runs per over, because the West Indies team would be really excited about that. So we see Gutakesh Moti now replacing Shama Joseph from the northern end, and he would be looking to get another wicket here, which would really keep the pressure on the Pakistan team.
Much better rotation of the bowlers today as well. Introducing spin at the right time, and a beauty to greet Mohamed Nawaz from Gutakesh Moti, beginning his 6th over, his second spell. A bit of drift, nice slow pace, 83 kph, enticing Nawaz into a drive. And this time he makes contact, driving again down to extra cover. A quick single, but there was a small chance there for a run out, but not hitting the stumps.
Good piece of work there by Shafiq Rutherford. He was quick pick up and throw at that middle of region. So
yeah, look quite safe on the replay here.
So
Gutakesh Moti pulling now to Hassan Nawaz. Interestingly, he has a better average against left-handers and right-handers, 27 versus 33. And a nice bit of drift to Hassan Nawaz. Just defends that into the offside. No run to him. Moti in again, and a bit shorter, drag down, and nice back cut into the offside. Coming back for a second. And good running by these two. Nawaz connection being made.
2 deliveries remaining in this over. 3 runs off of it so far. And Moti now into his 6th over.
So 2 deliveries to go in this over. A bit straighter this time from Moti. And easily just pushed down to long on by Hassan Nawaz. He moves on to 14. Had that one big 6 he hit earlier on. Apart from that, he's rotated strike quite confidently. Moti quite slow through this over. Highest speed of 85, lowest of 81. Knows how to utilize these conditions so well. Comes in again, this time played back straight to him by Mohammad Nawaz. Ends the over. Just 4 runs coming from that over. Moti 1 for 21. Pakistan 131 for 6.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Gudakesh Moti bowling speeds. And that's with time these bowlers would learn how to adjust, because coming from a T20 series into a 50 over series, you have to adjust your trajectory, you have to adjust everything, and it's that comes with time. And these players, they're still young, and slowing up those speeds in the 50 over format is very, very important.
So Roston Chase continues and tuned into the leg side. Hassan Nawaz, he took a while to get going for that run, but eventually he got home in time. Mohammad Nawaz was very eager to get that run going.
Yeah, so this would be sort of like the the 2 batsmen here that would be sort of very important for Pakistan, and they know that, because after this it tends to may get a bit thin in terms of the batting. So this partnership here is crucial to the Pakistan team.
Roston Chase would want to have a say about that. Cut straight to Justin Graves. There at backward point by Mohammad Nawaz. Still kind of struggling to get a full rhythm into his innings. He's found the fielders quite a few times, but his shots haven't looked all that far off from his best. Again, a beauty from Roston Chase. Just a bit slower that time. Extracting some turn from the surface. And Mohammad Nawaz just defends into the offside. So here's Chase again to Mohammad Nawaz, and a wider delivery there. Just cut into the offside. Evan Lewis cleans that up in the deep.
So inform Hassan Nawaz here. He's on 15 from 17 already.
And Hassan Nawaz eventually decides to take that single. Brandon King came at that. Wasn't quite able to restrict that to 0 in the end.
So a bit overcast here at the Branagh Cricket Academy. Definitely some clouds around due to that.
The rain behind us has eased up. So Chase to Mohammad Nawaz and just pushed down to long off. Ends the 33rd over, 135 for 6 for Pakistan. Mohammad Nawaz 4 from 18. Hassan Nawaz 16 from 18. Roston Chase 1 for 26. And at the 33rd over, we are going to have that second drinks break. So we'll take a short break and join you on the other side for the final juncture of this first inning.
As we welcome you back here, we see Gudakush Muti is getting ready to continue. He's had a decent go at it. 1 for 21 from his 6 overs so far. 135 for 6 right now. And Mohammed Nawaz, who is on 4. I don't think they're related. And, of course, Hassan Nawaz is the one who's had the kind of unusual career, so to speak. A poor start, and then he blazed away with 100, and now here he is doing good work. Which one is turned away on the onside, and but no run resulting in this one. Mohammed Nawaz is the all-rounder. The left arm, he bats left-handed and bowls finger spin, left arm orthodox. And of course, they were hoping he has attempted paddle shot. He misses, but it misses the wicketkeeper as well. Now we'll see if it touched anything on the way through, if it's going to be signaled as a wide or just buys. Buys.
He sort of played that shot in slow motion, sort of wanted to reverse paddle at the same time, and it eventually, well...
Explain to me, how is that a wide? How is that a buy and not a wide?
I thought it would have at least taken some pad through.
This was in the air, but it bounces down to short third man. He was playing it on the onside again. There is a drizzle about the place now, and I'm not sure where exactly. Well, there is some cloud cover building up in the east.
Yeah,
and
during
there
that
is
break, I did see a bit of build-up towards the northeast.
This one driven down to long on. It's only going to get a single for it. The ground staff is at the ready, and the umpires are keeping close tabs on them. They're probably just telling them, stand by. You may be needed momentarily.
I wonder who stands to benefit the most from any further interruptions as far as if this innings is brought to an abrupt close.
Well, the thing is, if they have a break anytime now, they're going to reduce the overs. I'm almost certain about that. Here is Muti again, bowl, quicker delivery, and they just push it out into the offside. They're going to get an easy single for this one. One more to the score, pushes it to 139 now for 6. And the West Indies have done very well. And Pakistan, though, trying to stay in the game here. Should they lose? And there's the signal. The umpires felt that the rain was just coming down too heavily. And there goes that man sprinting. And I use the word sprinting guardedly. He goes tumbling towards the stump to get the camera mic and to get the camera stump rather out of the ground so that nobody can take it. And then with all the heavy equipment passing by there, he needs to get that receiver out of the ground also. So he has a Herculean task every time the rain stops. Just as the ground staff sprints on, he tries to beat them to the stumps as well. So it's always comical to watch Colin Oliveri used to work with me at TDT, see him doing his daily jog, his sprints out there. But the rain has caused another disruption in play here, and the ground staff going through their normal thing. Look at the difference. Look at how quickly they've gotten the covers near to the strip. Even now that the original tarpaulin, the matting as we call it, isn't even fully on the strip, all the other surrounding tarpaulins are already out in the middle. So all they have to do is put one on top of the other now and get it in place. I think they learned from their first run at it when they were a little bit late in getting all the tarpaulins out in the middle.
Well, I'm sure this isn't their first rodeo. Shouldn't have had to learn from earlier today. We surely would have known this ground and the covers beforehand, but much better work this time around, and good for that as well, because the rain does seem to be a bit more steady than the last interruption we had. Of course, both interruptions come in each time that we've been on air together.
Yep. And this one pulls out about 108 thereabouts. So, and if we started at 9:30.
I hadn't realized it was already so late.
Yep. The
time flew by.
Yep. The normal cut, remember we lost an hour because of the weather. So even though we're now in the 33rd over, in the 34th over, we lost an hour in between there. So that is probably why you're thinking, well, this time has certainly, gone by, but we haven't played that much cricket. you know, and because normally at a 9:30 start, the cutoff would have been about 1, you know, because it's roughly, well, at a 9 o'clock start, but at a 9:30 start, it would be like about 2 o'clock would be a normal cutoff at about, if we give them 3.5 hours to complete 50 overs. So right now, it is a situation where the umpires, I think, are going to be the focus of attention now. How many overs are we going to lose?
I think, as you would have mentioned, we just came up to about an hour of lost time. So I think usually it's that 1 hour you have before overs are taken away. And then after that, it's about 3 minutes per over that they have to account for.
So we'll see how much time is lost here. And this looks so much better. But again, you know, they've gotten the covers on nicely and quickly. And but now it's, you could see the water on the covers themselves. And so that is I suppose, the concern. And because but I have to give them credit. As soon as the rain had stopped and the covers were off the park, we were able to get play. You know, play resumed immediately after that. And that's a tribute to the ground staff for a fine job. And here's hoping that they're able to do a similar. Well, they've done their part already. If they need to mop up and do anything else later, then they'll get to that subsequently. But for now, I think they've done another fantastic job getting the strip covered. And now we're just waiting the rain and the amount of rain. And we'll let the umpires decide what's the next course of action in terms of reduction of overs and what have you. And just to quickly recap for you, it's 139 for 6 at the moment, 33.5 overs bowled. And the rain has again stopped play in this one. Remember, West Indies won the toss and asked Pakistan to bat first. West Indies made one change, and with Shepherd being replaced by the Graves, and Pakistan making 3 changes, including Hassan Ali, Mohammad Nawaz, who is out there batting right now, and of course Abra Ahmed. And Mohammad Nawaz is on 5 at the moment, and Hassan Nawaz is on 17. So those are the 2 not out batsmen at the moment. They've lost Ayub for 23, Shafiq for 26, Azam for no score. Yes, you're hearing it right. He made a duck like any batsman would. Rizwan made 16, Talat 31, and Aga made 9. So those are the wickets to fall. Devon Seals picked up 2 in the same over, and Chase has gotten 1. Gudakesh Muti has gotten 1, and also getting a wicket a short while ago there was Joseph, who picked up a wicket inside there, and Blades also got a wicket as well for the West Indies. So the ground staff, they're getting a little bit of a soaking, and I've always said they should look uniform, and they look nice and uniform in their blue tops, but they don't have any overalls in terms of raincoats or anything like that, because they're just taking a beating there from the weather as they make their way off. So Dylan, we take a break, and we'll come back as the court song specialists continue to play some sweet music. So the fans will enjoy that. We too will try to enjoy it in a bit. And when we have play, this could be a bit of a lengthy one, but we'll hope, keep our fingers crossed that it's not too long. And then as soon as we get play, we'll come back with more on the second one-day international, the West Indies against Pakistan from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Welcome back to the bright and sunny Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where we have the resumption of play, and the news is that the game has been reduced to 40 overs a side affair, and that means that Pakistan will resume at 139 for 6 from 33 overs and 5 deliveries, so they have another 6 overs on 1 ball to complete their quota of 40. And so it puts everything that went before into a different kind of perspective in terms of the number of overs a bowler. Each bowler, the maximum a bowler can bowl is 8 overs. And of course, there will be a 15-minute break in between innings. And so again, the power plays from 1 to 8, 9 to 32, and 33 to 40. That's the power play is set up as they go, and your 5 bowlers could bowl 8 overs, each maximum of 8 overs per a bowler. You can bowl a 6th or 7th bowler, but none of them could bowl more than 8, as it is right now. So we're getting ready for the resumption, and Dylan, of course, this kind of like is the happy hour for Pakistan now. They don't have a choice, but they have to try to get some runs on the board.
Yeah, that reduction in overs has sort of brought things back into a closer perspective for Pakistan. At this stage, they could just go full attack until the end. Don't have to worry about that extra time with those extra 10 overs anymore. Just going up to basically a 40 over side and counter now. Muti with just 1 delivery to go in this over.
So it is Gudakesh Muti who's going to pick up the attack again, and immediately he's on target. First ball to end the 34th over. So it remains 135 for 6 now after 34 overs.
There's a delicate balance West Indies would have to find here between defending, trying to restrict run scoring as well as taking wickets, because of course wickets hold quite a bit of value on the Duckworth-Lewis system.
So that's the other thing now. Whatever it is, the West Indies will be facing a revised target, regardless of how much Pakistan makes. So all of that is going to be... So Javon Seals is back into the attack. 6 overs, 2 for 16.
And of course, we're into that 3rd phase of the innings as well. 5 fielders allowed out in the deep.
And he doesn't have a fine leg, but he has a short fine leg rather, up at the circle, and a man has short backward square leg as well, also at the edge of the circle. Here is Seals on his way, pitches up and just pushed out into the offside. They're going to go back for 2 and coming out of the deep, but Casey Carty can't get there soon enough. He had to come a long way in from on the point boundary, and that's good cricket because the batsman sensed that and completed a comfortable 2.
Yeah, 3 fielders deep on the offside there. That 1 fielder had a cover sweeper just coming into action, and also a deep 3rd man as well as a long one. Jediah Blades just had a wide slip. We've seen that in action a lot today.
Here's another delivery pushed up into the offside. He's going to have to hurry. If he hits, he would have been out. And but he never released the ball. I don't know, he was worried, Shamar Joseph, of a possible overthrow. But it was good fielding on his part. Pushed down to mid-off. He picked it up first time. Thought he was going to have a shot, and then he opted not to.
Maybe they're making the balls with something new. The rain may have made it a bit sticky.
That was good fielding on his part. Good running too. They're obviously looking for runs here now. You could see intent in their running between the wickets. 142 now for 6.
Few adjustments being made for the left-hander on strike now. Seals will remain over the wicket.
Mohamed Nawaz waits, and Seals pushes this one wide, and it will be called a wide, trying to go past him outside the off stump.
He has Gudakesh Moti now in that wide slip position, and Blades Also picking up a short, fine leg position. There's another player behind square on the leg side too. Chiefin Rutherford.
Yes, this is very interesting to see how the West Indies respond to this. I'm sure they probably felt they'd been batting by now. Edged and it's gone. Gudakesh Muti holds on to this one and he signals to somebody in the crowd. I'm not quite sure who it is, but Mohamed Nawaz goes for 5, and that's wicket number 3 for Devon Seas. It's 143 for 7.
Well, it was a change down delivery there as well. 118, that one came out at a bit wide, quite full, enticing Mohamed Nawaz to go full-blooded at it. But it comes off that outside edge and wide slip in action for the second time today. Seals 3 for 20. Mohamed Nawaz, labored knocker 5 from 24. He has to go now. And things looking even better for West Indies. So Hassan Nawaz will now join Shaheen Shah Afridi, who strides out. So still a left-hand, right-hand partnership in play. Shaheen Afridi can certainly hit a few big ones if given the opportunity. So they'd want to certainly get him quickly. Average of 261 runs in his 38 innings and a best of 25. They could more than use that right now.
Yeah, 25 would be like 100 under these conditions. But here is Seals to him, and he's driving down the ground. It goes, and putting in a big stride there, and getting it down to the man at long off.
Shaheen wasting no time getting off the mark. Knows what a crunch situation this is. Brings Hassan Nawaz back on strike. He is going to have to get things back in full flow very quickly. Jaden Seals is just making sure that Rutherford is wide enough at slip there.
He's on his way once more. Outside the off-stump he goes. This one is played down, just one bounce. And again, it's like the ball is following Muti wherever he goes. That one almost traveled all the way down to third man to him. Well, that was the one that he dropped when it was that went in and out. And this time he held on to the catch almost in the identical position.
Jaden Seals continuing to create opportunities. Hassan Nawaz is still not looking like he's back into a rhythm here after the resumption. 5 overs to go after this final delivery.
For this delivery, he's again trying to push it through the offside. It comes off a thick under edge and just bounces on the onside, just rolling off to the square of the wicket. Just a single in it. And 146 for 7 it is at the end of 35.
Run rate still just slightly above 4.17 to be exact. Saint Ayub earlier would have scored 23. Abdullah Shafiq 26th. Babar Azam going for a duck. Mohamed Rizwan 16. Hussein Talat the highest score so far with 31. Salman Aliaga with 9. Hassan Nawaz still out there on 21. Mohamed Nawaz the latest wicket, just falling for 5, and Shaheen Afridi out there with Hassan Nawaz. Gudakesh Muti is about to bowl his last over. 1 for 23 is current figures.
Here he goes, bowls wide outside the off-stump, and that's cracked away, square the wicket on the offside, but there is cover out there, so it's just a single. Casey Carty doing human service out on the boundary.
Shaheen certainly doing his role very well at this point. Just give Hassan Nawaz as much strike as he can get.
So how does he approach Gudakesh Muti? He has a man sweeping on the offside. He has one behind square on the onside. And that's well bowled again, playing slightly inside of it, hitting the outer portion of the bat and they're squirting out on the offside. Can't get a run.
He's just a bit tentative with that stroke. A good bit of turn there extracted off the surface from Muti.
Here he is again, bowls, and it's played away on the offside once more. And playing on the back foot this time, not committing to that front foot. And, trying to negate the spin as much as possible. Here he is again, bowling, this time on the onside. That's well played. He's going to get an easy single. And goes on by 1 to 22 now. And Shaheen Shafridi, who's on 3, comes back on strike. We see some lovely children coming in. I suppose they're going to have something to do at the break, the innings break. One of those.
That was an optical illusion there.
Here is another delivery, nibbling at one outside the off stump. It bounced and it just went through the arm. Luckily, he didn't get a touch.
Yeah, just now I saw them going down. I thought they were coming down here and then going into the dressing room. I was like, why did they
Outside
be going
that one is gone a long way. That's gone for 6. And wide long on. There is a man out there, Evan Lewis, but he could just look up at it as if he was looking at a kite or something, and it just sailed over his head. No tail needed for that one.
That was hit right by where those children were gathering. And as I would have said when Shine came to the crease, he is someone who loves to hit those big shots and getting that matchup with Godakesh Moti, turning it into him from this end. He would have certainly taken on that given the opportunity. 154 for 7 the score now. 4 overs to go in this innings.
Yeah, so the 150 is on the board, and that's one milestone that Pakistan would have been craving. Now they're trying to see if they could add as many more as they possibly can. People are running for cover as the ball exited the park there with that big swing at the bat by Shaheen. He's up to 9. 22 to Nawaz, who waits now on Blaze outside the off stump. And is it a no ball?
I wonder if it may have just pitched off the surface or
Yep.
if it's just front foot.
I saw the umpire signaling. I thought he was signaling a no ball. Actually, that should be a no ball. It is a no ball. That was very, very wide indeed. A free hit coming up now. That's the one thing you don't want to give. And that's a no ball because it didn't pitch on the surface, the playing surface. Look at it, the pitch on the wicket, the next wicket. And even the irony of that, it would have been wide over there too. This one is hit in the air. There's a man at long off, but it's over his head. That's the free hit. Gone for 6.
Well, Mano not in that region, it would not have been out. A lovely shot there. His full flow now being shown. Hassan Nawaz loves to go straight down the ground. And this time, pitched just too full, given that free hit, free license, and taking full toll of it.
Yeah, beautifully played and went straight with it. Let's see what he does now. He blazes with him again and he's pulling this one down to long on. Powerfully struck. And, but they'll only get a single for it. He won't mind. He's up to 29 now. Shaheen Shafridi, who's on 9, is back on strike. 162 for 7.
Well, do you see what I see?
There's a cloud cover again building up in the east. The ground staff is at the ready. It's 162 for 7. And I think the players, when they look up and they see the dark clouds, they must be so disappointed. Here comes Blaze, though he would like another wicket. And driven nicely. But on the ground this time through the extra cover region, just for a single.
And it's those small moments, that free hit, that no ball extra run, that boundary coming into the equation here. This could very well be coming closer to the end of this innings, and that would factor into the DLS calculation.
Those two lofty little blows might help out Pakistan. Here's Blaze once more. Bowles, and he's trying to swing him again, but it goes down to long on, and just a 1 run in it. Good early return to change their mind of any possibility of a second run.
Blades looking, well, he was looking as if he was going to change to around the wicket, but stays over.
So again, he's on his way. This one is slapped down to long off again, and just another single because it's hit so hard that he doesn't give himself time to try to complete 2 runs. So he goes to 11 now. He's just swinging at everything. Now as who's on 30 will come and strike 165 for 7 now. We look to close off over number 37. 3 after this. Short ball, it's in the air, there's a man down there, and it's gone a long way over his head. And just as the ball was sailing out to the ground, the rain was coming onto the ground. Now as goes to 36, 171 for 7, and the players are looking around to see what the umpires are going to do, but they're playing on. So there's a slight drizzle on the ground right now.
They were given that opportunity to just wonder because the 2 umpires just had a short chat in between the wickets, but all seems well for them to continue on, and it has not really looked all that threatening at the moment. Lovely shot there from Hassan Nawaz again in that over, really taking Jedediah Blades to task.
So 171 for 7 now. 37 overs, so we have 3 overs to go. Nawaz is on 36, Shaheen is on 11, and these two have really jumped into action rather quickly. They came together at 143, so they're looking to push on here. And now they're calling the cover zone because the rain it appears as if it's coming a little bit heavier. It's really still only a drizzle, but behind this drizzle, it looks like there's going to be a very likely a heavy downpour because the cloud behind looks very threatening indeed. It's a big dark ball or mass of clouds, big bank of dark clouds to the east and really just above us. When you look at it, the more you look at it, it's right hovering just above the ground. And the umpires are taking, they're heading off. The ground staff is heading on. And really disappointing. We see some kids there. They are probably eager to get out there because I think they had a little drill that they probably had to put on, a display. Will they ever get that? Only time will tell. So 171 for 7 it is at the end of 37 overs. And will we get to the 40 overs?
Would have sort of called an end to the first innings in the previous break, but at this point, certainly doesn't seem as if Pakistan would be batting anymore in this match. So it's likely just to be a chase when we get action back underway.
And it hasn't, it's not raining as heavily. It's still drizzling, but it could get more serious as it continues to rain. And again, Nawaz is not out on 36.
So Hassan Nawaz not out on 36. Shaheen Afridi not out on 11. Wickets having fallen off Saim Ayub for 23. Abdullah Shafiq for 26. Babar Azam for a duck. Mohammad Rizwan 16. Hussein Talat for 31. Salman Ali Aga for 9. And Muhammad Nawaz for 5. Jaden Seals with 1 over remaining. Well, likely at this point might just be the end of his spell. 7 overs he bowled. 2 maidens, 3 wickets for 23. Jedediah Blades 7 overs, No maidens, 1 for 46. Shama Joseph, 7 overs. 1 maiden, 1 for 27. Gudakesh Moti, 8 overs. No maidens, 1 for 31. Justin Graves, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 16. And Rustin Chase, 1 for 26 in his 6 overs with no maiden.
Yeah, so that is the situation here, folks. We're in a little bit of a holding pattern right now. And we just have to wait and see. Now, Dylan, Adrian, and I are thinking if they will allow us to go and spin the wheel downstairs and just occupy our times, because it seems as if the weather is intent on denying us the opportunity to continue our commentary of the cricket. Now, to the left of us, it is, like we said, there's some dark clouds, but the good news is behind that dark clouds, we see some blue skies trying to pierce through. So those are the higher clouds. The low clouds are the heavy dark ones right now. And that's the main concern at the moment. So we'll wait, monitor it and see, and hopefully we're keeping our fingers crossed that we will get a resumption of play shortly. Sooner rather than later, and once we do that, we'll be able to bring it for you. Now, again, we just had a few overs in. Remember, it was 33 overs and 5 balls, 139 for 6. But now they've pushed that up to 171 now for the loss of the 7 wickets. So they lost the 1 wicket. Mohamed Nawaz, the man, out for 5, and didn't add to his score prior to the break, that long break that we had there for about an hour and 42 minutes or thereabouts. And now they have another break, and I would imagine that might be the end of the Pakistani innings, based on time.
Yeah, I think based on time, they would definitely lose out on those 3 overs. Usually when you take the time away, it's 1 over per innings. So at that rate, you just have to lose 24 minutes to lose 6 overs in total. So more than likely the end of the Pakistan innings, and maybe might just shorten that West Indies innings as well.
And they may bring it down probably to 38 overs a side of here, or 37 overs maybe. See, right now Pakistan have completed 37 overs, and but it depends on the umpires and where they think could possibly even go down to 36 overs by the time the West Indies come out here to bat, and when that is, only time will tell. The covers are on, it has to be said.
The reminder of, well, they would have tried to account for making up whatever time they could have with the 15-minute interval rather than half hour, but we're probably going to forego that interval anyway.
Yes, and as soon as they're able to play, bring them out and start to play with the Pakistan innings ending at 171. The big question is, what then will be the West Indies target, and how many overs will they have to get whatever the Duckworth Lewis system throws at them? So only time will tell, and we're certainly keeping our fingers crossed. So that's the situation. That's the very latest situation out here. As you'd have heard, Jaden Seals has 3 for 22. He's the pick of the bowlers right now. Pakistan, 171 for 7. And as soon as we have more information, we'll take a break and we'll come back here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our listening viewers from around the region and around the world, we welcome you back here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad. And the revised conditions or the amount of overs that the West Indies will be batting is 35 overs, and they will be chasing 181 runs. So that is the equation that has been worked out. So West Indies will be chasing 181 runs from 35 overs. And my name is Adrian Barrett, and Dylan Sharma will be joining me here as we take you through this second half of the game. We had a couple interruptions, which led us to this reduced playing situation of 35 overs. So we look forward to the opening batsmen Evan Lewis and Brandon King.
So it's going to be Brandon King to take up first strike. Shaheen Shah Afridi marks his run up at the southern end. So only 35 overs in this encounter. Each bowler could only bowl a max of 7 overs. It's going to be 2 slips in play for Shaheen Afridi as a deep third man, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and deep backward square.
So Afridi taking up the attack from the southern end and bowling to Brandon King. And bright sunshine here at the Brian Lara Academy.
So here he goes. Starts off, clips it into the leg side right away. Not wasting any time getting this response on the way. A bit full, looking for whatever movement he could get. But the West Indies innings has been opened. And Brandon King is off the mark.
So really, not a intimidating run rate by any means. 5.1 required now after that first delivery. That's the required rate, and I think the West Indies team would say that they are in the better position so far in this game. It all depends on how well their openers start this innings, the top order, and if they continue to really structure the West Indies innings. Evan Lewis now facing his first delivery from Shaheen Afridi.
Here he is driving lusciously through the offside. No one in the deep. Paces that ring beautifully, and 4 runs to open his innings.
Yeah, great shot there by Evan Lewis. He's continuing from his form in the last game. He scored 60 odd. Now he's continuing his first delivery, driving effortlessly through cover, and 4 runs to him. His confidence will be really high after that shot.
Yeah, we're at that point of the day where it's going to be difficult to sort of extract that new ball movement that Shaheen loves to work with. Of course, we've had the stop-start showers as well. It's hot out there right now, though, and Lewis is turning up the heat, pulls it into the onside, but just one bounce towards that fielder in the deep, at a deep backward square. Shaheen had his hands on his head, but was quite a distance away from him.
Yeah, Evan Lewis quick onto it. That's sort of his go-to shot. He has that ability where he could help the short ball all the way and normally hits it for 6. So that one dropping safely before the fine leg fieldsman. Looks like Hassan Ali there in that fine leg region. Now he's in the third man region now as Brandon King now is picking up strike.
Hassan Ali shouldn't be too far away from the action himself. Whether they're going to open with 2 pacers or if we might see early spin. Shaheen Afridi steaming in again, this time to Brandon King, and leaving it just outside the off stump, and easy decision to not look to play at that.
Yeah, and there seems to be a bit of a wind direction change. The wind actually looks like it's coming from the south of the ground, so it's usual that we get the wind blowing from the east-northeast, but from what the flags are doing at the moment, it's actually blowing more from like the south-southwest. So I'm afraid he could actually be getting the ball to swing back very easily there to Brandon King, as we saw in that last delivery.
Shaheen Afridi into Brandon King again, and solidly behind that plays it straight back to him. No run for Brandon King. We're talking about wind direction. You're gonna have me go on all sorts of website looking for the wind direction now.
So beautiful sunshine here again at the Branlara Academy. It was raining dogs and cats a minute ago. Well, maybe like half an hour ago, but it's good to see sunshine out here again.
So Shaheen Afridi finishes off the over. Is it gonna be a wicket? He has gotten a wicket first over Brandon King again. Repeat of that previous match. Full looking for movement all over, and this time seems as if he did get it to swing back into him. Trapped him on the pads, but we're gonna have a second look at it upstairs. Brandon King wants to make certain of it.
Yeah, so it's a on-field decision is out, and King referred it right away. The only thing is if he believes that it's going down leg, because it had some swing coming back in, it starts about leg stump, so it's a really close decision. There, it looks like it hits him around the leg stump line, so we just have to wait now for ball tracking.
He definitely got his radar right on that occasion. Whether it may be moving a bit too much, or whether Brandon King felt any feather or not.
Yeah, and as we know to our listeners, the on-field decision is out, so that umpire's call always,
It's a difficult one there. There is a noise, but the bat is so close to the pad that
looks like
it's hard to distinguish.
yes, yeah. So they're actually checking now to see if he got any bat on it, but it's very close in proximity. The bat and the pad is really close together while everything is happening, so I think they need a frame in between.
Or maybe we could just see that side on shot from the other side as well. So it seems as if they've decided there's no
Well,
edge
the
on
pitch
it,
is
and
outside leg, so that rules out everything.
and that's something that I've heard many talk about before. Maybe just check where it's pitched before you go through that long process of whether it's hitting the bat or not.
So Brandon King, I wouldn't want to say he survives, but he made the right decision and he's not out. So the decision is overturned. No umpire's call, nothing is in play. The ball pitched outside leg, and that's the end of the first over here. It's 6 without loss. King is on 1, Lewis is on 5.
Yeah, good review in the end for West Indies. It could have been quite dangerous had they lost that wicket early. Just a reminder, the first phase of play, first power play 1 to 7. Second phase between overs 8 to 28, and then final power play at 29 overs until the end.
Yeah, so a lot to think about here for the Pakistan team. Hassan Ali now, he takes up the attack from the northern end, and really quick bowler. He really runs in hard, so he will be looking. He didn't play in the first game. He comes in now and in the second ODI, and he would be really looking to make an impression here in his spell here at the Branlar Academy.
So it's Evan Lewis to face up first to Hassan Ali. One slip in place for him. Deep third man. Backward point inside the ring along with cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, as well as a backward square standing right next to the umpire. There's also a man, a deep fine. So here's Hassan Ali now. And that's just tucked into the onside, but straight towards that fielder at a shortish mid-wicket. Abdullah Shafiq is in the way.
Evan Lewis, they're getting into a bit of a tangle, but he seems to be alright. He naturally has a type of a limp when he's walking. That's always the case. So sometimes you're wondering if he's injured, but that's just how he walks. That's just how he actually has that sort of limp.
Wondered that many times watching on TV. And again turned into the onside, this time a bit behind square. And it was down to that deep fine leg. 1 run to Evan Lewis's total brings Brandon King back on strike.
Yeah, Hassan Ali really running in here at the moment, so
he's really an exciting bowler to watch. Conjures up memories of that 2017 Champions Trophy when they would have eventually beat India, along with Mohammad Amir throughout that tournament. He is again to delivery to Brandon King, wide down the leg side. Did he get a bit of bat on it though, or was it pad? It was some pad, so leg byes 4 to begin with here. Hassan Ali not the greatest start. 11 without losses is score already.
yeah, good start here for the West Indies. Bad start for Pakistan. 4 easy runs down the leg side, as you mentioned, off the tie pad. So nothing there really. Big effort there by the batsman, but 4 runs added to the total.
Hassan Ali to King again, and he got it on point. No, leaving him that delivery on a length and just catching the outside edge of Brandon King. Hassan Ali hits back, and it again is still reminiscent of that first match. A boundary to Brandon King and then getting dismissed right after.
Well, would we see a change of events here? Because for the entire day, the West Indies team has dominated this game. So with that wicket now, it really now puts a damper now in the West Indies camp. Now they are 1 down with 11 on the board, and now Kati would be coming in at number 3. So a breakthrough already for the Pakistan team, exactly what they wanted, and they have done it. And Hassan Ali has really done the job for his team.
The way that he took that edge as well, Brandon King just sort of hanging the bat, waiting for that edge, not really putting much effort into whatever shot he was looking to play there. And that eventually being his demise in the end. Hassan Ali turning things around quickly. He has been trying to work his way back into the Pakistan side for a while. A lot of injuries in the past few years that he's had to work with. Change a few things in his action, just get his full fitness back, and he's had a good year so far in the PSL as well as his return in T20 cricket. Now it's just to extend that bowling load into the longer format. Casey Carty now arrives to join Evan Lewis. Casey Carty, some great form before the series, and Evan Lewis, good form within this series.
Yeah, Casey Carty averaging, well, before this series it was around 49, now it's 48. So good rich form behind him, so he would be looking now to really stabilize this West Indies batting lineup after that wicket.
So Hassan Ali again, a wide delivery outside the off stump. Casey Carty wants nothing to do with it.
Yeah, nothing shot from Brandon King there, just hanging the bat outside the off stump. It pitched well outside off stump and he just hung the bat. So really he would be really disappointed with that dismissal, Brandon King, but it is what it is, and the Pakistan team are happy with the wicket.
It's Hassan Ali again. This time gets Carty to play at it again on that hard length and forcing him back, defends it and finishes the over with a dot. 11 for 1 after 2. Carty yet to get off the mark, and Evan Lewis on 6 from 4.
Yeah, so Pakistan team still have some confidence behind them with that wicket of King there in the last over. So Shaheen Afridi now would be looking to get into the wicket column, and all these bowlers here would be looking to get their confidence going. There's still a game Tuesday, the final ODI here at the Branlar Academy, and this game is very important. This is almost a decider whether the game on Tuesday has any real purpose.
So Shaheen Afridi into his second over, and Evan Lewis just catches the outside edge of his bat there, down to third man for 1 run.
brings now Carty on strike. So Afridi, these left-hand bowlers always favor these right-hand batsmen because they always have the tendency to get that ball to come back in from that angle over the wicket. So I'm guessing he's going to look to go full and straight right away. New batsman in, so he's very deadly with that full straight delivery.
Still looking to utilize whichever movement he can early. Shaheen Afridi again. You see Carty just tucks that one into leg side for no run, straight towards the fielder. Now, it's a 35 over game, and we had that recent rule change at 34 overs where they just pick one ball. Now, are they going to do that for just one over? Or are they going to bring that point back earlier in the innings? So Casey Carty still on strike early in his innings. Has quite a bit of time available to him. Likes to work his way into his innings. Afridi to him again. And just played into that leg side towards short mid-wicket. Abdullah Shafiq duly at it again.
Yeah.
Of course, that run rate just above 5, so very comfortable at this stage.
Yeah, Casey Carty played that one really well. That one was full and straight. And if I was him, I would have been thinking the same thing also. That Afridi would be looking to attack those stumps right away.
Still one slip in place for Casey Carty. He waits now. And this one just leaves him going away, going the other direction this time from Shaheen Afridi. So bringing the variation into place now.
Great delivery there by him. Bit of a wind here at the ground. Actually, the wind is coming behind his back. So he would actually get that assistance as he runs in because there's a bit of a slope in the direction he's running. So he's actually running uphill a bit. But with the wind behind his back, he would definitely be getting that extra assistance.
It's as if he just sort of wobble, scramble the seam a bit to get it to go across. Into Carty again and just leaving him on the angle again. Ever so slightly. It's that intense movement in that he gets and then just this subtle movement away. It's so difficult to play from that angle.
Yeah, so just one run off the over so far. Good over by him. There's one delivery remaining. And let's see what ideas Carty have after this good over here. Would he be looking to score? Or would he just be looking to defend this last delivery?
And just defends it on the back of a length sort of area from Shaheen Afridi. And just one run coming from that over. Shaheen's figures none for 7. Casey Carty none from 7. And Evan Lewis 7 from 5.
Required run rate 5.2. So no danger as yet for the West Indies team. So they're continuing in their fashion here at the moment. West Indies need 169 runs off of 32 overs as of now. Duckworth and Lewis system method. And that should really sum up here. Hopefully there isn't any more rain so that there will be any more calculations, but that's it at the moment.
Hassan Ali now, and that's another beauty from Hassan Ali, this time going away from Evan Lewis. Hard length again, and he was just forced to play at it, couldn't help himself.
Well, Hassan Ali here getting another wicket, the big wicket of Evan Lewis. This is definitely the plan. That one hitting there and just keeping a straight line, and it picks up the inside of the edge of the bat and it goes into the keeper's hand. So West Indies now at 12 for 2, and the West Indies team will be in a bit of a panic here. They would not have expected this, but it happened already. So now they really have to pick up the pieces here now, and I'm guessing Captain Shea Hope would be coming in here at 4.
Yeah, not often you see the inside edge being caught through to the keeper. So often bowlers forcefully look for that outside edge. This time it was just that bit of nip off the surface back into Evan Lewis. That really did for him in the end. Was a difficult delivery to face.
Yeah, so Captain Shea Hope in 141 matches, over 5,000 runs, just under 50 his average, and 29 half centuries, 17 centuries, and his best of 170. And there's a big cheer here at the academy, Brian Lara, as the captain walks out, because we know he's in some rich form, and I'm sure that everyone wants to see him get off, and we know that he middles the ball really well and is one of the most gracious and lovely batsmen to watch when he's on the go.
And you know how important he is towards this innings chase, how good a form he's been in, and how well he's done in this format. Him and Casey Carty would have a big job ahead of them.
And so 2 new batsmen in now, Carty on note and Hope on note.
It's Hassan Ali now. Shea Hope just pushes that into the offside of the back foot and is going to go close to the boundary, but easily saved in the end. They'll come through for 2 and Hope is off the mark.
Yeah, comfortable looking back foot drive there by Shea Hope, and he's off the mark. Looks good already. Just pushing that one there off the back foot. Exactly dead on square on the offside. And 2 runs to him. So he would have his work cut out today. He would know he have to put up his hand in order for this team to get this victory.
Again driven this time on the front foot and going close to the boundary again. Same 2 fielders chase after it, but to no avail. 4 to Shea Hope.
Exquisite drive there by Shea Hope. Textbook cover drive. Shea Hope written all over it, and it was just struck to perfection. He just timed it. It wasn't bludgeoned, but he was able to let Baba Azam chase it all the way, but it was going for 4, but he had no choice. He had to chase it still.
He said, Baba, you like to drive so much, chase after one of mine. Hassan Ali just sort of paused, sent back in his run there, rushing Shea Hope a bit. Now he's ready. Hassan Ali bowls a lifting delivery outside off stump, and Shea Hope leaves that through to the keeper.
Yeah, Hassan Ali pulling back the length there a bit, and the length just on about maybe 6 stump or so. So Shea Hope driving him through the covers, but he's no longer going to give Shea Hope that free drive outside off stump. He pulls it back right away. Typical fast bowler.
So Shea Hope is ready again. Hassan Ali this time a bit more stump to stump. A bit of aggression as well. Wanted to throw it back at him. Hassan Ali always loves to be in on the action.
So a wicket off his first ball in this over. So 1 delivery remaining. As you mentioned, he's revved up. He's 2 wickets already, just for 7 runs. Just finishing up his second over. So he's fired up and raring to go, and Shea Hope will be ready to face this ball.
And it's again quite full this time, but pushed back towards extra cover. And no run in the end. Hassan Ali 2 for 7 from his 2 overs. Man affectionately known as the generator in Pakistan. 18 for 2 after 4. Casey Carty watched that entire over from the non-striker's end, as he's still 7 deliveries for no run, and Shea Hope 6 runs from his 5 deliveries.
So Shaheen Afridi continues from the southern end, and he's yet to take a wicket. No doubt he would be really excited to get his first wicket here, to get him on the way. And he bowls to Casey Carty.
So this time it's on our length, just moving across Carty, but he just pushes it into the offside defensively for no run.
Another good crowd here at the Branlara Academy Sunday afternoon in Trinidad. Seems to have a better crowd, I would say, from Friday evening. How I could tell is that the noise, there's a bit extra noise, and once there's people gathered and they're watching sport, you could know how many people are here based on the song.
Yes, Shaheen Afridi, this one leaving him a bit more this time. A bit extra movement across Casey Carty. Just looking to fish at it a bit. Fish market not too far from where we're located here in San Fernando.
Yeah, Ruskin Mark there just giving the Venezuela a blow. I'm not sure if you heard it. So, but we know he's a neutral commentator, so
I think
not
that's
too sure.
where he was disappeared to during that rain break. He was making some noise downstairs.
He's supporting cricket at the moment.
Well, there we have the wind predictor back to join us. Shaheen Afridi to Casey Carty, this time push more intently to mid-off. Wind predictor giving West Indies a 64% chance, still with 2 wickets down.
Yeah, I think that the Pakistan batting wasn't the best in the world, so it really affected their Duckwood Lewis, and I'm sure they would have been really disappointed by that, because those wickets there, if they had lost maybe 2 wickets less, it would have really have a different equation for the West Indies to chase.
So Afridi to Carty again, and just played towards short mid-wicket. Abdullah Shafiq has continued to stay very close in on the batsman there at short mid-wicket. Well, actually, no, I was Babar Azam this time. Him and Abdullah Shafiq in quite similar regions in that leg side. Number 56 and 57.
So one slip in for Shaheen Afridi to Carty, so mid-wicket sort of short and straightish. Back at the square leg just in front of the umpire.
Afridi to Carty. And this time starting it a bit more leg side-ish. Ends on Casey Carty's off stump and defends it back to Shaheen Afridi. So 5 dot balls in this over so far. 12 dot balls in Casey Carty's innings so far. So West Indies and ODI is a 10% win percentage when batting first. 72.7% when batting second. And I don't know about you, but that doesn't make up 100%. Must have been a no result in there. Shaheen Afridi again to Casey Carty. Doesn't allow for the maiden. Quick single! So close to a run out. Didn't make contact with the stump. Saim Ayub. Athletic in the field there. It's been a while since he was out there batting and wants to make sure his energy is imprinted on this innings as well. 5 overs have been completed. It's 19 for 2.
Yeah, really tight, quick single there. We're waiting on our monitors here to give you the viewers what and how close it is, but it's the end of the over. But a really tight single, and it brings Casey Carty on strike, and Hassan Ali would be continuing.
Just having a closer look at it now. It's very close there. And
Yeah,
had it
would have
hit, could have been out. Hassan Ali to Casey Carty. Again, would you guess where he played it? Towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, fieldsman there having like maybe a stump and a quarter to throw at, so it was, you know, a side-on view that he would have been throwing at, so just like one stump and maybe a quarter, so it's very difficult to hit the stump at that angle, but if he hits it, that would have been the end of Casey Carty.
Well, Jonty Rhodes might have gotten it. Hassan Ali here. And that's come in sharply at Casey Carty. Still no run. Well, Casey Carty did get off the mark on that streakish run. So he's At least know he's not going back with that duck to his name. 2 dots in this over so far. Hassan Ali continuing to work up some wonderful rhythm at the northern end here. Here he comes to Casey Carty again. Again, a bit of movement inwards, but just pushed towards cover. No run in this over as yet.
Yeah, and Casey Carty there, that quick single that he took, he wasn't off the mark as yet. And sometimes as a batsman, when you just come in the wicket, you're very anxious to get off the mark. No one wants to make a duck. And sometimes you may take a single that you're not supposed to take because he has already faced 16 deliveries. Well, probably would have been 14 deliveries. So he was anxious to get off the mark and it nearly cost him his wicket.
He's just sending Hassan Ali back again. Is there someone in front of the side screen? We can't quite see. Just underneath us here.
Yeah, so had that problem in the last game with persons walking across the side screen. So,
well, of course, it's always the batsman's responsibility to be ready for the bowler. Hassan Ali again, this time short and just onto the body. Casey Carty just able to keep that down.
so some consultation there with the Pakistan fielders. We see Rizwan and Baba Azam and Ayub there having a bit of a discussion. So maybe they have a plan that they're trying to cook up there to Carty. So let's see what Hassan Ali is going to do in this delivery. 2 deliveries left and he's bowling to Carty.
This final delivery, Carty just pushes it into the offside. No run. 1 delivery remains in the over. Maybe they were just walking past him saying, remember, this is a rain-shortened game. Get on with it.
Yeah, it's time now. It's 4:12 in Trinidad. So it's getting into that afternoon period here. So fairly important for the Pakistani bowlers to really get in their overs.
So Hassan Ali again, a wonderfully disciplined over. Another maiden over to add to the tally. Hassan Ali 2 for 7. He has been exceptional and a wonderfully inspired change for today's encounter.
Yeah, so Casey Carty doesn't look in good rhythm there. I think he's having difficulty picking up the pace of the wicket. You can see a big contrast between him and Shea Hope. He's kind of chopping the ball on about probably 5th stump or so. It looks like a specific plan to Casey Carty because they're bowling that line around 6th stump, 7th stump. So he doesn't stride much. He kind of stands and bat. So could be something specific. So there's a bowling change now from the northern end.
So
southern end.
Abra Ahmed, the magic boxer tricks that he has. The leg spinner, googly front of the hand, sort of carambole. It's going to mix them up quite a bit. He's going to start to Shea Hope. Bowls with the spectacles on. And that one there just a bit too leg side-ish. Easy for Hope to put away for a single there.
Yeah, that one looks like a front, not like a front of the arm sort of delivery. So as we were talking about him this morning, we were mentioning that he mixes it up a lot, which is something a lot of bowlers are doing now around the world. You cannot be too predictable as a bowler now.
Here he is again. This time, one just leaving Casey Carty a bit pushed past him, and a easy single again.
Yeah, not much turn so far. He looks really quick through the air. So yet to see if he's going to try to slow it up. But really quick so far in his first 2 deliveries.
I think Generally, his googly comes out a bit slower. One of the signs when he bowls it. It's one of those mystery spinners who he is again this time again 2 leg side-ish. Hope puts that away through mid-wicket for another single. A lot of mystery spinners, as you refer to them, would sort of build their base on off-spin bowling like a Tikshana or Mujib. Whereas in this case, Abra sort of building it off of a base of leg spinner. It's again this time, and what has happened there? That one came back at Casey Carty. That one may have been the googly.
I think they're gonna ask. I think all eyes are on Rizwan, and they're having a bit of a discussion there. The DRS timer is on 6 seconds, so yeah, they take it. So the review is on here for Casey Carty. The original decision is not out, but the captain Rizwan has decided to ask for the referral.
Well, we'll wait and see whether this has much going for it. Did come back sharply.
It look a bit high from here, but
Second look, it does look like it was bouncing quite a bit, but it didn't hit him too high up. Again, that natural in movement maybe could be an umpire's call.
yeah, at least Casey Carty has that favor there that the original decision is not out. So it literally has to be almost breaking down the middle stump.
Impacting him, no edge or any bat. Looks safely to the hitting pad, impacting him on about that middle stump line.
But yeah, a lot bat far away from the pad. So that's out the question.
Umpire's call it is.
Yeah. So it's just clipping the leg stump, but because it's the on-field decision of not out, it stays with the umpire. So a lost referral there by Pakistan. So now they only have one referral remaining. So Rizwan would have lost that one.
Well, so Abar Ahmed will continue now to Casey Carty. He's still going to have both reviews in the tank due
Because
to the
it's the umpire's call, right?
Carty just pushes that towards extra cover. No run for him. He's going to have to be watchful here with this box of all sorts. Much more spin to follow. Again, straighter sort of delivery, quicker as well on the stumps, and dot ball. Casey Carty pushes it back to him. It's 22 for 2 after 7 with Carty 2 from 23, Hope 8 from 7.
So the score here, West Indies 22 for 2 after 7 overs. They are chasing 181 from 35 overs, Duckwood Lewis method. And now we have Ruskin Mark, who will be joining the commentary box with us this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Adrian. And of course, West Indies in a spot of bother here. They've lost 2 early wickets, and they need really to put something back in place as they look to build some sort of partnerships here. That's going to be critical for them at this stage. They need to really get themselves, give these fans something to cheer about. They have a good crowd in, and they just need to keep them humming, and you hear the vuvuzelas going off all over the ground. if they should somehow get to that 181 here. And they have two men who are capable of doing it at the crease right now. The captain, Shea Hope, I think they're going to look to him to, in no small way. And Mohammed Nawaz is going to come into the attack, so we're going to get a spin heavy assault here now.
Yeah, no surprise. The Pakistan team, they made 3 changes and they would have brought in the leg spinner, and now they have here Nawaz, who's a left-arm spinner, and he would be bowling to the 2 right-handers. So a good ploy here by the Pakistan team, 2 right-hand batsmen, and they have decided to bring on the left-arm spinner, and he's bowling around the wicket.
That's beautifully played. That one is cracked down to deep point, just a single. But Kati again quickly jumping into position quickly and stroking it nicely. And really, West Indies need these two to, or rather Shea Hope that played it nicely. These two need to really build something here of note for the Windies. Kati just nudges it on the onside and they go for a quick single and they'll get it too. Not much they could do about that. And just this block and run. Try to score for every ball.
Yeah, Casey Kati at the moment, 24 balls for his 3 runs. He 21 dot balls. So he pressure naturally when you bat that amount of dot balls, it naturally is in the back of your mind.
Yeah, he really tried to get out of that little slumber that he's in. Shea Hope, meanwhile, looks so much more confident.
Yeah, and I think it's important for Shea Hope also to keep speaking with Casey Kati, because you don't want him to think that he's doing anything wrong. You want to make him feel comfortable. It's okay. We have enough time in this game.
Is this one pitching up here? Hope for a moment looked like he was going to launch himself into a big drive, and then just kind of held himself back, showing good restraint there.
So 3 fielders on the boundary at the moment. 4. Backward, mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a sweeper on the offside.
He goes from around the wicket, turned on the onside, but there's just a 1 run. And coming across quite quickly there to tidy it up.
3 runs off
Sintalat.
this over.
See, the boundaries will be critical here. They might be hard to come by, especially against the spinners. But the running between the wickets is going to have to be very, very critical. It is very important at this stage. End of the over. 25 for 2 now after 8.
Yeah, so we enter power play 2 now, and 4 fielders, as I mentioned. 4 fielders are allowed to be outside the 30-yard circle. So we're just watching around with the weather here at the moment. There's some clouds around, grey, but it doesn't seem to be of any danger at this particular point in time. So it's already 4:23. So usually a lot of the rainfall, it happens just after lunch, afternoon thunderstorms or rainfall in Trinidad. So hopefully we have good weather as Abra continues.
He pitches up and again trying to cover the spin. Maybe trying to just turn it on the onside. Shea Hope didn't really get any power into it and just played it on the onside. Picked up at mid-wicket. There's no run. Abra tries again. And for this delivery, he's sweeping at it. There's a loud appeal. He's out. He went right across the line of that one. Shea Hope thinking about maybe a review. He's asking his partner, what do you think? But he's living on tender hooks right now, and he does go for the review. It's 25 for 2. He's on 10, but he could stay on 10 if that proves to be a delivery that is online. He went right across the line of the ball and missed.
Yeah, this is not a good sign at all for the West Indies team. This referral here would be very important, and so far it looks really good from the first front on view. It looks like it hits him straight. So again, the on-field decision is out. So everything really has to be going in favor of Shea Hope here to really get this decision overturned.
Yeah, and he would be hoping that it turned, and turned a lot, but I don't think he gave it time to turn. He just swept right across it, and there was no glove, nothing involved there, no bat, no glove. So it crashed straight into his pad. Now immediately he looked at Casey Carty and asked him, well, what you thinking? And pitch in line, stays in line, was going to hit middle and leg. It bunks over. So the bunks is what did him in there. So Pakistan probably bewildered right now as to how that was not. But it's the distance the ball had to travel that made a difference. And Shea Hope lives to fight another day for the second time.
Yeah, big roar in the crowd here in the stadium, because they know how important the wicket of Shea Hope is in terms of that decision going in his favor. So big opportunity here that the West Indies team winning that referral. As we would say, thank God there's a referral.
Yep. So Abra just be a little bewildered, pushes this one back along the wicket. But Shea Hope has to be careful here. He knows he wants to get after him, and but I think the bowler is very aware of that. So he's on his P's and Q's here now as he's with him once more. Quicker, turned away nicely into the mid-wicket region. But there is cover out there. So just the one run.
Yeah, I think Casey Carty, he needs to be really, really careful. He's 3 runs from 25 deliveries. And it is a very interesting time for him at the crease.
Carty is driving back along the wicket, picked up by the bowler. No run. Give him some flight on that occasion. Teasing him, trying to get him to come onto the front foot and maybe come down the wicket to him. Quicker, cut away nicely. Down to deep point just for the single. So one by one, the West Indies are ticking along. 27 for 2 now after 9.
Yeah, good over there by Abra. 2 runs off of it. A close call. The Pakistan team there, the decision not going their way. Well, it was obviously not out from the television review. So Shea Hope still in the middle, which is a big plus for anyone who's a West Indian fan. Shea Hope on 11 or 15 deliveries. Carty, slow start for him. 4 runs, 27 balls. The required run rate now is 5.9.
So here goes Nawaz Bose, and that's a beauty. Beating him outside the off stump. He was groping at it there, and Carty missed it completely, almost got the edge.
Yeah, that one there, it spun a lot. And from a left arm spinner, seeing that, he would be really, really happy about that, especially if you're that first slip fields, man. You sometimes you feel like every single ball is going to come to you.
Now, as again, Bose Carty is trying to run it through the offside, but can't generate enough power and placement, so he has to settle for a dot ball. Here is Nawaz again, left arm around the wicket, and nice gentle run up, and then he wheels the arm over that stroke nicely down to long on for another comfortable single. And Ali is down there, just the single, just the 1 run.
So brings now Shea Hope on strike. West Indies' premier batsman, the best batsman on the team by far. So you'd be looking to continue his form.
And again, he's able to stroke it through the offside, but again, that boundary, that point boundary is well protected. Out there, they could only get a single, nothing more at this stage. Remember, the target is 181. The West Indies, they need a move on here. 29 for 2. Here is the next delivery. Pitching up on his legs, and instead of coming on the front foot, Carty was on the back foot, stroking it. But again, can't get a run past mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket. Shafiq is the man at mid-wicket. He watches now as this delivery again is turned on the onside. Down to fine leg it goes. There's a bit of a chase there. Afridi is there. They thought about 2. That might have been suicidal had he gone back for that second run. So they decided against it, and it turned out to be a wise decision. 30 for 2 now after 10.
So Casey Carty, 6 of 32 deliveries. Hope 12 from 16 deliveries. So just really concerned about Carty at the moment. I hope that with this, the amount of deliveries that he's able to continue, because sometimes what happens, Ruskin, is that as a batsman you take up those deliveries, and then if you get out now, it's sort of like a waste. That's right, because you would have absorbed those deliveries. So he's between a rock and a hard place, because he has to get things going, but losing his wicket now would not be a good thing for the team.
So Ayub replaces Abra, and so another spinner, and he's stroking this one into the gap past cover, and they'll get an easy single.
It brings Hope on strike. So 10 overs has gone, another 25 overs remaining. Run rate required 6 runs and over, so it's not in the danger zone yet. I believe sometimes when it gets into that 7 run category, especially when there's a lot of overs remaining, it starts to get a bit worrisome.
Ayub bowls, and this one, he's pulling this one over mid-wicket. It's gone a long way, 1 bounce into the rope for the 4.
Good shot there by Shea Hope, picking up the length really early. Actually is an excellent dancer. You could see how he transitions his weight perfectly, light on the feet, and he's able to get back and hit that one in a big gap between deep mid-wicket and long on, and it goes all the way for 4. 1 bounce into the boundary rope.
Yeah, so that kind of break the shackles just a little bit, and that should do Carty a lot of good as well. And again, he's driving beautifully into the deep cover position, but there is a man out there, so just the 1 run. Talat is out there.
So 3 boundaries so far in this innings for the West Indies. So in 10 overs, 3 boundaries. So not the start that they would have wanted. Remember, Evan Lewis got out early.
On the back foot goes Carty, and he punches this one now. They go for 1. They're coming for the second. He's going to have to hurry, and he's able to get home in the end. So good running on the part there. Not much Ali could do about that. He got to the ball quickly, but he had a lot of work to do to get to it. And by the time he released it and got it to the keeper, Casey Carty was screaming coming back for the second run.
Yeah, I think the West Indies team, yes, they got the 2 runs, but I think they need to run the first one hard. I wasn't too happy with the way that they run in the first run. They need to run a bit harder in their first run.
On the legs this time. This one is turned down to fine leg. They're going to get 1, and I think they're going to be happy with that. Not much else they could do with that. Abra is there, and just the 1 run. So 39 now for 2. They already have 9 runs from this over. So let's see what he does with this one. Oh, flights again, and that one is cut away nicely, but down to cover it goes, and they'll only get the single from it.
So at the end of the 11th over, West Indies are 40 for 2, and they require 181 runs from 35 overs. Carty on 10, Hope on 18. So a little, how to say, a partnership here developing, which they need. In order to get that score, they would need maybe 2 or 3 partnerships. 181 runs. So
one really big one to
That would be
set
best.
them up nicely.
That would be the best scenario.
So here we go again as Mohamed Nawaz continues from around the wicket. And again on the back foot goes Hope, trying to maneuver the ball just on that off stump. So he's not giving him any width to work with. He's trying to manufacture his own width here. As he tried to just have a slip in place. And so let's see if he can really give it some flight. Well, he decides he's not going to deliver this one. It's a late decision. Maybe he was trying to see if Hope was trying to come down the wicket at him to throw him a bluff. See what he does. Again, you could see him just backing away slightly and playing the ball off that off stump and punches it square for another single out in the deep.
Yeah, Shea Hope has those nice twinkle toes where he's able to transition from front foot to back foot so easily, and that gives him that extra time, and that is why he's such a good player of spin, which is years ago we would have said Bijan batsmen would have had difficulty.
Now as the Carty, and he's just coming onto the front foot and stroking it into the cover. No run.
Yeah, but I must say, over the years, the Bijan batsmen have really improved in their spin playing of spin as batsmen.
Yeah, because they tend to play closer to the pad now instead of way out in front of the pad like they used to before. Here is from around the wicket again, cutting, missing is Carty, and really flirting with danger there. And like you said, this is the worst thing for him now is to get out at this stage. So he really needs to fight through this period here and don't look at it as any kind of a hindrance. Just when he runs down to third man, this could go all the way. It's racing, and it will get to the third man boundary for 4.
Yeah, good shot there. Very calculated shot there by him. He's aware that there is a gap between the first slip and backward point, and there's a big slope there towards the southern end of the ground, and if you're batting from that side, it's really, really short. It's about 52 meters from that angle, from his stump to the third man boundary. So anything you get on bad there, it will race for 4.
So 45 for 2 now, and Carty is in to, well, he's on 14 now. So again, the West Indies really relying on these two to build here now. But I'm sure Nawaz has other ideas. Not on this occasion. Carty strokes it beautifully down to Ali at long on for a comfortable single. So one more to the total, 46 for 2 now at the end of over number 12.
So nice little partnership here building for the West Indies. So far the West Indies have batted 44 dots. That's always a concern with our batting, but at the end of the day it's not the biggest target in the world, so there's always a little more time to make up. But 2 wickets down, Pakistan could be in this game at any point in time if they get a wicket here, so it's very important, as you would have mentioned, that Casey Carty bat through, which he hope he needs to play that supporting role. I don't think he needs to do anything out of the ordinary, because once you're batting with someone like Shea Hope, he will do the majority of the scoring. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, it is, and you see them. Rizwan is mixing up his bowlers now. Here comes Abra again and bowls a beauty. So he just bowled the 1 over we had from Ayub, and he decided let's go back to the leg spinner.
Yeah, lots of support here for the West Indies at the moment, so definitely have that 12th man here at the scrum.
Flighted and driven into the cover region. They might get a couple if they hurry, and they decide against it. They're just going to take 1 on this occasion. And again, Ali is quick across the ground, putting in a lot of effort out in the deep. Also capable as Talat. They tend to parade in those positions. Turned away nicely through square leg, and they'll just take the 1. They're not going to Worry.
Ooh.
And this one, the return was like a bouncer that went over the keeper's head after hitting the turf.
Yeah, I think it went into one of the footholds in one of the practice pitches there.
Pitched up again.
Oh.
He's looking for this and he's gone. Well. Playing well away from his body. And that is exactly what Carty didn't want at this stage. He goes for 16 and Abra has struck a painful blow here.
So, looks like a googly there, yes. Clear googly, and he bowled him. So, Casey Carty's bowled exactly what the West Indies team didn't want at this point. It happened. Casey Carty went for 16. He would have absorbed 42 deliveries. And now he's back in the pavilion now. And a new batsman has to come in. And the new batsman is Shufin Rutherford. And he would have a very important role today. And he would know that. Especially that the West Indies team is chasing. So, depending how the batsmen bat today will depend on if they win or not. So, a lot of responsibility will be on the shoulders of their batsmen.
Yeah, and Rutherford is quite capable, so it's not like it's not like he's not able to do it. You know, he does have a strike rate of 107 and a decent average, but they're going to need him to really press on here and play up to his potential and really keep the West Indies going. You could see it, the googly, and the ball cutting in, and he was playing for the leg break and was bowled all over the shop here.
Yeah, he didn't pick that one at all. So, definitely outdone by Abra. And he gets that breakthrough. Very similar to the way the Pakistan innings were going. As soon as a partnership was starting to build, a wicket fell. So it's a similar trend here happening also with the West Indies team. So it was be good to see the comparison at the end of 12 overs, like how much a Pakistan team
after
was
12
batted.
they were 48 for 2 after 12.
Yeah, it's a very similar situation here.
So here he is now, Abra from around the wicket, and Rutherford is just playing it on the onside, and goes for a little jog here now as he tries to limber up, get himself nice and warm and ready for action. It's going to need to be switched on here now because Pakistan are threatening here. Here he is again, bowled and goes right through him and taken by the keeper. He removed the bails, but Rutherford survives. He is yet to score, and the over comes to an end. 13 completed now. Another good delivery, beating him outside the off stump. Another googly just going across the left-hander, and you could see him following it, and it remains 48 for 3.
Yeah, I think the West Indies team will have to be really, really watchful of Abra, but at the same time, they have 181 runs to get. So, Pakistan operating with spin from both ends, and that is no surprise. You know, Captain Shoaib said in the toss that his batting or his batsmen would have to be prepared to bat spin, and if it's one day they have to be prepared, it's today.
And Salman Aga has come on now, so another spinner, and a short ball, and Shea Hope is wasting no time getting into his wicket and dealing with it high over square leg for 6.
Yeah. Loose delivery there from Aga, a short delivery, and as we know with Shea Hope, it was twinkle toes. Once he senses any length and that one dropped short, he was able to rock back on the back foot and launch that one over deep square leg for 6.
And so that pushes the score to 54 now. So the West Indies going past the 50-run total, but they've lost 3 wickets in the process. Here's Aga once more from over the wicket, and this one is turned through forward square for an easy single.
So Hope now goes on to 27 of 24 balls, so he's striking over 100 at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to need his partners to just stay with him and play accordingly, but they cannot, as they say, drop anchor and try to get him to do all the heavy lifting at one end. They're going to have to contribute as well.
Yeah, and I think one of the ways they could do that is not getting dismissed first.
Yep. But just rotate the strike. I think that's the main thing. Here he is now to Rutherford. A short ball, and Rutherford is trying to pull it. It goes high in the air, but it may drop safely for him. And they may go back for the second run, and he'll get it too. The ball just kind of dropped and died because of the soft topsoil that we have here right now. And it almost like a wedge shot in golf. As it goes up, it just hits and stops close to the hole. There's no hole there. And but the batsmen were back for 2 runs.
Yeah, and he's hitting there against the wind, so probably because of the wind it would have helped.
Goes again, this time down to long on it goes. So he's going to get a single. So you could see the real intent here from Shifrin Rutherford. He's not prepared to just block and block. He is going to try to score and to take some of the pressure off of the captain.
So we see the floodlights are on here at the stadium because a bit of overcast. It's still 4:45 in the afternoon.
Next delivery stroke nicely down to long on for an easy single by Sheho. And he tacks on one more, so he goes to 28 now. Rutherford is on 3, is back on strike.
Yeah, so 59
for 3.
One delivery remaining in this over, so somewhat an expensive over here so far. So
Bowes, and this one, Rutherford just stands up straight. I thought he was going to try and swing that behind square, and in fact he now rehearses that as the over comes to an end. 14 completed, and at the end of 14 it is 59 for 3 now.
So 11 runs off that last over, so a really good over there for the West Indies team. West Indies need 122 runs off 126 balls. Duckworth Lewis, and they require Pakistan now really looking to continue to apply the pressure on the West Indies team. To Abra to continue from the southern end.
Into She Hoop and just pushing it into the offside. No run. 90 kph that delivery. Is Abra again, and this time a bit too straight. She Hoop easily turns that into the leg side, and it's a quick single added to his total. 60 for 3. West Indies still at the forefront of the win predictor at 63%.
Yeah, Rutherford could very well be key here if he could get going.
Here's Rutherford turning it into the leg side. And quick work by the fielder there at backward square. Rutherford continuing to tick along nicely here. Would have gotten stuck at the beginning of his innings last day. And this time Shehoop just delicately pushes it into the offside. Abrar Ahmed, one just turning away from him this time. And there's still no run. Abrar again, Shehoop getting down low this time. And just pushing it into the onside. A lot of sweat building up there for Shehoop. You see, just release some from the helmet. Very humid out there. And this time push with a bit more intent through that gap between extra cover and cover point. Shehoop gets another single. And it's 62 for 3 after 15. Abrar 1 for 10 from his 4 overs. Shehoop 30 at a runner ball. And Rutherford on 4 from 6.
So another good over from the Pakistanis. They obviously are working on the idea of limiting the West Indies and trying to build the pressure, forcing Shea Hope to probably try to invent some shots, and that way they feel they can force him into error every so often. But I just feel that Sheffield Rutherford is going to be key here. He has to take some of the pressure off his captain.
Salman Aga in from the northern end. Shea Hope, that one is a bit too straight, and again just turns it easily into that square leg region for one.
Yeah, because this is a critical partnership here now for the West Indies. They can't afford to lose too many wickets early. Just give themselves a chance at the back end.
Salman Aga around the wicket to Rutherford again and just delicately pushed back to him.
And that's the difference with him and, say, Shea Hope. A delivery like that, Shea Hope would have manipulated it into the gap and probably steal a single. And that's when I say that he has to take pressure off of him.
And this time just tucked into leg side for still no run for Sheffield Rutherford.
I do expect him to try to, hit sixes and fours. He may think that that's his best way, but he could still do the rotation bit.
And again, this one just a bit straighter, not as much turn, and just playing at it a bit nervously is Sheffield Rutherford, but safe in the end.
Yeah, this is a real examination he's getting here. Some are spinning, some are not spinning.
Rutherford again, this one turned quite a bit and bounced as well. 89 Ks that one came out at. And again, just pushing it towards a fielder on the offside. So pressure building. And this time lofts it over those fielders on the offside, but goes towards that sweeper at cover. And it's just going to be one for Rutherford. He keeps strike. He's on 5. Shea Hope is on 31. Score is on 64 for 3 after 16 overs. Just looking back at some of the Pakistan bowling figures. Shaheen Afridi, none for 8 from his 3 overs. Hassan Ali, 2 for 7 from his 3 overs. Abra Ahmed, 1 for 10 from 4 overs. Mohammad Nawaz, 3 overs, none for 12. Saim Ayub, a bit expensive in his only over. 10 runs coming from it and no wicket. And Salman Aga just working his way into his spell, none for 12 after 2. And see Shaheen Afridi just limbering up again.
Yeah, but just to do a quick comparison, they were 54 for 2 at the same stage of their innings. So the West Indies are still in pretty good shape, but like I said, they cannot afford to lose too many wickets early.
We also can't afford to have any rain coming after the next 4 overs. Once we have 20 overs completed, we're going to have a game, and as it stands, the LS par score is 81. So West Indies still lagging behind that a bit.
Did you say that God is a Trini? You keep the rain away.
Well, I didn't come up with that saying. But it does apply to rain. Shaheen Afridi to Sheffield Rutherford now. This time just driving through the offside. Good bit of work there on the backward point boundary. Allows Sheffield Rutherford to come back for 2.
And that's more like it. Like I said, he just needs to do his part without being, too extravagant or taking too many risks. But just allow Shea Hope to breathe a little bit in terms of the scoring, and that way he could feel confident that he doesn't have to take the bull by the horn with every ball that he faces.
Shaheen in again at him and pulling this one into the leg side quite powerfully. It sort of came off the top half of the bat, but it was far enough. Hassan Ali has to fetch that. 6 runs to Sheffield Rutherford. He moves on to 13.
And that's really tailor-made for him. He's a good player of fast bowling, and so he relishes this opportunity where he can free his arms. And like you said, it came off the top portion of the bat, but they all count, and it sailed over square leg for 6 runs.
Yeah, a bit of evidence there as well. 62 meters of travel, but it was still enough in the end. That being the shorter side as well that he would have been targeting. Afridi again to him, this time driving through the offside. This mid-off fielder isn't going to be able to get anywhere close to it. 4 more to Shifane Rutherford. The score races up to 76 for 3 now. And Shifane Rutherford into a positive strike rate, 17 from 14.
That's 12 runs off the first 3 balls of this over. A 2, a 6, and now a 4. So he's pulling out the full toss, and he just stroked it into the gap.
Yeah, that full toss is always going to be there to be punished by any batsman. Shifane Rutherford ensuring he didn't miss out on that occasion. So just a bit of time being taken here for Pakistan to compose themselves back.
You can just feel the momentum swinging here.
Freedy in again, and this time out the outside half of the bat. 4 more runs. Maybe that would have been a bit deliberate from Shifane Rutherford. Just opening the face of the bat. Wide delivery from Shaheen Afridi, and he was able to get that down to the 3rd man boundary.
Abra should have done better with that. He just put his foot at it, Ahmed, and he missed it. So much for his footballing skills.
It seems as if he was just running past it and hadn't even realized it was there.
But that's dangerous, though. As a cricketer, you don't want to. You can put your ankle there, and next thing you know, you're done for the next 2 months.
Partnership of 32 between Rutherford and Hope, and score is up to 80 for 3 now, and that par is still 81. Rutherford this time just gets his bat down on it, and time was very full from Shaheen Afridi, targeting what looked to be a Yorker. Bit slow though, 124 Ks that would have come out at.
This is a big over. This is 16 runs already in this over, and so one of the biggest overs of the match, if not, because I can't remember any over going for 16 when Pakistan batted.
It was quite a difficult bit of time that Pakistan would have spent out there batting. A lot of interruptions, a lot of moisture and cloud cover around. Shaheen Afridi in again, and Rutherford again guides it down. This time Abrar Ahmed firmly in front of it. So just 1, and he keeps his strike as we move into the drinks break at 17 overs. So it looks like it's just going to be 1 drinks break at the halfway point of this innings. So 81 for 3, Shifane Rutherford on 22 from 17. Sheop runner ball 31. Shaheen Afridi really allowing the pressure to just release in that over. His figures now none for 25. It's that drinks break, and we'll take a short break. Back with you for the final juncture of this run chase in the second one-day international between West Indies and Pakistan. just completing the drinks break in the second innings. Run chase well on the way for West Indies against Pakistan here.
Yeah,
The
they
equation.
need 100 from 108 balls. So they well within their grasp. Like I said, we keep saying that they need to just preserve those wickets. And these two can get them, if they can't get them home, they can get them very close.
Definitely that run rate still under 6, so can afford to allow a few dot balls to go by, but would want to get things done and dusted as soon as they can. Put away whatever bad deliveries come their way, especially Shafi and Rutherford, who's looking in much better touch today.
Yeah, he looks like he's full of purpose right now. He understands what is required, and if he can, score as quickly as he normally does, that will really allow Shea Hope to become more of the facilitator and just keep building and play his normal game at the other end, because he can rotate strike a lot better than the others. So if Rutherford takes up the heavy lifting part by scoring the boundaries, then Hope can just be the facilitator and just rotate strike, give him as many balls as possible to do his thing. And before you blink, the West Indies could be even in a better position, because we know how he can score quickly. He just got an example of that in that over. And if he continues at that, then West Indies could be well on their way to a victory here that will level the series.
He would definitely have to be watchful against Salman Ali Aga, turning the ball away from him. Would have gotten his wicket in the last game. Here he is now, and this time lofted over the offside. Is it gonna land? Where is it gonna land? It lands firmly for 6 over that boundary yet again at cover.
Well, that's it. He gave him the width, and that was the one thing he didn't want to do. Even though he's spinning it away from him, look at how much width he has. He freed his arms, threw the bat at it. It was deliberate. He wanted to get under it. He did, and he got it high over extra cover for a 6.
A good shot selection. He was hitting there with the wind, with the spin, and was wide, easy for him to free his arms. Aga again, this time more on the stumps, and just defended easily by Shafi and Rutherford. Sun has just come back across the ground now. Not looking as if we're going to have any more stops. Salman Aga again, this time cut, but straight towards backward point. He's in the way.
Shaheen Afridi there at that short third man position. But he has to be sensible as well. He already got a 6, and so you can milk him now.
And this time he backed away, gave himself some room and drove that just through point. A wonderful bit of shot making from Shafi and Rutherford. He's really racing things along up to 91 for 3 now. He's going race along to 32.
And this is another very good over for the Windies. 10 of the over again, so another double-digit over. Just what Pakistan didn't want is happening right now. The spinners are being attacked now.
Did just sort of telegraph that shot a bit. Aga into him again, and this time what a high and handsome shot coming straight to us, just over long one. Full flourish from Shafi and Rutherford. 6 more, 97 for 3 now. Partnership up to 49.
Well, we had one over that was 17 the previous over. This one is already up to 16. So he is taking no prisoners right now. It was the quicker bowler, now it's a spinner, and everybody is looking up to the heavens as if something, the Lord has sent something for them, and or is speaking to them from above. He's up to 172, the strike rate for Shafi and Rutherford.
Comes in again, tries to complete the over quietly, and this time Rutherford just edges that delicately past Mohammad Rizwan, almost as if he intended that edge, played it so softly, and it went away for 4. Or did it?
I think it did. And I think Afridi might have hurt himself trying a desperate dive at the end there. And the 100 is on the board. 101. So the West Indies are exactly, 80 away now.
Salman Aga on for 33 now from his 3 overs. Things not looking comfortable for Pakistan now. Things looking quite dangerous. The sun out in full flow now. Gonna make batting even a bit easier now on this surface. Drying it out a bit.
And that's a nice cheeky shot there from Rutherford. He waited till the very last minute and just nudged it, what we call a late dab, and took it away from the keeper's gloves almost, and down to fine leg, to the short third man, really, straight third man for the boundary. A 53-run partnership between these two in double quick time, thanks to Rutherford, who has raced on to 42 from 23.
So Abrar Ahmed from the southern end, and Shea Hope just plays that into the onside. Hassan Ali does the fielding at backward square.
And Shea Hope now doesn't have to worry about scoring the bulk of the runs. He could just rotate the strike here now.
Abrar again. Shea Hope turning it to Hassan Ali, and this time is able to do it well enough to gain a run. Hope moves on to 32. Gives Rutherford back the strike.
And this is how the game, this is the thought pattern of the game. You have a batsman now who is seeing the ball, nicely and is striking the ball beautifully. Let him carry on, and you just hold your end of the bargain and rotate the strike. And I know that he's so good at rotating strike because you see how he can manipulate the ball.
So Abrar over the wicket to Shafi and Rutherford. He's just gonna play at that quite softly. Just defends it towards Hassan Ali. Wants no trouble. Knows how dangerous Abrar Ahmed can be. And that equation 79 from 99 now. Things well in control for West Indies. Well, he's hit it straight back at Abrar Ahmed. Has that been put down? It looks as if it was a sitter.
It was a rocket coming back at him. And they say, don't play with fire. And because had he not put his hand there, that would have hit him straight in his chest. But it came back at him really quickly. And he was in two minds, whether to catch it with the fingers pointing down or with the fingers pointing up. You could see he tried to change positions. It just hit his hand and like it burst through his hands.
Well, he certainly wouldn't have wanted that to come back at his glasses.
Yeah.
Rutherford again playing quite nervously this time. Abrar changes to around the wicket line.
And I was just about to say, I was looking for where he could score, and he could score straight. He has to go over the bowler's head. And but he tried to back hit that one and hit it straight at him. Almost lost his wicket. Would have been a good catch too. Would have been a steamy one.
So final delivery of the over. And Rutherford just pushes that into the offside for no run. 102 for 3 to score after 19 overs. Abrar Ahmed just 1 run coming from his over there. 1 for 11 to go with that sort of chance that he would have had. Rutherford 42 from 27 and Hope 32 from 32.
So again, Pakistan made 171 for 7. At the moment, the West Indies are 102 for 3, but they had a revised target of 181. So they need 79 from 96 balls under the Duckworth-Lewis system. And so this is going to be very interesting. If these two could bat for another 5 to 10 overs, who knows? And the way Rutherford is going, things could happen very quickly.
So Mohamed Nawaz returns now. Shea Hope just goes back in the crease and pushes that towards cover for no run. It's a bit flat from Nawaz to start off. Surely looking for a change of fortunes here is Rizwan after that over from Salman Aga.
Yeah, they need somebody to quiet these two.
Here's Nawaz again. does enjoy bowling to West Indies. Comes into Shea Hope, and that one has beaten him. Has he been stumped? Yes, he has. He does enjoy bowling to West Indies, and he's enjoying it yet again. Shea Hope sends it upstairs.
Yep. 102 for 3. And now the umpire, I don't think the umpire made a decision. So he is the one who sent it upstairs because he wasn't sure. But that would be a brilliant bit of bowling there, because Hope was trying to come on to the front foot, and he might have just dragged that back foot. He's out of the crease here, and he's trying to get back. He's out because nothing is touching the ground there. And even though he was trying to get back, I don't think he got back in time. And there's nothing behind the line. The bails are already broken, and there's nothing behind the line. So that is out. He's out for 32, stumped by Rizwan.
Well, certainly none of that foot remaining back inside the crease for Shea Hope. Mohamed Nawaz strikes. It's 1 for 12, his figures now. Shea Hope, 32 from 35, has to go via the stumped route. 2 4s and 1 6 in his innings. And it's going to be Ruston Chase who's going to hopefully want to take things home with Shafi and Rutherford. They'll convene in the middle for their partnership. 102 for 4, the current score. 4 balls remaining in the 20th over. Required rate just now jumped over 5.04.
And Chase is another batsman who can score fairly quickly, but he can also do a supporting role. So if Rutherford is the man with the hot hands, then his role now is just to support him as much as possible. And you can see, look at the turn, look at the amount of turn that one got. It actually spun past the blade of the bat. Hope tried desperately to get that back foot behind the line, but he was too far forward.
It's like a more sedate version of that ball from Moti to Babar Azam. Not quite as intense as that one was, but similar result.
Is that the wicket
now?
Yep, is that the wicket that Pakistan needed?
Awaz into Chase now. And this one on a good line and length, just turning away ever so slightly. No run yet for Chase. So he has a slip, 2 in the ring on the offside, 2 in the deep on the offside. And similarly on the leg side, 2 in the ring and 2 in the deep. Ruston Chase to face Mohamed Nawaz again. And this is just pushed towards the onside. Still no run. So a bit flatter that time from Nawaz.
Yeah, this is the critical juncture here now, because you got 1 wicket, you're obviously thinking you could get 2. And, but Chase and Rutherford have to be careful here now. Don't allow them that.
Nawaz again, and Chase goes back and pushes it nicely into the offside, down to mid-off, running around to clean it up. So he's off the mark now. How does Rutherford handle the rest of the innings from here? He's on strike for 1 delivery to go in this over.
Yeah, he cannot get out, so soon after the captain, Shea Hope. So the West Indies is going to need Rutherford to stick around for a little while longer and hopefully build another partnership with Ruston Chase. 78 runs required from 91 balls.
So Mohamed Nawaz comes in again and set up to reverse switch hit. Take your pick there from Shafi and Rutherford, but didn't make any contact with it. So still a dot ball in the end. 103 for 4 after 20. Shafi and Rutherford on 42. Ruston Chase newly at the crease just to get off the mark. He's on 1. Mohamed Nawaz, his figures 1 for 13 after 4.
The West Indies are in good position here. The Duckworth lowest par is 96 at this stage. And so the West Indies, things are in their favor here, but they just need to be smart how they navigate this period and make sure that they stay ahead of the asking rate and put themselves or keep themselves in a strong position here.
So it's Abrar Ahmed to continue from the southern end. Resumption solidly behind it. Pushes it back to him for no run. Resumption to face again, and he gets down low, tries to reverse, and again, there's no contact made. So twice we've seen that by both batsmen in a short space of time.
It's a shot of choice right now, it looks like.
Slip in place for Abrar Ahmed. Resumption just turns that into the onside, and quick single. Hassan Ali does the fielding there just behind square.
Yeah, and this is good. I mean, that reverse sweep or the switch hit is so popular now that you're seeing all of the batsmen or most of the batsmen trying it. And, some people don't like it at all, others love it.
Abrar in here to Shafi and Rutherford and push back straight to him. I will see, as of late, I've seen much more West Indians attempting that shot as opposed to a bit of a longer time ago. On the wicket to Rutherford, and this time is able to get it past that fielder at point. And he comes back for a second. So well played from Rutherford there to get those quick runs. Also, the umpire is actually in the offside at the moment, the square leg umpire. Interesting choice given that the sun is coming directly at him.
He likes the sun in his face as opposed to the back of his head.
So final delivery of the over. Rutherford just tucks that into leg side and keeps the strike. So 107 for 4 after 21. Just ahead of that DLS par score of 102. No signs of any heavy dark clouds. Abrar Ahmed 1 for 15 from his 6.
Yeah, and that is good cricket on the part of these two to make sure that they just rotate the strike as much as possible and just keep it going and at that point in time, because it's important that they rotate the strike. They don't wait for a big over, but they just try to milk, because the rate is just about 5 and over at this stage, and just try to keep it going right now. So we see they continue here. Nawaz is going to continue as he tries to really, this is the wicket that they want right now, is Rutherford, because he's the one who looks most likely to take the game away from them. He has already started it, or he's showing signs that he wants to. Can he complete the job? So welcome back, Adrian.
Thanks, Ruskin.
Here's the next delivery. Short, pulled away. It's in the air. It's going up. I don't think he has the legs. He's going to be out caught. And he is. It was high in the air. And that is the wicket that they wanted. It was a short ball. And he went right back into his stumps. But he miscued it. And it went high up in the air. 45 to him. And a big chunk of the West Indies' hopes have gone with that dismissal.
So a really slow walk-off here by Shafi and Rutherford. He's really disappointed in himself. It was there to hit, but he's hitting against the breeze there, the wind, whatever wind is there, but he's really disappointed. He's 45. He's gone for 45 of 33 deliveries, but he believed that he should have been there till the end. So the score now is 107 for 5, and again, another twist in this match here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, where the Pakistan now is back again with a chance, because Hope is gone and now Rutherford is gone. So Graves is in and Chase is in. So back to even Stevens here now in this game, Ruskin.
Yeah, it is a real seesaw affair, and it's really who will hold their nerves, the best at this juncture. Of course, you have Graves, who is a good player, but this is a spinning ball right now, and Justin Graves will have his hands full here.
Yeah, and Justin Graves here is pretty new to the international scene. He has played a decent amount of List A matches for the West Indies, but at the end of the day, it's international cricket here, and they require 74 runs from 82 deliveries, and that's the scenario here right now.
Yep, and he may feel he has to make some kind of a contribution here, and they just need him to be sensible, run hard, and try to just rotate the strike as much as possible. But this was a big wicket.
Just at the right time, at Pakistan, they aren't able to pull things back, because the way Rutherford was going, it could have been over in 5 overs time, but it wasn't meant to be. And now Graves and Chase now at the wicket, and they have the responsibility now as two recognized batsmen here in the West Indies lineup.
Yeah, the first delivery is pushed up. It's pitched up nicely, just pushed into the offside by Graves. You realize nobody has scored a half century in this match, and either team just yet. So this might be a good time for someone to do that, if they have the time. 74 needed from 81 balls. And he's on the back foot again, pushing him right back into the stumps there. Graves just keeping it out and hoping to survive at the moment. Now as 2 for 13 from 4 overs and 4 deliveries.
A lot of spin on show here.
And again, he's right back in his stumps to turn for a quick single. Down to fine leg it goes. And Shaheem Afridi coming off the fence to do the fielding. So one more, 108 for 5. We're in over number 22. Remember, it's a 35 overs affair for the Windies. The target is 181. 73 needed from 79 balls. Here's Nawaz once more from around the wicket. Big spin, big turn as well. And Ruston Chase looks up at him as if to say, where did that come from? As the over comes down, and 22 in the books. It's 108 for 5.
Yeah, lots of spin on show there. Ball pitching on leg stump, and the keeper actually catching the ball to his right. So not good sign. Good signs for Pakistan, not so much good signs for the West Indies, because there's still a long way to go in this game. 73 runs needed off 78 balls. And that's the situation here. Duckworth and Lewis Method due to the rainfall earlier today. And Pakistan are back into this one.
Yeah, they're right back in those 2 wickets. Once you got Hope, they opened the door, and now you got rid of Rutherford. So that makes it even better. Here's the next delivery from Ayub. He's back into the attack now. And they need him to tighten up here. Graves cannot absorb too many deliveries here before he gets started. But at the same time, he doesn't want to get out trying to do something rash. The next delivery pitched on his legs, turned away nicely. And an easy single for him. So he doubles his score now. He goes to 2. The same as Chase. 2 from 5 to Graves, 2 from 7 for Chase.
I think Chase would be looking to replicate his last innings. He scored a half century in the last game. Batted really well. So it would be nice to see him do something like that today.
Ayub will try once more. And he's looking to drag a delivery from way outside the off stump. It ended up going to a short mid-on position and all along the ground, but it was an ugly looking shot. I'm not quite sure what shot he was trying to push it through the offside, but he ended up tugging it on the onside. Again, standing up straight, playing it into the offside, but can't get a run.
Ayub really mixing up his deliveries here now, and now it's the time where the game is getting deeper and deeper. We'll start to see a lot of deliveries being mixed up.
And this time he could get it down the hill. He was right back on his stumps and stroked it nicely down to mid-on for a long on, rather for a single. 110 for 5. Now the Windies. Remember the target at all times is 181. Here now is Graves. Pushing this one on the onside, straight to mid-wicket. Can't get a run. The over comes to an end. 23 now in the books. 110 for 5 it remains.
I think the West Indies really have to dig deep here in this game. Can't allow the Pakistan team to get another wicket here within the next 7, well, maybe next 5 overs. They'd really want to secure that and try to score their asking rate as much as possible until that period. Try to salvage as much. And remember, they don't have the likes of Romario Shepherd today, so it's really left up to them.
Yep, this pair. This is a critical pair here. And Nawaz and Co, I'm sure, are aware of that, so they will be pushing hard here to try to dislodge this pair. Here he is now bowled, driven, or just pushed rather back along the wicket, no run.
Yeah, and then you have the likes of Moti, you have Joseph.
Who can swing the bat.
They could swing, but I'm not too sure against the spinners. They're really good at hitting those spacers, but the spinners here is a bit different.
Yep, and they're going to get a steady diet of that right now. Here is the reverse sweep, and again, he was shaping up the plate very early indeed, and Ruston Chase, he just seems committed to that shot, and probably just trying to maneuver the field a little bit, maybe force the captain to adjust his field, and the rate is up to 6 now. Here he is once more on the back foot. He goes, and he's gone trying to swing it through the onside. It just jumped over the stumps. Really, he was taking his life in his hand there, and luckily for him, it jumped up and it went right over the leg stump.
Yeah, even the wicket keeper too couldn't take it.
He probably thought he was going to bowl him. Yeah. So very interesting. If he's going to hit that shot, he's probably going to hit it straight. Back he goes again and trying to get it down to long on, but he can't. It's intercepted on the way down the hill. And so good bowling and good fielding there. Ayub comes across and does the fielding.
4 dot balls so far in this over. Yeah. Something we have seen a lot this game, a lot of dot balls. Shafi and Rutherford, his heroics really brought the West Indies team back into the fray.
And that's more like it from Chase. Steps out and strokes it nicely down to long off for a comfortable single. So he goes to 4 now. And Graves, who is on 2, will come and strike. 111 for 5. So the West Indies need 70 runs, but from 67 balls. So this is the first time they have more runs than balls. And
well fielded.
Yep, he was trying to run it past him down to slip there, and just sort of dropped on it and denied him the chance to go past him to go down the hill. So 9 runs, 2 wickets from the last 30 balls.
Yeah, definitely for the past 5 overs is a Pakistan affair. So this game has really been a seesaw game so far. The wicket definitely spinning a lot here at the Branlara Academy. It spun even when Pakistan was batting the Gudekesh Moti. He extracted some spin, but the Pakistani bowling attack here, full spin from both ends.
Yeah, and that is their strength really. this battery of spinners that they have. Short ball turned away nicely. Ayub is back into the attack and turned to deep mid wicket, and they're going to get 2 runs comfortably. So that should relieve some pressure.
So Chase is on 6 of 16 deliveries, so it's important for them to bat through, battle about that, probably 28 overs.
16 to Carty, 32 to Hope, 45 to Rutherford. Short ball punched away, but again straight to the man at cover, and they can't get a run. Babar Azam is there looking as sprightly as an 18-year-old.
Yeah, so nice sunshine here at the stadium, so good signs here for cricket.
Yeah, the shadows are lengthening now, and here he goes again, trying to that little scoop, trying to just flick it beyond the wicketkeeper, and kind of took the wrong line, and the ball, he probably was going leg side, and then the ball spun across him, actually hit the bat and hit the grill on his helmet and stayed out in the offside.
Yeah, that could have gone anywhere up in the air, but it landed safely.
Waits now, and for this delivery he's driving back past the bowler. He should have stopped it, and he knows that he should have stopped it, but it somehow eluded his grasp, and they're going to get a single. So 1 more to the total, as the West Indies ticking along here, 114 for 5. Can they really break the shackles here now and put themselves in a better position? All they need is another big over. They got 2 big ones. One was 18 and one was 17 when Rutherford was going. On the back foot, turned away on the onside. He's going to have to hurry here, but the return is a little too late, and they complete a pretty good single in the end. So 115 now for 5. As Graves goes to 3 and chases on to 7. He's back on strike. Over number 25 in progress. The required run rate is 6.49 now. Not impossible. In fact, very attainable. And this one is pushed into the cover region for another easy single. There is a man sweeping out there, so they will take that and keep rotating the strike. So 116 for 5 now after 25.
Yeah, so this is almost a do-or-die situation for the West Indies team, because we are playing the second ODI, and winning this one would be very important, because the West Indies team would have lost the first ODI on Friday. So it's important for them to level the series here today, so that to have any chance of winning this series come Tuesday. So it's really a do or die for them here, and Pakistan know that they could close it off here. So it's a really intense contest. It's almost like a final today that will decide the series.
Yeah, this is the game, the middle game. Here's again pushed nicely into the cover region by Chase, and another comfortable single taken. Mohamed Nawaz 2 for 16 now from his 6 overs. Well, 6 overs on 1 ball. He's done a pretty good job for Pakistan coming into the team today. Here he is again, left arm around the wicket to Graves. Graves is again turning it on the onside, but straight to mid-wicket. He can't get a run.
Yeah, so excellent bowling here from him. He's off of 6.2 overs. He's gone for 16 runs. So even the onslaught of Rutherford he didn't have to pay the price for that.
Let's see what it is. He was watching, spectating. There's another good delivery, a little bit slower, and but again on the back foot goes Graves, but he can't score, and that keeps him on 3. 117 for 5 now. 64 required from 57 balls. Now as Graves gets a beauty again, prodigious spin here, a little bit of turn and bounce as well, and goes right through him and taken by the keeper.
It's almost like a perfect delivery. That right hand batsman as a left arm bowler, left arm wrist spinner.
The only thing missing there was the edge. Sometimes those deliveries are too good to find the edge. Here he is again, and once more, Graves has to dig it out and keep it in front of him. Still can't get a run.
Yeah, and I can tell you, those spinners that spin the ball like that, the straighter one
Is the danger
is
ball.
the danger ball. So that is exactly what Graves would have to be looking for right now.
So with the shadows lengthening on the ground here now, here he is now pitching up, and Graves is driving beautifully down to long off for a comfortable single. So he goes to 4. Now 118 for 5 after 26.
So 2 runs of that over. Nawaz 2 for 17. So he's completed. I think the West Indies team would be really, really happy that Nawaz is bowled out. And he would have to sit back now and just do fielding for the rest of the game. And
Yes, so he's done both. When you consider the changes, Hassan Ali took the 2 early wickets, and now we have Mohammad Nawaz coming back and doing the business, spinning the ball, as is Abra Ahmed. But here's Ayub. He's back into the attack, and this one, he's pulling this one, and he's only going to get a single. He was swinging it from outside the off stump to leg, and the man at deep square leg is able to cut it off to just the 1 run. You can see the tension. Everybody is shaking. Some part of the body is shaking here. A little bit of nerves. 119 now for 5. 62 from 53 balls. Very, very attainable because of the amount of balls left. Short ball pulled away. That's gone. Yes, for 6. Over mid wicket for 6 runs. Ruston Chase.
yeah, excellent shot there by Chase. He picks up that one really early. He naturally stands in the crease, and any sorts of length he's able to capitalize with it. Ruston Chase, a very tall man, long levers, and he's able to hit that one against the breeze for 6 towards the greens here at Brownlar Academy.
Well, there's a long on and a long off and a deep square leg. No mid wicket. Well, the mid wicket is short, just at the edge of the circle, so there's nobody on the boundary at mid wicket. So he was comfortable swinging in the air. And again, he's going through the offside this time, but he's only going to get a single down to the man at that cover position, sweeping on the boundary. So all of a sudden, Chase has decided he's seen enough. He goes to 16 now.
Yeah, so 55 runs or 51 balls. West Indies 126 for 5. We're in the 27th over, 35 over affair due to Duckwood Lewis system.
Ayub bowls and Graves drives this powerfully down to long on. They're only going to get 1, but this is based on how the overs have been going. This is a very productive over for the Windies. 9 runs already from this over, and 4 balls gone so far. And West Indies have won 2. Pakistan have won 8 of their last 10 ODIs. Can they change that here? Here's this one in the air. That's a big hit. That's gone. 6 more. Over, long off. Ruston Chase all of a sudden has found another gear.
Absolutely incredible shot there by Ruston Chase. Hitting through the line, through the offside, over a deep extra cover region there for 6. Excellent shot by him.
133 for 5 now as he waits. And he pushes this one down to long off now, this time all along the ground. And is going to get another comfortable single. More importantly, he retains the strike now at 134 for 5. He's on to 23.
Yeah, really big over there for the West Indies team. It's like 16 runs off that last over, so it puts them in a really good position now. The required run rate now it's under 6 runs, and over it's 5.88, so they need 47 now from 48 balls, so more balls than runs now, which is a good sign. Chasing this total with 5 wickets down, so it eases a bit of the pressure now of the batsmen here, that they don't have to really swing at every single delivery, but they could actually play proper cricket.
Well, this is Hassan is coming back now, and he got 2 wickets at the top, and the 2 openers. I'm sure he'll be anxious to do something for his team here. 2 for 7 from his 3 overs, but with the ball coming onto the bat, who knows? Chase and Graves might relish this a little bit more. And this one, he's just nudging it down to a short third man position for a comfortable single. So Chase ticks over now. He's up to 24 from 26. And Graves, who's on 6 from 15, is coming on strike. 1-3-5 for 5.
Yeah, so the field here at the moment, Hassan is a deep. The man out actually is a sweeper on the boundary, the deep a third man, a fine leg, and a backward square. So that's the 4 fielders on the boundary.
Yeah, he is now bowled short, pulled away, but not where you intended it to go. I'm sure he wanted to hit that maybe over mid-wicket or even over square leg. It ended up all along the ground, and the man at mid-wicket was able to run around to his right, and they couldn't get a run. So a dot ball. 1-3-5 for 5. And really the game is on a knife's edge right now. Who will hold their nerve the longest here and see it through?
Yeah, this spell here by Hassan is a deciding spell here for the Pakistan team. What happens here will determine the outcome of this game.
Another quick delivery, just another nudge and run, square of the wicket in the offside, and they get another easy single. So one more to the kitty as the board keeps ticking over for the West Indies. Good sensible cricket from Graves. If you can't hit a boundary, at least get a single and get off strike.
So 45 runs required. 45 deliveries.
Yeah, here's Ali now as he goes racing away. Passes the umpire now and bowls. Wide outside the off-stump. Cracked away beautifully for 4. Square the wicket on the offside. Too much width. And Ruston Chase just hammered it square for a superb boundary. Yeah. And the crowd erupts here at the Brian Lara Academy.
A glorious shot there by Ruston Chase. Square of the wicket on the offside. Plays that square cut. For a tall man to play a square cut, it really is a special shot. So 4 runs to him, and the score now moves on to 140 for 5.
Ali is on his way once more, looking to make amends. He bowled short, pulled away, down to fine leg. No, it doesn't go. He almost carried it to the man at short fine leg. But that was a risk taken by Ali there, because had he made any kind of proper contact, that might have been another boundary. It was short outside of his legs, and he just didn't make the kind of contact that he wanted. Just over his left shoulder, and just had to lift it and help it on its way. 140 for 5.
And there's no fine leg on the boundary here, so Chase is aware of that. So any length he would be looking to see if he could help it over that short fine leg.
Here he is again posed, and he's turning this one into the offside, and probably looks disgusted because he couldn't capitalize on it. So the over comes to an end. 140 for 5 now. 28 to Chase and 7 to Graves. 28 overs completed.
So the wickets so far, Mohamed Nawaz completed all his overs, 7 overs, 2 wickets, Hassan 4 overs, 2 wickets, and Abra 1 wicket. So that's the 5 wickets fell for the West Indies team, 140 for 5.
So into the final stage of this innings here. Umpires just signaled the third phase of the innings about to get underway, and Shaheen Afridi is about to begin that phase. Back from the southern end where he's operated mostly around the wicket, this time to Justin Graves. That angled into him, but he's easily just played that down to the man at long on. Brings Justin Graves, Rustin Chase back on strike.
So Afridi still have 3 overs remaining and 2 after this one. So these fast bowlers here now, the captain has given them the responsibility to try to finish it off for them, but the West Indies team have other ideas. Chase going really well, 28 of 29 deliveries. Greaves playing that supporting role.
Well, both Graves and Chase just had a bit of a discussion in the middle of the wicket. Rizwan was not pleased, arms aloft, and eventually umpire had a say, said let's get on with things here. Already into overtime. So here's Shaheen Afridi again, shadows across the ground, and Rustin Chase plays a bit uppishly, drives that to the cover fielder, just able to get it around him for one more run. 39 from 40, the current equation. Greaves on 8 from 18 and Chase 29 from 30. Shaheen still wicketless up until this point. And we saw Hassan Ali that previous over. Wonder if they might have left him a bit too late. With those 2 wickets earlier, he was in some really top rhythm. Shaheen comes again around the wicket and driven through the offside lusciously from Justin Graves. But the cover sweeper has his say. He is able to restrict that to just 2. 37 from 39. Graves moves on to 10 now. 144 for 5 the score.
Yeah, nice looking shot there from Graves. Allow the ball to come onto the bat. Really playing his role here at the moment, because Chase is the one doing most of the damage, but he's also playing that supporting role. It's 10 of 19, so nice partnership. I think the West Indies getting themselves back into the game here.
3D to Greaves again, and this time pulled through the onside with so much power. Races down, but the fielder comes around at that sweeper position in the leg side and is able to again restrict that to 2. A few wet spots in the outfield, a few divots being dug out there by the intense running out there at mid-wicket. That's Hassan Nawaz out there, ensuring his youth is on display and the energy still shines through at this stage.
So, change of feel. They're bringing in the fine leg now. A short fine leg, and there's a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, a deep square leg, so it's actually coming around to a wideish square leg. So square leg, mid-wicket on the boundary, long one, and a sweeper and a third man.
It was the 5 deep fielders as Afridi comes back in this time, goes straight to fine leg and a quick run, almost chance of a run out there, but was not a hit of the stumps. Easily home in the end. So,
good run in there by the West Indies. Looks like Chase would have been pretty comfortable there.
Abrar Ahmed with that throw, and definitely looked quite comfortable in the end. Was just a bit angled too far down the leg side, allowed easy turn into the onside for Justin Graves. And again, these quick singles and 2s in the over. 7 runs already from this over. Final delivery coming up, and this time Rustin Chase just dabs that one down to Hassan Ali, a third man. And there's a lot of running going on around the field. The end of it was just 1 run for West Indies batsmen. The fielders were all over the place. 8 runs coming from that over. 148 for 5 after 29. Justin Graves 13 from 21. Rustin Chase 30 from 31. And Shaheen Afridi none for 33.
Yeah, the crowd is really excited about what they're seeing so far. They're seeing a West Indies fight back. I think a victory today would really give these fans something because they came out Friday and they suffered a loss to Pakistan in the first game. So I think the West Indies team, these fans here really deserve a victory. They would have come in here since some fans came in here before 9 o'clock this morning, and we're still here. It's 9 minutes to 6 in the afternoon. And the fans are still here supporting their team. So the West Indies team, really they know that a victory is important in order to even stand a chance to win this series in the next game Tuesday.
There's quite a bit of time in between overs there. Some drinks, a few running repairs for the West Indies batsmen. Just getting things in a relaxed heat for them. Still very hard work out there in spite of all of the interruptions you would have had. Hassan Ali continues from the northern end. 2 for 13 his figures, about to start his 5th. It's Ruslan Cheese who's on strike. It's Hassan Ali, and that one hits Cheese on the pad, but no doubt would have been going down leg.
So the partnership now 41 or 47 deliveries. Required run rate 5.6. We're in the 30th over. So just 5 overs after this. And with 5 wickets in hand, I think the West Indies could be creeping in to something very special.
Here's Hassan Ali again. Ruslan Cheese. And he cuts that one out to that backward point boundary. It races away for 4. And Ruslan Cheese continuing to flourish in this innings. Moves on to 34. Gets 4 runs early in the over. And 29 from 34, the current equation now.
Excellent cut shot there by Ruslan Cheese. Not the first time we see it in this innings. And it's good to see he has that shot because with that square cut, there's always a boundary if it could be that backward point.
Hassan Ali again, Ruslan Cheese. This time it beats him. Hassan Ali, he's going up. He is pleading with the umpire. Is he going to be able to convince Rizwan?
Yeah, still 2 reviews remaining for Pakistan. And they're asking the question, they're discussing it, and they're taking the review. So Pakistan has reviewed. The original decision is not out. They actually appeal for a court behind of Hassan Ali. So we are waiting now to see what the outcome would be with this decision.
So halfway into the 30th over, Ruslan Cheese applying that pressure along with Justin Greaves, but is it another twist from Pakistan? Hassan Ali has been superb today. So we wait. Nervy times for West Indies supporters, Pakistan supporters as well, willing this ball to have been meeting with the bat. Rizwan was overjoyed. It was so close. So close. Just a sliver of daylight in between bat and ball. So it's going to remain not out. Rizwan not too pleased in the end, but they still have a review to Pakistan. Hassan Ali would hopefully utilize that as confidence in having still beaten the batsman.
Excellent decision there by umpire Basarat, a local umpire here from Trinidad and Tobago. He's officiating today, so that's an excellent decision by him because there's a lot of noise. There was a big appeal. The game is in the hands of both teams, so good decision by him.
Hassan Ali again to Ruslan Cheese is able to just push that through the offside down to sweeper for 1. Justin Greaves moves on to strike now, and looks as if sun has left us for the final time today, just hiding behind a cloud towards that western side.
Yeah, they'll-
Floodlights already beginning to take a bit of effect. See those shadows around Hassan Ali. And here he is to Justin Greaves now. Again, he's forced that delivery to move inwards. And just a wayward throw, but no extra run to the total.
Yeah, so excellent running there from the West Indies team. Still trying to get those singles, which is important because it's not a wicket where you could just come out and blast the ball around. So it's important to get those singles and keep the run rates ticking and keeping it. It's 27 off 31 balls now. 154 for 5.
Comes up and mid-wicket goes back. And defended solidly from Ruston Chase. He seems like he really enjoyed that defense. Hold of the pose, and Hassan Ali finishes his over tidily. 2 for 19. 5 overs he's bowled so far. Greaves 14 from 22 and Ruston Chase 35, the score that he's on. Equation 27 required from 30 balls.
So Ruston Chase going along really well. He scored a half century in the last game, so he's continuing that, and we actually were speaking about that earlier. I think I was mentioning to Ruskin that score that he made in the last game, it would have been nice for him to replicate it in this game, because this is when you actually need him, because the team is batting second and the batters would actually finish off the game. So it's nice when the batters could actually make those scores and it transitions into a victory.
It's definitely been good to see Abrar Ahmed from the southern end this time. Justin Greaves just pushes that one out to backward point. Salman Aga does the fielding. No run for Justin Greaves. Abrar Ahmed still he is in his final over here now. So it's interesting to see how the West Indies would negotiate this. Just clipped into the leg side, into some vacant area. 3 fielders from the deep. Chase after it. They come back for a second.
Excellent run in there from the West Indies team. The ball just going into that mid-wicket region, just around the 30-yard circle. And there's no one in that region. There's a short, fine leg, a deep backward square mid-wicket on the boundary. And they were able to scamper for 2 runs within that 30-yard circle. So excellent run in there. As you mentioned, about 3 or 4 fielders converged, but they had no chance.
Yeah, and the crowd certainly enjoyed that as well. Probably the loudest applause I've ever heard for a 2. Partnership up to 49 between these two. Still Justin Greaves to face up to Abrar and gets down low and sweep. And he's gonna just settle for 1 on this occasion. So that fielder just behind square is able to clean it up. Sanawaz, I think that is out there.
So more balls and runs at the moment. 24 runs off 27 balls. And the crowd here is cheering every run. Even the singles now, they are cheering, because it's reached that stage of the game now where it's getting closer and closer.
157 for 5, Ruston Chase. Does he handle Abrar Ahmed now? Doesn't get down quite as low as Justin Greaves. That one beats him on the outside edge. Was quite quick through the air, Abrar Ahmed. It's quite slow actually. Ruston Chase just never arrived at him.
Shot.
He is now very full. Ruston Chase able to just play that beautifully through the outside with sort of a half sweep sort of shot down to mid-wicket.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant shot by him. Abra being the top spinner in this game and sweeping this one there just behind square. The fielders didn't even stand a chance. There's a backward square on the boundary, a mid-wicket on the boundary, and it goes all the way for 4.
It's a very awkward sweep, this view. And this time just plays it delicately down to long on. Ruston Chase, of course, a very tall person, so he didn't quite get down as much as you might see most players get down to play that sweep shot. but it was good enough in the end. A bit too slow from Abra Ahmed in that over and allowed the batsman to just get on top of him. 162 for 5. 4 overs remaining in the innings. Roston Chase on 40. Justin Graves 17. Equation is 19 from 24.
Yeah, so that's the end there of Abra. He's bowled out. So another good sign for West Indies. But a big over there. They scored 8 runs off that over. And it's 19 runs off of 24 deliveries. So West Indies are going really well. Hassan Ali continuing from the northern end. And they would really be looking to get wickets here, Pakistan.
So yes, Hassan Ali, Roston Chase. And Roston Chase just drives that through the offside down to the sweeper. Just 1 run. You look at all these singles now. You wonder why these batsmen can't do it more often.
Yeah, good batting by these two players from the island of Barbados. And they would have played a lot of cricket together also. So really good camaraderie between both of them. But today they are representing the West Indies team. And we are very thankful, or the Caribbean fans are very thankful for their services.
Hassan Ali again wide-ish, and Graves pushes it down to the middle of fielder, running wildly again and making sure those Pakistan fielders are on their toes.
Yeah, great running. It's nice to see the pressure on the Pakistan team here, because the West Indies team, because everyone is sort of like hanging on that 30-yard circle. So there's a lot of opportunity for singles, and they're doing that really well, the West Indies.
Very good stuff here in this run chase. Not letting the pressure get to them. Hassan Ali again. And this time that's played into the onside powerfully. Running down to the boundary near mid-wicket, but pulled inside the circle. Well done in the end. Just restricted it to 2. Was a slower delivery that time for Hassan Ali. Roston Chase played it quite well in the end, but of course the slowness of the delivery and the probable slowness of the outfield as well would have held that up a bit.
So 43 to Roston Chase from 41 deliveries. Graves 18 from 26.
Ali in again, and this time shorter to Roston Chase. Just swivels around and has backward square. Picked that up, restricts it for just 1. But the 1s and 2s are just as dangerous as 4s or 6s here, given the run rate well under a run a ball. Well, the required run rate, that is.
So lots of smiles here from the West Indies supporters. 14 runs from 20 deliveries. So they're starting to get a bit comfortable here now.
It's Hassan Ali, and Justin Graves hits that big into the leg side. 6 runs for him. He wants to get things done a bit more quickly now. Justin Graves, what a shot. That one was in his arc, and he was able to deposit that into the leg side.
Yeah, Justin Graves mixing no matters. He sees it there to hit. There's a long one on the boundary, but he doesn't care about that. He goes big and he goes handsome over that fieldsman, and it goes for a big 6 over long one.
So now just single figures required. 8 from 19. Hassan Ali, 1 more to go in this over, and Justin Graves says, let me keep the strike. I would like to finish this off. Roston Chase, no matter, he's nearing a 50.
So 7 runs off 18 deliveries. That's the end of the over. It's 174 for 5. Hassan Ali 2 for 31. And this game could finish in this over. 7 runs off of it. We'll have to wait and see. Looks like Shaheen Afridi will be bowling this over here. Continues from the southern end here now.
It's definitely the last throw of the dice here from Rizwan. Shaheen Afridi, no doubt. He would want to try to seal things up. Hasn't been his day though. No real spin options remaining. No reason you would go to any of the part-time spin options at this point. Our brow's already bowled out. And it's Shaheen to come in from the southern end here. And Justin Greaves nicely tucked into the leg side there, down to the deep backward square, deep forward square. And it's one more run. Gives Ruston Chase the strike, says can have a 50 to go with that as well.
So 6 runs of 17 balls. West Indies batsmen doing really well this partnership here. Big partnership between Greaves and Chase. Chase on strike now. And he'll be facing up to Shaheen.
Ruston Chase. And that's a very interesting shot there. Shaheen Afridi causing just a bit of discomfort at this late stage, but it's really just a bit of discomfort.
Yeah, really good showing here from the West Indies team. There, all eyes are on them at the moment. This victory would be really anticipated by the fans, by the coach, the bowling coach. All of these guys, they worked really hard. So just a matter of getting over the line now.
Afridi continues round the wicket to Ruston Chase. This time it's two leg side-ish. Ruston Chase just guides that through to the fine leg boundary. Was so easy. Was badly lined by Shaheen Afridi and well put away by Ruston Chase. He's on 48 now. If he had gotten any bat on it. So he's still gonna be on 44. Still quite a ways away from his 50. But West Indies, only 2 runs for them to pull off this victory here. Leg buys the culprit there, but I don't think he would mind too much.
Yeah, so just 2 runs for the West Indies here to get their first victory in this series.
Shaheen over the wicket now. And this time a shortish delivery. Ruston Chase just guides her down to deep third man. He wants a second, but sent back by Justin Greaves. Hassan Ali with that powerful arm there. That deep third man boundary. So just 1 required. Scores level now. Well, scores level if they were able to be level. Of course, DLS in action now.
Yeah, so the crowd here, I think everyone is, it's a matter of time here now. 1 run, 14 deliveries. No better position to be in here if you're a West Indian fan. And it's really a party atmosphere here right now as Shaheen Afridi delivers the last delivery.
And Justin Greaves is just going to postpone that last delivery.
So
Bit
1
short
delivery.
that time from Afridi. Justin Greaves just content with keeping that as a dot delivery.
So 1 run, 1 delivery in this over.
It's 1 from 13 required. Greaves still the man on strike. 180 for 5 the current score. And Shaheen Afridi willing his all into this last delivery here. Oh, and it does leave Justin Greaves, causing him a bit of wonder, pushing the game into our next over. Shaheen none for 35 off of his 6 overs. Ruston Chase still in the 40s, 45 at a runner ball. And Justin Greaves 26 from 31. It's just 1 run required here.
Yeah, I think Greaves there missed his opportunity for glory. I think he looked to score for that one there to hit the winning run. But I guess it's up to the man of the moment here, Ruston Chase. It was meant to be for him. He's on the strike at the moment. In the second to last over here due to Duckworth and Lewis. So we see the great Brian Lara in the crowd there. He's looking at this. He would be really happy to see this victory. He was here for the first game that they lost, but he's here for this game here.
Hassan Ali is in here to Ruston Chase. That was a beastly delivery there from him. So close to the stumps as well. It was always coming back at him. He was never making any contact with it, was Ruston Chase. Beautiful delivery. Just bounced over middle stump.
Yeah, excellent delivery there by Hassan Ali. I would say a delivery out of the blue that just surprised everyone. But still, the equation here is 1 run off 11 balls.
Yes, Hassan Ali again. Ruston Chase drives that nicely through the offside. No one in the deep. Everyone inside looking to put on that pressure. But West Indies reigning victorious by 5 wickets via the Duckworth-Lewis Stern route. And it's just a mirror image from that previous game. Pakistan would have won by 5 wickets. West Indies turning the tables on them and winning by 5 wickets in the second game, setting up a thrilling third match on Tuesday, the deciding match. Ruston Chase ends on 49 unbeaten runs, and he's certainly very pleased with that. That will be the top score of this West Indies batting reply.
Excellent victory here by the West Indies cricket team. They won by 5 wickets. It songs winning by 5 wickets sounds like a really big margin, but I could tell you it wasn't an easy victory because the conditions here at the Branagh Cricket Academy, the pitch was really something else, and especially with this pitch spinning so much. But there was some good batting by Shufin Rutherford in particular. He played a really excellent innings, but I think the man of the moment here has to be Ruston Chase and his supporting partner Justin Greaves. So congratulations to the West Indies team. Unfortunate to the Pakistan team, but it's the West Indies team now are back in the series. The series is level, and we have a decider, or a virtual final Tuesday, which everyone will be looking forward to.
That's surely good signs for the crowd on Tuesday as well. Working day here, but that evening fixture is surely going to see a lot in this crowd here leading into the evening and night of that third game. Ruston Chase, as you would have mentioned earlier, would have really liked to see him continue on from that form that he had in the first match, and was so very inspiring to see him continue that on today and help lead West Indies towards that win.
Excellent from the West Indies team. All kudos to them. They have worked really hard. I could tell you, sometimes as a player, as a team, you're doing everything. You're practicing, you're working hard, you're doing all the analytical stuff, you're looking at footage, and sometimes you just can't get the victory and you have nothing to show for it. But it's nice for them. You know, there's a lot of emotions in West Indies cricket at the moment. A lot of people have a lot of mixed feelings. Sometimes when you're on social media, you see it. But it's nice that, you know, they got this victory here. We know that West Indies cricket haven't turned the corner or anything by any means, but it is something in the right direction, especially in this form of the game, the 50 overs.
Certainly a very welcome win for the West Indies, and it's been a series where we've seen some very high quality cricket. Even in the first match, game went down into the 49th over. Today we had a few interruptions, but it still went down to the second to last over that was available to us, and we saw quite a few highs and lows for both teams throughout the day. So it's been quite an entertaining series so far. If we could just run through the Pakistan batting lineup as well as the West Indies batting lineup just to bring you all up to speed. Pakistan would have been sent into bat earlier, initially with 50 overs on the board, but ended off at 37 overs due to the 3 rain interruptions we would have had. Saeem Ayub scored 23, bowled Seals, caught Graves. Abdullah Shafiq scored 26, bowled Blades, caught Moti. Babar Azam, a duck over for 3 deliveries, bowled by Seals. Mohammad Rizwan, 16. LBW to Gudakesh Moti. Hussein Talat, 31 runs. He was able to score, bowled by Chase and caught by Shea Hope. Salman Aga only had 9 runs to his name, caught by Hope and bowled by Shamar Joseph. Hassan Nawaz is the top scorer, 36 from 30 unbeaten with 3 luscious sixes. Mohammad Nawaz 5 from 24, caught Moti, bowled Seals. Shaheen Shah Afridi 11 not out with 1 6. Jaden Seals 3 for 23. Jediah Blades 1 for 46. Shamar Joseph 1 for 27. Guda Kishmoti 1 for 31. Justin Greaves none for 16, and Rustin Chase 1 for 26. And of course for the West Indies batting lineup, I'll let you go through that, Adrian.
So Brandon King, he went for 1. Evan Lewis 7. Casey Carty 16. Shea Hope played a very good innings, but he only got 32. Shafane Rutherford 45. Rustin Chase, the hero in the batting innings, 49. And Justin Greaves, who played a really supporting role, of 26. There were 8 extras in the Pakistani innings, and the West Indies got 184 runs with 5 wickets. They were chasing 181 Duckworth Lewis method, and that's the Pakistan bowling. Yeah, and the Pakistan bowling, Shaheen Afridi 6 overs for 35 runs. Hassan Ali 6 overs, 6.2 overs, 35 runs, 2 wickets. Ahmed 7 overs, 23 runs, 1 wicket. Mohammad Nawaz 7 overs, 17 runs, 2 wickets. Saimi Ayub 4 overs, 33 runs, no wickets. And Aga 3 overs, 33 runs, no wickets.
And that's the general summary of what occurred here. West Indies, reminding you, won by 5 wickets via the DLS method. 10 balls remaining in the innings.
Ooh.
And who is going to take home the Man of the Match award? We're going to have to look at a few options, either Rustin Chase
or
recency bias,
or Jaden Seals. That's the 2 options there so far. But
of course, you still have to consider,
Chase took a wicket also.
And to consider the impetus that Rutherford would have injected into the innings throughout that middle stage too.
Yeah, but so far, I'm looking at Chase. He bowled 6 overs, 26 runs, 1 wicket. So he had an excellent economy also. And
I think that's probably the safest option. And the fact that he was there at the final juncture as well, very valuable.
But we are not taking no credit away from Shafane Rutherford. That he actually really, I would say, brought West Indies back, because at one point the run rate was getting a bit out of hand, and when he played that innings, it actually brought the team right back into it to almost run a ball. So it's Rutherford would definitely be in the conversation, but as of what we see in the scoreboard, Rustin Chase really would be on top for that man of the match. So we just have to wait and see. I'm sure the West Indies team will be celebrating heavily at the moment with that victory. So
consider, when you look at Jaden Seals as well, as one of the senior piece bowlers within the team, did very well to lead from the front as well. As since the lineup of the team doesn't have many specialist spinners, he had that extra responsibility to lead from the front as well.
Yeah, he bowled 7 overs for 23 runs, 3 wickets. But as we know, this wicket is a bowling wicket, and the team that bat better will definitely win this game. So we'll just have to wait and see here. The anticipation is building. The crowd is still hanging around.
Well, some of the crowd.
Yeah, a lot of autographs are being signed there by the West Indies players. We see Moti out there. We see Amir Jangu. Looks like Young Andrews is down there also. So really nice to see the West Indies team there hanging out with the West Indies supporters.
Like it's going to be Rustin Chase.
Yeah.
He's just made his way out from the dressing room after a quick refresher.
Young Russ, they call him. I don't know how young. I don't know if he'll have that name forever. But Rustin Chase is making his way towards the podium.
Young Russ, as he's so often referred to in the CPL, playing for one of my favorite teams, the St. Lucia Stars.
He's actually
so many name changes, I had to check myself before I said the name.
Yeah, so the 3rd ODI, which is on this Tuesday, all eyes would be on that, or if you are a listener, you would be listening. It's on Tuesday, and that would start at 9:30 a.m. In Trinidad and Tobago, right here at the Branagh Cricket Academy. But we'll also be bringing the game live, so you could also tune in to us, or you could make your way here at the Branagh Academy to support the West Indies if you are a West Indies fan, or if you are a Pakistani fan, you could make your way here also.
And of course, remember, make sure to go out and buy your tickets as well. Is that promo buy one get one free? Always
Bogo.
nice to get that free option. But that's where we'll leave it here today. West Indies victory by 5 wickets, and Rustin Cheese to pick up the man of the match honours after his wicket and valuable 49 not out. So we'll meet you back on Tuesday. It's an afternoon game start, so just around a few minutes till 2 we'll be live on air. But until then, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you all.